This remarkable manhwa begins on a dark, stormy night in an ancient Chinese residence. Several men dressed in black robes stand in a line. Someone asks if anyone is present. Rain has pooled into a puddle from the endless downpour. A filthy child stands in the rain, facing the men in black robes. Their stillness is disconcerting. A man with crimson eyes observes the boy intently, wondering how anyone could be living in the abandoned martial academy. Addressing him as a young warrior, the man politely asks for permission to take shelter from the rain for the night. The boy examines them, curious about who they might be. It surprises him that they are speaking to him so respectfully despite his young age. He reasons that they might see him as a young Taoist protecting the closed academy. In response, he greets them and thinks that perhaps they aren't dangerous people. He explains that he too only started living in the abandoned academy a few years ago, adding that they may stay wherever they wish, just not in his pavilion. The men thank the young warrior for his generosity. Their leader instructs them to avoid the boy's pavilion and find other spots for shelter. He asks if they understand, and they all respond affirmatively before dispersing to find their own spaces. The boy notices the word Tang embroidered on their robes and wonders if they belong to the same clan. Though curious about their identity, he has more pressing matters to attend to. Entering his pavilion, he busies himself with preparing dinner for the children. The somber atmosphere shifts as the boy becomes animated with joy. Our protagonist enthusiastically calls everyone to eat. Opening a large pot, he reveals a small, brown, cricket-like insect inside, remarking that he was nearly late and the insects must be starving. In another pot, he finds a large spider called the black earth tiger, a tarantula native to Hainan, China. This impressive species, which can grow up to 20 centimeters long, features unique stripes resembling those of a black tiger. Using chopsticks, the boy carefully picks up an insect to feed the spider. While feeding it, he reflects on how he wouldn't have survived without these creatures. The tarantula eagerly eats the insect, pleasing the boy. He marvels at how this spider, once the size of a fingernail, has already shed its shell twice and grown so much. Feeling happy, he notes that the spider has had its fill. Next, the boy opens a drawer to reveal an orange lizard with white stripes, a bewangling cave gecko. This species is native to the region and recognized by its striped body and tail. The boy recalls how difficult it was to acquire such creatures in his previous life when he lacked money. Now he can find them everywhere. His life is filled with joy as he watches over them. While feeding the gecko, it bites his finger. Yelling loudly, he waves his hand to shake it off, but the gecko clings stubbornly. This incident reminds him of his past. Before inhabiting this body, the boy was a streamer named Spicy Fabry, a professional biologist with over 1 million subscribers. His content focused on venomous creatures, and his final live broadcast became his undoing. In a quest to showcase the 10 most dangerous vipers, he embarked on a journey to find the black mamba, known for its aggressive nature. During the live stream, he lamented that he couldn't find the snake and decided to take a break. Viewers joked about the possibility of it being in his house, but to his shock, the black mamba was indeed there, curled up on his refrigerator. Before he could react, it bit him and he died instantly during the broadcast. Returning to the present, the boy pouts, reflecting on the irony of his death after such an exhaustive search. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a black robe knocks on the pavilion door. Thanking the boy for his kindness, he invites him to share their meal, a freshly caught deer. Excited at the prospect of eating proper meat rather than snakes or lizards, the boy eagerly accepts the invitation. The group gathers around a bonfire as the deer cooks. Noticing the boy's intense gaze at the food, the elder reassures him that it will take time to cook. To pass the time, he begins asking the boy questions about his age and living situation. Embarrassed but obliging, the boy answers his inquiries. The boy felt embarrassed when he realized he'd been staring at the deer for too long. Allowing the elder to ask his questions, he listened attentively. The elder wanted to know if the boy lived alone and how old he was. Unsure if he was 14 or 15, the boy decided to fabricate a story, claiming that a childhood head injury had left him with poor memories. When asked if he was staying there by himself, the boy confirmed, explaining that he lacked any real talent and survived by catching snakes and selling their skins. The elder expressed disbelief that the boy engaged in such dangerous work, but the boy simply shrugged, saying he was used to it. Just then, someone brought over some cooked meat for them to eat. An old man commented on how hungry the young warrior must have been. The boy gratefully thanked the elder, happily noting it had been ages since he'd last eaten meat. As he took a bite, pure joy spread across his face. In his mind, he thought, this is what happiness feels like. The older men watched him with smiles, their amusement evident. As he ate, the elders took the opportunity to ask more questions. The elder explained that they were searching for something unusual and wanted to know if the boy had seen anything strange. Initially hesitant, the elder eventually decided it was safe to share the details since the boy lived alone and wouldn't cause trouble. The patriarch explained they were looking for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. Surprised, the boy asked how large the centipede was. The patriarch explained that an adult could easily swallow someone his size. Pale with shock, the boy realized his assumption that he'd been transported only a few centuries into the past might be wrong. He could be in an entirely different world. The white-haired elder reassured him, saying they were close to capturing the creature. Curious, the boy asked if they intended to keep it as a pet. The question amused the elders and the white-haired man burst into laughter. The patriarch chuckled, commenting on how funny the young warrior was. Through laughter, the elder clarified that raising the centipede wasn't their goal, they needed it for medicinal purposes. Confused, the boy probed further. Initially suspecting them of being traitors, he began wondering if they were involved in illegal drug making. He asked how a centipede could serve as medicine. The elder explained that his granddaughter was gravely ill, and only the inner core of the blue spot centipede could save her. Moved by their determination, the boy thought about the lengths parents would go to for their children. Though he felt sorry for the centipede, he decided to help them, especially since they had treated him to meat. The boy began discussing the centipede, and the patriarch eagerly asked if he had seen one. He admitted he hadn't but suggested he might know where they could find it. Drawing on his vast knowledge as Spicy Fabry, a former biologist and streamer with expertise in venomous creatures, the boy recalled facts about centipedes. Among the millions of species on Earth, around 20,000 are venomous, and he knew all of them by heart. Centipedes were no exception. In his mind, he visualized opening a book and flipping through its pages, searching for the specific information he needed. Within moments, he closed the book, having found the answer. Back in reality, he told the elders he might know where the centipede could be. Startled but intrigued, they pressed him for details. The boy asked which areas they had already searched. They explained they had explored to the north and east of the academy, primarily along the riverside during the day. Hearing this, the boy wasn't surprised by their lack of success. Smirking, he remarked, "Of course you couldn't find it." The elders, puzzled, demanded an explanation. The boy began to lecture, explaining that centipedes belong to the Arthropoda phylum and the Calopoda class, preparing to share his knowledge of their habits and habitats. Centipedes have a broad range of habitats, and being cold-blooded, they require shelter to regulate their body temperature and maintain humidity levels. Interestingly, unlike most insects with a waterproof outer layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and pores in their shells, making them averse to wet environments. They thrive in high-humidity areas but avoid waterlogged places, as they can't survive long without moisture but dislike excessively damp conditions. Because of this, the blue spot centipede is unlikely to be found in jungles or near rivers. The elders were skeptical. They believed centipedes preferred environments like cracks and rotting wood. The boy clarified that while smaller centipedes might dwell there, the larger ones they were seeking wouldn't. Big centipedes avoid jungles and riverside rocks since these areas lack sufficient hiding spots. The elders exchanged glances, silently communicating. They then asked the boy where the centipede might be found. Promising a significant reward if he helped, the boy smiled and pointed westward, suggesting they search the Rocky Mountains in that direction. He explained that large centipedes rest under warm rocks during the day and come out at night. A few hours later, the search party scoured the Rocky Mountains. The patriarch climbed a tall, narrow rock, observing the surroundings. One of the men suggested that the young warrior might have been mistaken. The patriarch decided to end the search for the day, signaling the team with an arrow. As the men gathered around a bonfire, they were visibly exhausted but still clung to hope, trusting the boy's intelligence. The patriarch, deep in thought, eventually spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. He lamented that his daughter, Huayun, was the greatest talent in the Tang family's history and questioned why the heavens seemed to abandon her. Suddenly, a voice announced the Grand Patriarch's return. The patriarch welcomed him and they gathered around the fire. The Grand Patriarch confirmed that he too had failed to find the centipede. With Huayun's condition worsening and only a few months left, he doubted they could locate the creature in 10 days. A heavy silence fell. The patriarch suggested exploring the southern region the next day. The Grand Patriarch agreed but added that they hadn't found any traces so far. Hearing this, the patriarch suddenly burst into laughter, realizing something he had overlooked. He exclaimed that they were indeed in the right place. The Grand Patriarch was puzzled and asked if he had seen anything. The Patriarch replied no, but the Grand Patriarch elaborated. He explained that the complete absence of traces, no animals, droppings or markings, was a sign that the centipede might have cleared the area. The realization struck the Patriarch. Territorial animals might have fled or fallen prey to the centipede. Confident, the Grand Patriarch assured him that the blue spot centipede was definitely nearby. Their hope to save Huayan reignited. Suddenly the ground beneath them began to shake. Cracks appeared and the bonfire area started to crumble. To their horror, a massive limb emerged from the earth, followed by another. The men froze in terror as the enormous blue spot centipede revealed itself. Even the Grand Patriarch looked unsettled. Back at the academy, the boy grumbled about the chaos. He wondered how massive the centipede must be to cause such a commotion. Being a venomous animal enthusiast, he was both annoyed and curious, wishing he could see the creature himself. At the Rocky Mountains, the battle against the centipede raged on. The men eventually triumphed, though not without sustaining injuries. They successfully retrieved the centipede's core, a shimmering blue gem safely stored in a wooden box. Overcome with emotion, they wept, knowing they could finally save Huayan. The Patriarch instructed the Grand Patriarch to lead the injured warriors to Sichuan for treatment. When asked why he wasn't coming, the Patriarch explained, "Grudges are carved in blood, but favors are carved in stone. That's the way we live." In summary, they still had matters to resolve. The Grand Patriarch finally understood and admitted how he had nearly made a grave mistake by focusing solely on Huayan. He agreed it would be appropriate to welcome the young warrior as a guest and grant his requests. The Patriarch instructed the injured warrior to receive treatment in the village while he went to visit the young warrior. He considered that the young warrior might also be curious about the recent events. Meanwhile, the young warrior was casually enjoying the company of 3 small yellow Pokemon-like creatures. The young warrior found himself in a peculiar situation. He had unexpectedly become the father to 3 blue spot centipedes. These tiny creatures, resembling caterpillars, were undeniably cute, especially as they affectionately rubbed against his face. Looking at the pot, a memory flashed in his mind. When he had brought the eggs home, he cleaned them and placed them on his nightstand. By the time he woke up, they had all hatched. 1 centipede happily rested on his head. Although the young warrior had anticipated the eggs might hatch, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He tried to remove the centipedes clinging to his shoulders, but they refused to let go, treating him as their parent. A flashback revealed what had transpired the previous night. Driven by curiosity about the massive blue spot centipede, the young warrior had ventured into its lair, despite knowing the risks. During his search, he accidentally kicked an insect in frustration, causing him to lose his balance and drop his torch. Thankfully, the 3 eggs he had collected remained safe. Relieved that the rain had stopped, he realized how lucky he had been to retrieve the eggs without losing them. Determined to protect the eggs, he hurried back home, promising them a proper bath once he arrived. Back in the present, the young warrior felt satisfied that even though he couldn't see the live adult centipede, he had managed to save its offspring. He reminded himself that they wouldn't need food until after their second molting, but it was a challenge dealing with them constantly clinging to his body. Thinking of a solution, he smirked and decided to take a shower, hoping the water would make them leave him alone. Elsewhere, the elder patriarch arrived at the academy and approached the pavilion. Knocking on the door, he called out to the young warrior but received no response. After a brief hesitation, he turned the knob and entered the room. Inside, he noticed herbs, jars and medicines, which made him wonder if the young warrior was a healer. Feeling it was intrusive to enter uninvited, he decided to leave, but the rustling sound from a pot caught his attention. Curious, he opened the pot and found a spider inside. His gaze shifted to the drawers where he discovered a gecko. Checking another pot, he saw beetles, alongside eggs and dried snakes scattered around. The elder was astounded. He couldn't comprehend how the young warrior managed to raise such venomous creatures and their offspring. Even the Tang clan, well-versed in handling poisons, had only been able to extract venom, not cultivate eggs like this. The elder realized his encounter with the young warrior was the true stroke of luck, far beyond the centipede's discovery. As the young warrior appeared and greeted him, the elder noticed the boy's concern about his bandaged arm. Dismissing it as a minor injury, the elder began to share something important but was interrupted by a sudden ominous energy. An explosion rocked the entrance behind them, and a shadowy figure began to emerge. As its form became clear, it resembled an ogre with a single eye and burn scars on one side of its face. The elder immediately shoved the young warrior aside, urging him to flee. The young warrior was caught off guard and confused. The monster let out a deafening roar and moved with alarming speed, attacking with its hand. The elder blocked the strike with his uninjured arm, enduring immense pain. The monster retaliated, throwing the elder back and sending him crashing into the ground. The area filled with dust as the elder struggled to catch his breath, coughing up blood. He realized the monster's strength rivaled that of his own father. He desperately told the young warrior to escape, but when the dust cleared, the scene revealed the young warrior being held in the air, choking as the monster gripped him tightly. The young warrior gasped for air as the monster roared with laughter. The creature mocked him, claiming he had heard that members of the Tang clan had arrived in Hainan. It sneered, saying no one could have imagined that the son of the myriad poison's divine sovereign would end up wounded and alone. The elder calmly retorted that he had no idea who the monster was and demanded to know why both he and the young warrior were being targeted. The creature scoffed, asking if its disfigured face and powerful fists didn't make it obvious. It then introduced itself as Takan Yang, the blood hand Rakasa, and blamed the elder's father for its mutilated appearance. The elder recognized the name. He recalled hearing that Takan Yang had been struck by a poisoned palm and fallen off a cliff, presumed dead. Yet here he was, alive and seething with vengeance. The elder tried reasoning with him, pleading for the release of the young warrior and offering his own life in exchange. But Takan Yang refused, vowing to annihilate anyone associated with the Tang clan. Inwardly, the elder cursed this relentless demon, a term used for martial artists who sow chaos and destruction. It was clear Takan Yang had no intention of sparing the young warrior. As the warrior's face grew pale from suffocation, Takan Yang sneered and prepared to end his life. Desperately, the young warrior begged for mercy, his strength waning with every passing second. Just then, 3 pairs of fierce eyes flashed. The tiny centipedes lunged onto Takan Yang's arm. The once adorable creatures revealed their ferocity, biting into the monster's skin with unrelenting force. Takan Yang was taken aback, shouting angrily that mere centipedes couldn't harm him. But as he spoke, his neck turned violet, and he coughed up blood before collapsing in agony. The young warrior, now free, stumbled backward, staring in disbelief. He cautiously asked the elder if Takan Yang had been a bad person. The elder, equally stunned, watched as the lifeless body of Takan Yang lay on the ground. Slowly, his shock turned into a wide grin as he realized the young warrior was far more extraordinary than a mere guest. The elder thought to himself that this boy must join the Tang clan. A few days later, the elder was recovering, and the young warrior diligently cared for him, placing a damp cloth on his forehead. The elder expressed his gratitude, but the young warrior suggested instead that he tell him the whereabouts of his companions so he could check on them. Realizing he couldn't leave the elder alone and that calling for a doctor wasn't an option, the warrior stayed. The elder reassured him, saying he would recover with rest, but the warrior remained skeptical, bewildered at how calm the elder could be after such severe injuries. When the elder explained that martial artists had extraordinary resilience, the young warrior was incredulous. He asked if martial artists could fly and shoot fireballs. The elder chuckled and admitted that while not everyone could, it wasn't entirely far-fetched. The young warrior marveled at the strangeness of this world, acknowledging that things like giant centipedes only made sense here. The elder formally introduced himself as Tang Kailson of the Sichuan Tang clan, and the young warrior introduced himself as Wei Soryang. Kailson noted the meaning of Soryang's name, small dragon, and remarked that it was fitting. Curious, Kailson asked if the centipedes on Soryang's body were venomous. Soryang casually rubbed one of the centipedes' bellies and confirmed that they were blue spot centipedes. The revelation made Kailson leap from the bed in shock. He asked if Soryang had tamed them and how he had managed such a feat. Soryang smiled and replied that it was a long story. When Kailson insisted he didn't mind, Soryang began recounting how he had raised the centipedes from eggs. When the story concluded, Kailson could hardly believe it and asked for confirmation. Soryang proudly affirmed that he had indeed raised them from eggs, predicting their hatching with precision. Still reeling, Kailson watched as Soryang opened a drawer and pulled out 2 lizards. The young warrior eagerly displayed them, pointing out the differences. One had a brown body with yellow and white stripes, while the other, a product of selective breeding, had a plain brown body and a white tail. Kailson asked if Soryang had intentionally bred the lizards for their coloration. Blushing slightly, Soryang happily admitted that he had, simply because he found it beautiful. Kailson gathered his composure and asked if the young warrior could breed the most venomous creatures to produce even deadlier ones. Soryang responded with a surprised, "Huh?" In his mind he considered the possibility, it was theoretically feasible. He then explained to Kael'son that if they could determine which creatures had the most potent venom, it might be possible. Before he could finish, Kael'son exclaimed with excitement, "Really? That's possible?" His enthusiasm startled Soryang. Without hesitation, Kael'son declared that Soryang should join his family immediately. This left Soryang completely bewildered. Kael'son sweetened the offer, promising that by joining the family, Soryang would gain access to their martial arts techniques, rare elixirs, herbs, and any poisons he desired. Kael'son further tempted him, saying someone of Soryang's skill could even capture or tame the legendary 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. And if that wasn't enough, Kael'son casually mentioned one of the 3 flowers of the Central Plains, his daughter. Soryang shouted, "Hold on," and asked Kael'son to clarify what he had just said. Amused, Kael'son teased that while Soryang might be young, he was still a man. He continued talking about the flowers, but Soryang quickly interrupted, telling him to drop the subject. Shifting the topic, Soryang inquired about the 10 great venomous creatures, asking if they were as incredible as the blue spot centipede. Kael'son enthusiastically confirmed, explaining that while the blue spot centipede was remarkable, it ranked far below the legendary creatures. From giant scorpions to the golden frog that gleamed like gold, these creatures were beyond imagination. Kael'son grinned, sensing that he had piqued Soryang's interest. The young warrior's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 days later, a member of the Tang clan arrived, alarmed by news of the blood hand Rakasa, Tak Anyang appearing. Kael'son explained that Anyang had been hiding and honing his martial arts, reaching a level close to his father's. The Tang clan members speculated that if the patriarch had sent Anyang to his demise, it might mean he had reached the realm of 10,000 poisons. They began congratulating him, but Kael'son clarified that he hadn't been the one to defeat Anyang, it was the young warrior. This revelation stunned the clan members. One of them immediately clasped Soryang's hands, expressing their gratitude for saving the patriarch. They even speculated if Soryang was an elder rejuvenated to a younger form. Soryang, confused by their assumptions, looked to the patriarch for clarification. Kael'son requested Soryang to reveal the truth. Understanding the signal, Soryang patted his chest and called out, "Come on out." The Tang clan members watched in amazement as Soryang's clothes rustled, and 3 tiny centipedes peeked out. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as the little creatures crawled forward. The clan members recognized them as blue spot centipedes, creatures known for their venom. Kael'son explained that these centipedes had been the ones to defeat Anyang. The clan marveled at the feat, as taming such creatures was unheard of. Kael'son then declared his decision to formally accept Soryang into the Tang clan, but Soryang hesitated, saying he needed more time to think. A clan member encouraged Soryang, emphasizing the great opportunity, while Kael'son urged him to prepare quickly, hinting at something important they couldn't delay. Kael'son then explained the sinister nature of Anyang's martial art, the blood hand poison claw, a dark technique requiring human blood and bone marrow to reach mastery. Soryang found it grotesque. Kael'son continued, stressing that if Anyang had left behind secret scrolls or disciples, they needed to eliminate them to prevent the resurgence of such dangerous martial arts. He also mentioned the possibility of rescuing any captives. The patriarch then asked if Soryang would assist, considering his familiarity with Hainan Island. Soryang appeared pensive, realizing that joining the Tang clan would be a lifelong commitment. He thought to himself that before committing, it was essential to observe the clan's dynamics, just like assessing a workplace during an internship. Soryang agreed to help once the patriarch recovered. They praised his decision, but Soryang privately resolved to use the opportunity to evaluate the Tang clan thoroughly. After 3 days, Kael'son was well enough to travel. Together, they journeyed to a village near an abandoned martial academy, suspected to be Anyang's base. There, they began investigating reports of missing villagers. An elderly man mentioned that 1 or 2 people typically go missing in the jungle each year, but there haven't been any patterns of regular disappearances. Chilson fell silent, lost in thought. They thanked the village chief for sharing the information. The chief replied humbly, expressing his honor in assisting the renowned patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. They then took their leave, though they hadn't uncovered any significant leads. As they made their way through the forest, Soryang remarked to Chilson that there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the village. Chilson explained that when Anyang had revealed himself, it had been in that area, but the exact location was difficult to pinpoint. Soryang found it equally strange that there were no traces left behind. Remembering Anyang's words, he suddenly had an idea. Soryong asked if Chilson recalled what Eunyoung had said when he appeared. Chilson admitted that he didn't, as he'd been knocked away by Eunyoung's attack at the time. Soryong reminded him that Eunyoung had claimed to have heard that the Tang clan had come to Hainan, implying someone had informed him of their presence. Soryong proposed they retrace their steps through the places the Tang clan had visited in Hainan and ask around with Eunyoung's portrait. The Tang clan members were taken aback by Soryong's quick thinking. It made sense that someone who had seen them would have tipped off Eunyoung. Energized by the idea, they set out immediately. Their journey brought them to a gloomy village. One Tang clan member reported hearing rumors at the Hainan port that this was the village they were looking for. Chilson confirmed it was a place where the Halai people lived, and he assumed they wouldn't be hostile. However, the village had an eerie, lifeless atmosphere. When the Tang clan called out, asking if anyone was around, a villager noticed them. The villagers appeared weak and sickly. An elderly man, possibly the village chief, approached while holding the hand of a frail little girl. 2 guards accompanied them, also looking unwell. Chilson introduced himself politely, while Soryong observed the interaction. He noticed how weak the child looked and how lifeless the villagers seemed. Soryong began suspecting something unusual. Many villagers appeared to have taken some kind of medicine. The chief denied that anything was wrong, insisting there were no missing villagers or unusual events. He abruptly told them to leave. When Chilson tried to point out the disproportion between the number of houses and the few people present, the chief cut him off, repeating that there was nothing of interest and urging them to leave again. Both Chilson and Soryong were puzzled. Chilson whispered to Soryong, wondering why the Halai people who should have been welcoming were acting this way. Soryong had no answer. Just then the little girl collapsed. Everyone was startled. The chief quickly cradled her in his arms, tears brimming in his eyes. He called out to her, saying she was his only remaining family and begging her not to leave him. The scene moved Chilson, who stepped forward and offered his help, explaining that he had some knowledge of medical arts. The chief hesitated and then asked if it was Central Plains medical knowledge. Chilson confirmed that, while he wasn't a physician, he had some expertise in medicine. The chief finally allowed him to examine the child. Before they entered, the chief explained that a plague had been spreading in the village, killing children and weakening healthy adults. He begged Chilson to try to save his granddaughter. Chilson promised to do his best. As they were ushered inside, Soryong asked a Tang clan member if the elder truly knew medical arts. The member explained that the Tang clan's deep knowledge of poisons also made them skilled in medicine. He added that martial arts training often begins with an understanding of one's own body, which includes medical knowledge. Soryong thought to himself that if he joined the Tang clan, learning medical arts would be far preferable to mastering their terrifying poison techniques. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the man casually mentioned that they sometimes tested poisons on captured criminals to study the effects. Soryong's expression turned comical as he realized this meant human experimentation, making him increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, the streets of the village were eerily quiet. Inside one of the homes, Chilson sighed and explained that he had transferred some of his ki to the girl, stabilizing her breathing. The chief was overwhelmed with gratitude and begged them to save his only granddaughter. Chilson brought up an important point, noting that something seemed strange about the child's pulse. He asked if she had been born with a weak heart. The village chief explained that her illness began about 6 months ago. Not only his granddaughter but others in the village also started falling ill around the same time. They referred to it as a mysterious disease. That was why he initially told them to leave when they arrived at the village's entrance. Chilson reassured the chief, saying he would provide good medicine for the heart. He asked the chief to gather the villagers so they could distribute the remedy. Overcome with emotion, the chief burst into tears, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Soryong quietly observed Chilson's actions with admiration. Later that night, as Chilson walked with Gu Pai, a member of the Tang clan, Pai acknowledged the effort Chilson had put into treating the villagers. Chilson thanked him before Pai inquired about the symptoms. Chilson explained they were unusual: lethargy, swollen eyes, mild fever, irregular pulses, but the most severe cases all involved heart issues. Curious, Chilson asked about Soryong's whereabouts. Pai replied that Soryong, likely exhausted from helping despite having no martial arts training, had gone to bed. Chilson agreed that it was understandable and decided to check on him. Pai offered to lead the way. When they entered Soryong's room, they found him sleeping soundly on the bed, with 3 centipedes resting in a basket nearby. Chilson observed from the doorway before suddenly stepping inside. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Soryong. Soryong jolted awake, clutching his stinging cheek, confused and in pain. He demanded to know why Kailson had hit him. Kailson, with a serious expression, apologized and explained there had been a bug on Soryong's face, and he had only wanted to get rid of it. Soryong looked at him skeptically but allowed Kailson to explain further. Kailson said he had come to check on him before going to bed but noticed the bug. In this region, venomous insects were common, so he had acted quickly to prevent any danger. He showed Soryong the bug, a large, unsettling creature. Soryong was startled by the sight and then seemed to piece something together. He asked Kailson if all the patients with different symptoms shared one common condition: arrhythmia. Kailson confirmed this. Soryong suddenly realized the source of the village's mysterious illness and pointed at the bug, declaring it the culprit. He identified the insect as a kissing bug, a member of the Reduviidae family. These bugs feed on blood, often biting near the eyes or lips, and are so discreet they can draw blood more quietly than a mosquito. Known as vampire or assassin bugs, they aren't venomous but carry harmful parasites in their stomachs. When they bite, their excrement can transmit diseases like Chagas disease, a deadly illness that ranks high among animal-caused human fatalities. Soryong then asked the village chief if the village's dogs exhibited symptoms similar to those of the sick humans, such as shortness of breath. The chief confirmed they did and asked if the bug was to blame. Soryong affirmed this, adding that with proper medicine, his granddaughter and others could be saved. Kailson grinned and asked Pai what he thought. Pai commented on Soryong's perceptiveness, praising him as a young warrior of great potential. Watching them, Soryong was baffled by their expressions and wondered what was going on. They reminded him that they were members of the Sichuan Tang clan. When Soryong's puzzled face made it clear he didn't understand the significance, Kailson repeated the statement. Internally Soryong thought, so what? His irritated and confused expression was unintentionally amusing. Kailson began explaining the concept of goo. Some believed these were venomous parasites, while others thought of them as a form of witchcraft. According to him, malicious individuals in China bred these bugs to cause suffering or manipulate others. They would feed the bugs to people, causing either excruciating pain or complete subjugation. Soryong found the idea hard to believe. Kailson acknowledged it sounded extraordinary but added that many martial artists had been killed by goo, forced to harm their families, or enslaved by these evil practitioners. Because of this, efforts to develop antidotes to goo had been relentless. These cures could either expel the parasites from the body or destroy them entirely. As Kailson spoke, Soryong began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Kailson posed a question. If someone had succeeded in creating a cure, who could it be? With pride, he declared that it could only be the renowned Sichuan Tang family. He explained that if they had something capable of dissolving a fist-sized roundworm inside a body, dealing with a tiny bug would be no trouble. Then he revealed the curse-melting orb, stating that even a small dose of this medicine would suffice. Soryong expressed mild amusement, though inwardly he reflected on how extravagant the name sounded for what was essentially an antiparasitic drug. They reassured the village chief that they could save his granddaughter, and soon enough the villagers began recovering, starting with her. The chief was deeply relieved, and the villagers' warm hospitality was an unexpected but welcome reward. The villagers, with their bright and cheerful demeanor, lived up to their reputation for optimism. Kailson acknowledged that the situation would have been much harder without Soryong's insight in identifying the cause of the illness. He humbly redirected the villagers' gratitude to Soryong, praising him as their true savior. Despite the Tang family's medicine curing the villagers, Kailson insisted on giving all the credit to Soryong. Watching the villagers thank Soryong brought Kailson great satisfaction, as though he were the one being celebrated. Soryong was touched by this gesture. The villagers rejoiced, lifting Soryong and tossing him into the air repeatedly in celebration. Later, the village chief pulled Kailson aside to revisit their earlier conversation at the village entrance. When Kailson asked what it was about, the chief mentioned the villages where people had gone missing. Intrigued, Kailson asked for more details. The chief explained that one of the women in their village, originally from another settlement, had shared a troubling story. Years ago, her hometown suffered a tragedy where several villagers mysteriously disappeared. They believed they had finally uncovered the truth. Kailson inquired about the village's location, and the chief pointed them westward. Upon arrival, the stench of decay was overwhelming, confirming they were in the right place. The scene was grim. Corpses, refuse and insects littered the area, with poison lingering in the air. Pai warned Soryong not to look, but Soryong had already seen it all. Amid the carnage, a man spotted something unusual, a golden chicken foot peeking out of a pile. On closer inspection, it was attached to a bird, a magnificent creature with a golden tail and feathers in shades of purple, pink, and black. The bird radiated an almost magical aura. One of the men, angered by the bird's presence among the dead, hurled a rock at it despite Kalesen's attempt to stop him. The rock missed, but it caught the bird's attention. Kalesen, sensing danger, placed a calming hand on the man's shoulder, warning that something felt off. The bird spread its wings, releasing a toxic miasma that melted nearby skeletons. Startled, Soryang was grabbed by someone who covered his mouth to prevent him from inhaling the poison. Kalesen commanded everyone to flee while shielding Soryang. He explained that the creature was a jinyao, a poison-feathered bird. Once safe, the group gathered around Kalesen, who described the bird in detail. Its wingspan reached 5 feet, its sharp beak gleamed bronze, and its body was cloaked in vibrant purple feathers. The creature could spread death with a single movement, turning everything around it to poison. Atop its head sat a golden crown, giving it an air of regal menace. Soryang, captivated, asked if it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Kalesen confirmed that it was and explained that the jinyao held the top rank, earning the title of the king of all venom. Soryang's excitement was palpable as he imagined how even the most dangerous insects and snakes seemed tame in comparison. Kalesen explained that the jinyao was likely drawn to the area by venomous snakes, as it only consumed the heads of such creatures. When Soryang asked how common they were, Kalesen replied that sightings were rare, perhaps once in a century. Fascinated, Soryang asked if it was possible to capture the creature. His question left the Tang members stunned. Kalesen, however, was amused and inquired if Soryang truly wanted to try catching it. When Soryang admitted he did but expressed concern about the venom, Kalesen smiled knowingly. He remarked on Soryang's keen interest in the 10 great venomous creatures and assured him that if he was serious, there was indeed a way. Soryang was astonished. Kalesen explained that if he mastered the Tang clan's poison techniques, he would gain immunity to all toxins and even withstand Jinyao's venom. Only through the martial arts of their clan could one nullify all poisons in the world. Kalesen, ever cunning, casually mentioned that their techniques are never taught to outsiders. Even if he wished to help as the patriarch, he couldn't break the clan's rules. Eagerly, Soryang asked if joining the family would grant him the right to learn. He also inquired whether achieving immunity to poison would truly let him endure Jinyao's venom. Kalesen confirmed and promised to teach him everything without reservation if Soryang agreed immediately. He also assured him that he would personally oversee his progress. However, Kalesen added that if Soryang hesitated too long, he might reconsider. Feeling the pressure, Soryang declared his decision to join the clan and expressed his anticipation for Kalesen's guidance, calling him patriarch instead of elder. Kalesen's mischievous grin betrayed his satisfaction, though he acted as if he hadn't coerced Soryang into agreeing. Kalesen told Soryang that from that moment onward, he would forever be part of their family. Back at a decayed location, traces of the blood hand Rakshasa, Tak Anyang, were found in a cave. Footsteps led to a notebook discovered inside, which was brought to Kalesen. After scanning its contents, he confirmed it held the secret techniques of the blood hand poison claw. Soryang was unnerved, noting it was written in blood. Kalesen decided it was time to return. When Soryang asked if they were heading to Sichuan, Kalesen replied that it was the best course of action now that they had secured the blue spot centipede's core and the manual. Soryang requested a stop at the academy to release his friends and gather his belongings, which Kalesen approved. As they departed, Soryang glanced behind and noticed something unusual. Pointing it out, they discovered a shining purple feather from the jinyao. They all stared at it thoughtfully. Kalesen picked it up and told Soryang it would serve as a keepsake to commemorate his joining the family. Soryang expressed interest and thanked him, but Kalesen corrected him, suggesting he change how he addressed him after the upcoming ceremony. Soryang wondered if it would be some kind of initiation ritual. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, the Grand Patriarch Tang Musong had finally returned. Exhausted, he wasted no time and inquired about Huayun's condition. Clan members rushed him inside, reporting that she was barely holding on to life. The door opened and Musong immediately called for Huayun. Those inside were surprised by his arrival. He informed his daughter-in-law that he had succeeded in acquiring the medicine and revealed the blue spot centipede's core. Overcome with relief, the daughter-in-law began to cry. Preparations were made to administer the medicine. Musong was deeply moved by Huayun's pained expression, thankful he had hurried back in time. At his daughter-in-law's urging, Musong gave the medicine to his granddaughter. A radiant blue light enveloped her as he placed a finger on her wrist to check her pulse. Everyone anxiously hoped for her to open her eyes, watching and waiting. Meanwhile, Soryang felt groggy, marveling at the vastness of the Central Plains, which far exceeded his expectations. The journey had taken over a month and a half, beginning with a boat ride from Hainan to Hangzhou and continuing through Nanjing before finally arriving in Sichuan. At the residence of the Sichuan Tang clan, Pai excitedly announced their destination to Soryang. Standing at the grand entrance, Soryang gaped as he learned the entire mountain belonged to the Tang clan, aptly named Tang Clan Mountain. He swallowed nervously, overwhelmed by the sight. Immediately, members of the Tang clan emerged to greet the patriarch. Soryang was astonished by their sheer numbers, wondering if all of them belonged to the Sichuan Tang clan. Among the crowd, a girl in a red dress ran toward them, her face lit with tears of joy as she called out for her father. It was Huayan. She embraced her father tightly, crying tears of relief. Soryang meanwhile was spellbound. Her radiant beauty left him speechless, surpassing even the celebrity he had once been involved with in his past life. Chilson, pleased to see his daughter alive, introduced Huayan to Soryang. Dazed, Soryang struggled to piece together Chilson's earlier comments, muttering something about weeds or grass before Chilson corrected him. It was all about the flower. Huayan's cheeks flushed red. Chilson told Soryang that the girl beside him was the flower he had previously dismissed. Soryang was left dumbfounded. He recalled their earlier conversation about the flower and felt a wave of embarrassment. In that moment he knew he had made a grave mistake. He never imagined he had overlooked the chance of being with such a beautiful woman, the only daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan, famously known as the venomous flower, Tang Huayan. Since childhood, Huayan carried a hidden emotional weight. She once overheard elders discussing her. While they were uncertain of her talent, they agreed her beauty was exceptional, enough to rank her among the 3 flowers of the Muram. The conversation shifted to finding her a suitable husband. One elder mentioned suggesting the patriarch take a second wife, but the patriarch had declined, leaving him baffled. Hearing this, Huayan resolved to prove herself to the clan by excelling in their martial arts. She wanted to show that even as a woman she could contribute greatly to the family. However, her impatience led her astray, creating an internal heart demon that caused a key deviation in her training. When Huayan awoke, her mother, the Grand Patriarch, and 2 others surrounded her bed. Her mother looked visibly relieved. Tears streamed from Huayan's eyes as she apologized, lamenting that she had failed her family and lost all her inner cheat. Her grandfather, the Grand Patriarch, called her a brat and told her to stop crying. He reminded her how far she had come to reach the level of mastering 100 poisons and told her to cheer up. Huayan's confusion grew when he mentioned 100 poisons. She noticed her aura glowing and asked for clarification. The Grand Patriarch revealed a story about a mysterious young warrior who had not only saved her life but also endowed her with the inner chi of 1,000 poisons, far surpassing what she had previously achieved. In the present, Huayan asked about weed, leaving Soryang utterly embarrassed. His earlier flippant remark comparing her to weeds resurfaced in his mind. He berated his past self for such thoughtlessness but tried to dismiss the moment by joking that the patriarch had taken the comment too seriously. Gathering himself, he greeted Huayan formally, stating how glad he was to see her healthy. Huayan introduced herself as Tang Huayan, also known as the venomous flower. She expressed her gratitude, promising never to forget the life-saving favor he had done for her. Soryang, entranced by her beauty, struggled to form coherent thoughts. Kilson interrupted, asking Soryang what he thought of his daughter. To Soryang's shock, he heard a voice in his head, realizing it was some form of sound transmission. Kilson teased, asking if Soryang agreed that Huayan was stunning and hinted at the possibility of them growing closer. Later, Soryang rested in a large bath, feeling utterly drained. Nearby, the centipedes he had cared for were sleeping peacefully in a basket. He noticed one waking up and, surprisingly, smiling at him. Despite their intimidating appearance, they seemed to understand his words when he warned them about the hot water, willingly staying in the bucket as he suggested. Amused by their behavior, Soryang recalled Pai's mention that centipedes were spiritual creatures. He made a mental note to learn more about them later. However, Kilson's earlier remarks about Huayan lingered in his mind, leaving him restless. At another pavilion, the family gathered around a large table. The Grand Patriarch, the Patriarch, his wife, and Huayan. Kilson announced his decision to give Soryang the East Wing Room, a space traditionally reserved for couples in Chinese residences. The Grand Patriarch questioned if Soryang was truly that talented. Kilson confirmed, explaining that Soryang's remarkable abilities went far beyond mere chance encounters. He elaborated that Soryang not only possessed unparalleled knowledge of venomous creatures but also defeated Ouyang, encountered legendary spiritual creatures, and even hatched the blue spot centipede eggs himself. The Grand Patriarch commented on the Patriarch's luck in finding such a treasure. The conversation then turned to Huayan. Kaleson told his daughter that he wished to make Soryang his son-in-law, asking for her opinion. As Huayan processed her father's words, realization dawned on her. She grew quiet. Huayan wanted to prove that she could bring greater value to the clan now that she possessed the 1,000 poisons constitution, surpassing the mere 100 poisons constitution. She responded that as a member of the Tang clan, she understood her father's intentions. However, she declared that it was her responsibility to determine if the young warrior was truly deserving of her. Without waiting for a reply, she dashed out of the room, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere. In Kaleson's mind, he thought the young warrior ought to be cautious. Though his rose was stunningly beautiful, her thorns were equally sharp. Huayan ran swiftly, her emotions in turmoil. Now that she had achieved the 1,000 poisons constitution, she was determined not to stop there. She knew that unless she pushed further, the elders would never fully recognize her. She resolved to evaluate the young warrior thoroughly, from his abilities to his character. Meanwhile, Soryang was lost in thought, contemplating how to navigate the situation. He suspected Huayan might harbor resentment toward him. Half-jokingly he asked his centipedes, his kids, for advice. Suddenly Huayan appeared before him, stunning him completely. She was breathtaking. Side note: the art style here is so vivid it feels like a scene straight out of a classic manhwa. Back to the moment, Huayan quickly excused herself, saying she was in a hurry, and asked for his hand. Soryang extended his hand hesitantly, blushing as he did so, feeling like a loyal pet offering a paw. Trying to lighten the tension, he suggested that they should only do such things after getting closer, as there's a proper order to such matters. Huayan froze for a moment before understanding his misunderstanding. Her face turned beet red as she corrected him, insisting that wasn't her intention at all. Realizing his mistake, Soryang felt a wave of embarrassment. Huayan sighed and clarified again, explaining that she had only wanted to check his pulse. She apologized for startling him by suddenly asking for his hand. Sitting beside him, she admitted that her approach had been abrupt and assured him that she only wanted to explain some things. Soryang listened attentively. Huayan began recounting her struggles, sharing how, as the Tang clan's sole direct descendant, she constantly faced schemes from the branch families. To secure the family's future, the elders had decided to seek a capable son-in-law. They even considered how Soryang's role within the family might change should he join. She apologized in advance for needing to confirm something but assured him that no matter the outcome, she would treat him with respect as her benefactor, potentially even as a sworn sibling. Soryang reassured her, offering his hand again and saying she was free to confirm whatever she needed. Huayan placed her hand on his wrist, emitting a faint blue aura as she assessed his pulse. She explained that the Tang clan's martial arts were unique. They required practitioners to adapt to toxins gradually as their internal energy grew. The poisons were ranked: 5 poisons, 10 poisons, 100 poisons, 1,000 poisons, and finally 10,000 poisons. To her surprise, Soryang's body could adapt to 10 poisons, a rare feat for someone not born into the Tang clan. However, it was only 10 poisons, which meant his aptitude would place him at the level of a first-rate martial artist but no higher. She explained that this was the pinnacle someone without innate talent could reach. She then took her leave, leaving Soryang deep in thought. Alone, Soryang mulled over the revelation. A 10-poison body? His face paled at the implications. It might mean he couldn't capture the Jinyao, a crucial goal for him. Hours later, Huayan stepped out of her bath. Despite washing multiple times a day, she noticed her body emitted a strange scent ever since she had absorbed the blue spot centipede's inner core. Dressing herself, she wondered if it was some sort of punishment for her ungrateful words toward her savior. Meanwhile, Soryang was fast asleep, dreaming of a conversation with someone who thanked him for his kindness. It was Huayan, or so it seemed. When he asked if it was a dream, the figure explained that while it felt dreamlike, it was not. The entity revealed herself as the blue spot centipede, borrowing Huayan's appearance to avoid startling him. She introduced herself as the mother of all the creatures Soryang had encountered. Just then, 3 small girls appeared, and Soryang deduced that they were the centipede's offspring. He asked her how she managed to appear in his dreams. She explained that after being mercilessly killed, leaving her children behind, her lingering grudge reached the heavens, and her spirit became trapped in her inner core. She added that while she had been cursing the girl who consumed her core, An opportunity to resolve her grudge arose, allowing her to manifest in his dreams. This was possible because he had taken all her children with him. Soryang silently acknowledged his role in revealing her location, which indirectly led to her demise. Though unintentional, he still felt responsible for the death of the blue spot centipede. Watching her, he listened as she asked if her benefactor could grant her one request. Without hesitation, he promised to fulfill whatever she wished. Her request was simple. She asked him to care for her children until they were fully grown. Soryang was puzzled, noting that centipedes typically become independent after molting twice. She clarified that while this was true for ordinary centipedes, her species was unique. Until her offspring molted twice, they required the flow of qi from their mother's inner core to survive. Only afterward could they sustain themselves by feeding on the qi of other beings. This revelation led Soryang to ask whether the children needed to remain with Huayan, as she had consumed the inner core. The mother centipede explained the circumstances. She admitted that, in her anger, she had cursed Huayan, causing her body to emit a foul odor. The curse ensured no man would approach her, preventing her from ever having children. However, she was willing to lift the curse if her children were allowed to absorb the qi from Huayan's inner core. Perhaps in this way, Soryang could even win the girl's heart. Soryang considered her words carefully before smiling and responding that it didn't feel right. He couldn't take advantage of Huayan's predicament. The mother centipede admired his integrity and asked how he planned to handle the situation. She reminded him that Huayan sought strength in a man, and she couldn't magically procure the inner cores of the 10 great venomous creatures to aid him. This sparked an idea in Soryang. He asked her to trust him, assuring her that everything would work out. The next day, Soryang and Huayan sat side by side. Huayan now understood that the strange smell emanating from her body was due to the blue spot centipede's inner core. Soryang explained that by attaching the centipedes to her body every few days and letting them absorb the qi, the odor would naturally fade away. Huayan hesitated before asking if he was truly okay with helping her without asking for anything in return. She knew he could easily demand compensation for his assistance. Soryang smiled and told her he couldn't bring himself to exploit a woman's difficult situation, refusing to act shamelessly. Huayan was surprised by his response and felt guilty. She told him she couldn't continue accepting his kindness without offering something in return. Her father's words began to weigh more heavily on her. Seeing Soryang's selflessness made her realize that qualities beyond talent or martial prowess were important. Soryang then shared his own thoughts. Referring to her earlier remark about his 10-poison body, he revealed an ambitious plan. Since he could only absorb 10 types of toxins, he resolved to fill those slots with the toxins of the 10 most venomous creatures in the Central Plains. Huayan was shocked, interpreting his words as a bold declaration to become the strongest under the heavens, all for her sake. The thought made her cheeks flush. For Tang Huayan, one of the 3 flowers of Murim and the venomous flower of the Tang clan, this was the first time a man had made such an audacious confession to her. Blushing, she asked if he realized what he had just said. Soryang, confused, replied that he didn't. Huayan told him the path he spoke of would be incredibly difficult and demanding, potentially requiring 10, 20, or even a lifetime of effort. Soryang's face fell as he worried aloud about how long it might take, amusing Huayan as she continued to blush. Then, with growing embarrassment, Huayan brought up that Soryang was only 15 years old. She told him that in 3 years, when he came of age and was ready for marriage, if he succeeded in defeating even one of the 10 great venomous creatures by then, she would consider it. Blushing deeply, she admitted that if he succeeded, there might even be a possibility of a wedding. She cheered loudly, saying she would be rooting for him, then bolted away. Soryang was confused and called out to her. She stopped, turned around, and asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. He suggested that she get some rest and stay for a couple of hours. Embarrassed, she hesitated but eventually returned. He reassured her there was no need to worry since the little centipedes wouldn't bite. Gathering his kids, he told them to go to their mom instead of their dad. Hearing this made Huayan's face flush as red as a tomato. She asked him what he meant by calling them mom and dad, but Soryang quickly clarified that it wasn't what she thought. Meanwhile, Chilson, his wife, and Muziang were seated at the table discussing the young warrior's exceptional talent and how it seemed to have failed to win their daughter's heart. Muziang asked if anyone had seen them earlier that morning. He remarked that it seemed like something was developing between the two. Huayan's mother speculated that her daughter might have rejected the young warrior. The men pondered deeply. Muziang commented that forcing a marriage wouldn't be right and suggested allowing their feelings to grow naturally. Huayan's mother proposed having Huayan oversee the young warrior's martial arts training to spend more time together, believing it could help them bond. Chilson agreed it was a solid plan. Muziang added that they could consult the elder healer sage to see if he could bestow the purifying elixir of marrow and essence to enhance the young warrior's aptitude. Chilson was surprised, noting that such an opportunity hadn't even been extended to Huayan, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Muziang acknowledged the point. At that moment, Huayan appeared outside the door, announcing herself. Chilson invited her in and asked what brought her there at that hour. She blushed, surprised to see the three of them together. She said she had something to share, blushed again, and then all at once, declared she would do as her father had suggested. Chilson was taken aback and asked what she meant. Her mother invited her to sit and asked if she was implying that the young warrior had caught her interest. Embarrassed, Huayan couldn't respond. Chilson pressed her further, curious about the sudden change since she had previously shown little interest in him. Gathering her courage, Huayan explained that Soryang had told her he would become the greatest in the world for her. He had promised. Chilson, astonished, asked her to elaborate. She added that although Soryang's innate talent was limited to a 10-poison body, he vowed to make up for it by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures for her sake. Muziang laughed heartily, calling the young man bold. Chilson was stunned, while Huayan's mother was impressed, remarking that it was rare to find such a determined suitor. Huayan admitted that although her heart was inclined, she had told Soryang she would only agree to marriage if he could capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before coming of age. Her father joked that she should have raised the bar to 3 creatures, while her mother commented that men often miss subtle hints. Huayan asked if she should go explain it to him. Her mother advised against it, reasoning that if Soryang didn't realize their tacit approval, he would only work harder. Muziang suggested treating him as a prospective son-in-law while pretending they were undecided, confident that his efforts would naturally lead him to become part of the family. Meanwhile, the mother centipede praised Soryang, telling him he had completely won Huayan's heart. Soryang replied that success came down to determination and persistence. She smiled warmly at him, calling him her benefactor. She then informed him that her lingering resentment had been resolved and her soul would soon ascend to the afterlife. Before departing, she offered to grant him one last request, within her ability to fulfill. Soryang paused to think and then asked if he could examine her body. The request made her feel shy, though she believed it was to be expected from a man. She assumed he was succumbing to human desires and reluctantly began revealing her shoulder, preparing to undress. Startled, Soryang quickly asked if she really needed to take her clothes off. Blushing deeply, she hesitated and asked if she shouldn't. Soryang hastily clarified that it wasn't what he had meant, further deepening her embarrassment. It was amusing to see the children covering their eyes. Soryang clarified that he only wanted to see the true appearance of a blue spot centipede. Realizing his intention, the centipede's mother hesitated, feeling a mix of dread and anticipation. Smoke enveloped the area, and she revealed her true form. Soryang gasped, overwhelmed by her magnificent and enormous appearance. His excitement was palpable. Without waiting for permission, he reached out to touch her, marveling at her size and asking endless questions. Was her body waterproof? How strong was her venom? Could he touch her legs, her antennae, even her fangs? The sheer enthusiasm in his voice was undeniable. The children continued covering their eyes, which only added to the charm of the moment. The centipede mother was slightly embarrassed by his passionate curiosity, particularly when he insisted on touching her fangs despite her warnings of their danger. She began to wonder if her daughters would truly be safe with a man like Soryang, whose touch carried an unusual energy. She couldn't help but laugh, finding it odd yet endearing how he drooled slightly while running his hands over her. Later, Chilson invited Soryang for tea. Chilson revealed that he'd learned everything from Huayan and declared that Soryang would be accepted as their son-in-law. Surprised, Soryang tried to clarify that he thought the arrangement was conditional and would require 3 years to finalize. Chilson dismissed his concerns, stating the marriage would naturally happen when he came of age. Huayan's mother warmly welcomed Soryang into the family, referring to him as her son-in-law. Mu Seong expressed his satisfaction, noting that Huayan had found an exceptional partner and that their clan would thrive even more. Soryang glanced at Huayan, perplexed by how quickly things had progressed. Despite his confusion, he decided to play along and replied politely that he looked forward to their guidance. When Mu Seong suggested getting started immediately, Soryang grew curious. Chilson explained that before Soryang could learn the Tang clan's poison arts, he must first experience the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. With a sly grin, Chelson assured him it was something he would undoubtedly appreciate. The family led Soryang to the hall, a place of great significance to the Tang clan. Soryang, excited by the prospect, assumed it was a treasure trove of poisons. However, as they walked, his attention drifted to Weiyan's side profile. He couldn't help but admire her beauty, likening the moment to a living portrait. His obvious admiration didn't go unnoticed by his in-laws, who exchanged amused glances. Chelson teased him, joking that if Soryang kept staring at his daughter like that, he might wear out her face. He reminded him that Weiyan was his woman now, yet Soryang gazed at her as though she were still untouchable. Weiyan's mother chimed in, noting that Soryang seemed utterly captivated by her. Both Weiyan and Soryang turned crimson with embarrassment. As they approached the hall, 3 men stood before a massive iron door. 2 muscular guards flanked a Tang clan official, who welcomed the Grand Patriarch and his grandson-in-law. At Muzian's command, the gates were opened. The guards strained against the weight of the colossal doors, forged from rare kunyu steel sourced from the southern wilderness. As the doors creaked open, Soryang observed the immense effort required. Though the gates finally yielded, the guards were visibly drained. Amused by their struggle, Soryang couldn't help but think how over-the-top the security was for something reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Chelson, noticing Soryang's concern, explained that the kunyu steel was renowned for its unmatched durability. The hall of 10,000 poisons lay before them, and Soryang braced himself for what awaited inside. Even opening the gate was considered a privilege. Once inside, they arrived at the treasure vault where the Tang clan of Sichuan safeguarded its vast collection of poisons. This remarkable repository, known as the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, housed an incredible variety of toxins. Muzian cautioned Soryang to be careful and avoid touching anything recklessly. Soryang nodded, affirming his understanding, but he couldn't help confirming whether the hall truly contained 10,000 poisons. Chelson chuckled, explaining that the poisons were meticulously classified into categories like paralysis poisons, sleep poisons and countless others. The elders, always playful, decided to tease the young pair. Chelson suggested that Weiyan explain the poisons to Soryang, knowing he would enjoy learning from her. The suggestion made both Weiyan and Soryang blush with embarrassment. Despite her awkwardness, Weiyan accepted the task. Taking Soryang by the hand, she guided him to see the Tang clan's most potent poison. Weiyan's discomfort was evident, while the elders watched the two with amused expressions. She began her explanation by pointing out the chi-dissipating poison, which rendered a martial artist's energy unusable with just a single inhalation. She advised Soryang to handle it with extreme care. She then introduced other deadly poisons: the alimentary canal necrotizing poison, the spirit-destroying poison, the bloody pulp poison, and even the infamous 7-step soul-snatching poison. Each was immensely powerful, but Weiyan emphasized that the strongest poison of the Tang clan was something far beyond these. She handed Soryang a tiny seed. Confused, he noted to himself that it resembled a tiger bean. Weiyan explained that this seed, though small, contained the most powerful poison known, apart from the venoms of the 10 great venomous creatures. She revealed it as the seed of the castor plant, a symbol of the Tang clan. Soryang immediately recognized its significance. He thought of ricin, a deadly toxalbumin, lethal in minuscule amounts, infamous for its use during the Cold War and assassinations. Soryang muttered that the seed came closest to the Tang clan's ideal of a perfect poison: colorless, odorless, tasteless, and invisible. Weiyan elaborated, calling it golden poison. When used, its victims experienced what the Tang clan referred to as a golden death. She emphasized that the strongest poison wasn't about causing the most excruciating pain or the bloodiest death. It was about silent, swift, and untraceable lethality. The Tang clan's poison arts, she explained, embodied the principles of stealth and certainty. To Soryang, it felt like he was learning the methods of an assassin's guild. Muxiang interrupted, saying it was enough for now, and suggested they move on to see the venomous creatures Soryang had been so eager to encounter. He even offered Soryang the chance to oversee their care, with full support from the clan. In Soryang's mind, this translated to the clan indulging his passion as a hobby. His excitement was obvious. Before they could proceed, a messenger named Pai arrived, panting heavily. He urgently informed the Patriarch of a situation at the Black Tortoise Pavilion. The Patriarch asked what had happened, and Pai hesitated before mentioning 2 issues. First, the medicine sent to the Sichuan city lord had failed to achieve the desired effect, prompting a letter of complaints. Pai hesitated again before revealing the second issue, glancing at Soryang. Soryang sighed knowingly. Pai finally explained that it concerned the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Muxiang guessed that rumors were already spreading and decided they needed to address the matter immediately. He ordered Soryang to accompany them. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the elders wasted no time voicing their grievances to the patriarch. They were outraged by his unilateral decision to pair Wuyun with an orphan of unknown origins. This remark infuriated Chiu San, who began to emit a green aura as he questioned whether they were insulting his son-in-law. Despite Chiu San's anger, the elders persisted, claiming their concerns were valid. Muxiang silenced them with a sharp rebuke, declaring that the decision was his alone. He demanded to know if they had any objections to his authority. The elders, caught off guard by his outburst, sought support from the Grand Patriarch, urging him to intervene. They argued that entrusting the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to an outsider with unproven skills was reckless. Muxiang, however, firmly reiterated that his approval was final. Meanwhile, Wuyun, conscious of Soryang's discomfort, quietly whispered an apology to him. In Soryang's mind, his initial reaction was simply goodness. He sighed as it dawned on him that his actions had caused her to worry. He thought to himself that it was she who should be apologizing. Everyone was taken aback when Soryang suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me," he said, "sorry to interrupt your discussion." He then proposed addressing the issue himself, stating that since the problem stemmed from his perceived lack of ability, he would prove his skills to the clan elders. The elders were stunned into silence, and Soryang went on to suggest resolving the Sichuan city lord's troublesome complaint as a demonstration of his capabilities. Wuyun, whispering in disbelief, asked what he was trying to achieve. Though Soryang was not one to draw attention or make a scene, he couldn't stand by while his peaceful life as a pet owner was being disrupted. His boldness left the elders momentarily speechless before their indignation erupted. They scolded him for interrupting the elders' discussion and demanded if he even knew the contents of the Sichuan city lord's letter before barging in. Calling him insolent and irrelevant, they complained to the patriarch about his interference. The elders seized the opportunity to argue for a son-in-law from a reputable martial family instead. Chao Sen's wife, however, was visibly annoyed by their tirade. Meanwhile, Soryang internally remarked on how absurd these old codgers sounded the longer they spoke. Recalling his days as Spicy Faber, a streamer with over 1 million subscribers and thousands of viewers per session, he likened the elders' complaints to the nonsensical trolling he used to deal with. Addressing the group, Soryang pointed out that they still refused to acknowledge him as the Sichuan Tang clan's son-in-law, meaning he was merely a guest. With his streaming experience, Soryang was well versed in handling chaos. He reminded them that he had saved the clan's beloved Lady Huayun, defeated the bloodhand Rakshasa Takanyang, and saved the patriarch's life. He then challenged them, asking if it was part of the clan's etiquette to insult a guest and benefactor to their face. The elders, embarrassed by his pointed remarks, admitted to speaking rashly out of desperation. Inwardly, Soryang thought of them as pathetic. The Grand Patriarch, however, appeared impressed by his composure and cleverness. One elder tried to downplay the significance of defeating Takanyang, claiming it was overstated. The patriarch quickly silenced the objection by presenting a document, none other than the secret manual of the blood sect's bloodhand poison arts, written in blood. The elders gasped in shock. Their astonishment deepened when the patriarch asked Soryang to reveal his companions. Tapping his chest gently, Soryang summoned the 3 baby spotted centipedes, which emerged happily. The elders grew visibly uneasy at the sight of the creatures. The patriarch proudly explained that these were the offspring of the blue-spotted centipede, and Soryang had been raising them. He further revealed that these centipedes were the ones that had killed Takanyang. One elder, still in disbelief, confirmed if Soryang had truly managed to control a blue-spotted centipede. Soryang and the patriarch shared knowing grins, teasing the elders. Chao San added that addressing Soryang as a young warrior instead of recognizing him as the clan's son-in-law was telling. Soryang even joked, warning the centipedes not to bite anyone unless they wanted to end up as lifeless as Takanyang. The elders, thoroughly flustered, began backtracking. They denied refusing to accept Soryang, offering feeble excuses about proper procedures and natural hesitations. The Grand Patriarch, exasperated, decided to table the discussion on Soryang's status for the moment and focused on the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. He asked why Soryang was not allowed entry, to which the elders replied that Soryang was not fully integrated into the family and was too young to be entrusted with such responsibility. The Grand Patriarch, seeing an easy solution, asked Soryang to demonstrate his abilities. Soryong smiled confidently and declared that he would prove himself worthy of the Sichuan Tang clan in their own style, by using poison. The elders were aghast, misinterpreting his words. They shouted in disbelief, asking if he intended to poison the Sichuan city lord instead of helping him. Soryong was left utterly confused by their reaction. Deep down, Soryong was puzzled, as he believed that the Sichuan Tang clan addressed poison-related matters the following day. The Grand Patriarch announced that Soryong would now begin training in the Tang clan's martial art, the 5 Venoms returning technique. Soryong asked if the training would also involve physical exercises. The Grand Patriarch explained that as Soryong practiced martial arts, his body would naturally adapt to align with the techniques. Mu Soryong further clarified that the Tang clan focused on practicality, so Soryong would learn skills that could be immediately applied in real situations. Mu Soryong unpacked an array of weapons: arrows, daggers, shuriken and more. They started with concealed throwable weapons such as needles, coins, darts, powders, daggers and throwing knives. Mu Soryong explained that while there were many unconventional concealed weapons, they could mostly be divided into 5 types. He asked Soryong which one he thought was the easiest to handle. Soryong guessed it was the dagger or throwing knife, which turned out to be correct. Then Mu Soryong inquired about the most difficult weapon. Soryong suggested powder, as it needed to be scattered effectively. However, Mu Soryong informed him that the needle was the most challenging. Surprised, Soryong assumed it was because the needle was small and thin, making it tricky to throw. Mu Soryong explained further, it wasn't just about the difficulty of throwing. Soryong would also need to remember exactly where he threw each needle. To demonstrate, Mu Soryong separated the head of a brush from its handle and made a quick motion. Suddenly, the brush's bristles floated in the air and transformed into needles, raining down and embedding themselves into the ground. Soryong was stunned by how the bristles acted like actual needles. Mu Soryong revealed this was part of the Tang clan's hidden weapon technique called sky-obscuring flower rain, a secret art where hundreds or thousands of needles fall like flower petals, covering an area. In Soryong's mind, it seemed like the technique involved scattering needles everywhere and then fighting on the same turf. He expressed concern that with an area filled with such needles, there would hardly be any space to move. Mu Soryong laughed and confirmed his assumption, adding that Soryong would have to remember the needles' positions to avoid falling victim to his own technique. To Soryong this seemed almost unbelievable. He broke into a sweat as he confirmed with Mu Soryong that he would need to remember the positions of needles that deflected opponents as well as those that missed their mark. Mu Soryong affirmed this, informing him that with the 5 Venoms body, he'd need to memorize at least 100 positions just to begin. Soryong turned pale at the thought. Afterward, Soryong collapsed face first onto the ground. Lady Huayan arrived, wearing a beekeeping suit, and asked if she looked ready. She explained that she had heard he was planning to catch a hornet and wondered if the suit was unnecessary. Soryong assured her it wasn't. Her suit would allow them to catch one themselves instead of waiting for it to come. Huayan asked if he knew where the hornet's nest was, and he replied that she'd understand once they arrived. Huayan informed him she had spotted a nest nearby, so they headed out together. As they walked, Huayan brought up the letter sent to the Sichuan city lord and asked if Soryong had read it. Soryong confirmed he had. Blushing, Huayan expressed concern that he might not fully understand the letter's contents due to his young age. Soryong responded confidently, remarking that yang qi, a man's vital energy, was indeed important. Embarrassed, Huayan quickly told him that was enough, but it was clear he already understood. The great issue troubling the Sichuan city lord, as Soryong revealed, was erectile dysfunction. His rod was no longer functioning. Huayan grew suspicious of Soryong's knowledge on the subject, given his age. Soryong brushed it off, explaining he had lived alone for some time. Embarrassed, Huayan quickened her pace. A few hours later they arrived at the forest. Soryong became distracted by the creatures there, and Huayan had to keep him focused until they reached their destination. The nest was located inside a small cave-like hollow, which seemed like an ideal spot for hornets. As they approached, Huayan asked what it meant to find a hive without bees. They put on their headgear as Soryong explained that while they were looking for hornets, they wouldn't be capturing any bees. Huayan was confused but followed his lead. They reached the hole, and Soryong explained that the venomous insect they sought was more likely to be found in smaller, weaker hives. Huayan hadn't known this but was relieved to see that the hive seemed to contain what they needed. An insect emerged from the hive, and with a swift movement, Soryong caught it using chopsticks. They hadn't come there to catch a hornet. The insect they were after was something else entirely. That tiny creature would solve the Sichuan city lord's problems. Huayan asked about the bug, wondering if it was a ground beetle. She guessed correctly. Soryong realized that in this world, the insect was indeed called a ground beetle. In the Central Plains, the bug found in the giant hornet's nest was known as a ground beetle, though in the modern world, it's referred to as a blister beetle. Huayan asked if it was normal for ground beetles to be found in a hornet nest. Soryong explained that their life cycle was quite unique. Blister beetles have an unusual method of reproduction. Unlike most insects that either guard their eggs or create a safe space for them to hatch, this little creature simply lays its eggs wherever it pleases. Soryong joked about how the blister beetle would tell its boss to hold on while it dropped some eggs before leaving, with no particular care about the location. It would just lay them anywhere, with the only consideration being to pile them in one spot. When the blister beetle larvae hatch, they start crawling toward the highest point nearby. Once they reach the top, they engage in an odd behavior. They cluster together and mimic a flower. This false flower then attracts bees, which mistake it for the real thing. When the bees approach, the larvae swarm onto a carpenter bee's body, taking over its home in an instant. Soryong wasn't sure why the larvae favored giant hornet nests, but it seemed to be the ideal environment for their growth. Huayan felt sorry for the giant hornets, but Soryong shrugged, saying there was nothing that could be done. Huayan knew that the bug caused burns on the skin and had heard that eating too much of it could even be deadly. Soryong confirmed this, explaining that the orange liquid released by a blister beetle contains cantharidin, a toxic substance that causes burns and blisters when it touches the skin. Huayan blushed and asked if it truly had such an effect. Soryong affirmed, adding that it also had the curious property of immediately raising a man's rod. Embarrassed, Huayan quickly told him to stop explaining. She encouraged him to return to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Soryong, however, wanted to catch a few more beetles. They had already secured the blister beetle, and once back at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, Soryong began teaching the warriors how to prepare the medicine. He instructed them to listen carefully and explained that they needed to dry the ground beetles and grind them into powder. 1/10 of that powder was toxic and 3 ml of it could prove fatal. If a person consumed 3/10 of a ml per guan body weight, about half of them would die. Soryong requested that they prepare the medicine using only 1/10 of 1 ml of the poison, about the amount in 10 drops of liquid. To clarify, 1 ml equals 3.75 milligrams, and 1 guan equals 3.75 kilograms. He asked if they understood. Deep down, Soryong felt as if his brain might explode from the complexity. One warrior, removing his mask, remarked that Soryong's explanations were incredibly detailed. They never imagined he would be so skilled in mathematics. The warrior assured Soryong that they would make sure to succeed, no matter what. Soryong thanked them, saying he relied on their efforts. Later that evening, Musong was talking to Huayan about how surreal it was that ground beetles had such effects. He mentioned that this made him want to reconsider the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. Huayan agreed. Musong then brought up Soryong's remarkable talent in math. Huayan shared how Soryong had calculated the solution's concentration and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid. Musong admitted that while he considered himself knowledgeable about poisons, Soryong was on an entirely different level. The more he learned about him, the more he realized what a gem the young man was. Teasing Huayan, Musong asked if she liked Soryong even more now. Huayan blushed, feeling flustered. She admitted that she regretted her hasty judgment in the beginning. Musong replied that as long as she made up for it going forward, that was what mattered. Musong then asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was ready. Huayan turned bright red, almost as if she were a tomato. She mentioned that the branch family elders were saying Soryong had been too insolent. Soryong responded confidently that he'd test it by confronting the clan elders directly. Musong was left speechless, his jaw hanging open in shock. He laughed loudly, finding the boy amusing. The next day, everyone gathered in the hall. The clan elders were doubtful. A warrior handed Soryong a wooden box and explained that he had mixed licorice powder and honey to make the medicine sweeter and easier to consume. Soryong was impressed by how much attention the man had paid to the smallest details. He asked the warrior if he had followed the instructions exactly. The warrior confirmed that he had done so carefully. Other clan members scoffed, saying they were making too big a deal out of it. They even questioned how amazing it could truly be. The patriarch silenced them and then asked Soryong how he planned to prove the medicine's effectiveness. Soryong feigned surprise at the question. The clan elders shouted that it was only natural they needed confirmation. One elder yelled that they would never dare send unverified poison to the city lord of Sichuan. Another elder agreed, adding that if something went wrong it could lead to disaster. Soryang calmly responded that they had no other choice. The warrior understood, but the elders were confused. They grew irritated, feeling as though Soryang was implying they should test it themselves. A loud elder snapped at Soryang, asking if he even understood what that substance was. Another elder commented that Soryang had been out in the world for so long that it seemed like even his insides had turned black. Soryang grinned and called for his grandfather. Museong appeared, asking what he needed. Soryang brought up Museong's earlier statement that those who mastered the Tang clan's martial arts were never afraid of poison. Museong agreed with Soryang's plan and confirmed the statement. Soryang pointed out that the elders' reaction seemed to imply they were afraid. Museong agreed once more. Soryang taunted the great elders of a clan that was surely skilled in mastering 100 poisons. He used reverse psychology, saying that surely they weren't afraid of something as simple as ground beetle poison. This provoked the elder, who then split the medicine into two. He claimed they had no fear of such a trivial poison and consumed it. The elder warned Soryang that if the medicine didn't work, there would be consequences. The elder declared that they would uphold the laws and principles of the clan. They chewed the medicine and a tense silence followed. Then they smirked and declared that nothing was happening. However, one elder felt his manhood stir. The long slumber of the snake was over. Embarrassed, the elders quickly tried to hide their reactions, and from that day on, the clan's laws and principles were firmly set, with a hint of humor. The medicine was sent to the city lord of Sichuan, and its effects were proven to be excellent. A little later, the elders walked through the hall, holding their pants to hide the evidence. Soryang told Museong it had worked just as he had said. By provoking the elders with something related to poison, they had fallen for it immediately. Museong knew that the elders' actions were driven by their pride, but also by their concern for the clan. He advised Soryang not to resent them too much. Museong reminded him that, in the end, they were all family. Soryang nodded, understanding. Huayan hurried in, saying something terrible had happened. They asked what it was, and she explained that their children were acting strange. Soryang turned red and was taken aback. Museong, now serious, called for his grandson-in-law and grabbed him by the collar. He demanded to know what was going on and asked why they had children. Soryang was drenched in cold sweat. Still holding on, he said they hadn't even had a wedding ceremony yet. Huayin, her face flushing, shouted that they weren't human children. It was the centipede Soryang was raising. Soryang looked surprised and worried, quickly asking what had actually happened to the centipedes. He explained that he had been doing a lot of physical training lately and had asked Miss Huayin to look after them in the meantime. However, due to her recent efforts, she had completely forgotten about them. Suddenly concerned, he asked to see where his daughters were, but Huayin told him they weren't with her. The old man, witnessing this scene, was left in utter shock. Sometime later, the three small centipedes were shown looking sickly. Not understanding the situation, Soryang asked Huayin if it had happened suddenly. She confirmed, saying they had seemed fine earlier, and asked if he thought they were ill. Their colors looked pale and their shells appeared strange. Soryang quickly realized what was happening and reassured Huayin not to worry. He explained that the process was called molting, during which creatures like centipedes shed their hard shells. He added that it was likely the time for it to happen. Huayin, still uncertain, asked if it was truly okay, and Soryang reassured her it was natural and would happen soon. The first centipede started moving within its shell, and moments later, it broke out, revealing something unexpectedly adorable. Everyone was amazed at what they had just witnessed, and Huayin noticed the other two centipedes were also starting to crack their shells. Seconds later they emerged as well. Now gathered together, all three appeared twice as large and even more charming, leaving everyone captivated by their beauty. Huayin asked Soryang if he had names for them yet, but he admitted he hadn't thought about it. After a brief pause, he suggested calling them number 1, number 2, and number 3. Without hesitation, Huayin rejected the idea, saying such generic names wouldn't do. She explained that centipedes of this species could transform into dragons after living for 1,000 years and deserved names worthy of such grandeur. Soryang, skeptical, dismissed the notion that a centipede could become a dragon, even after a millennium. The old man nervously interrupted, laughing, and explained that these centipedes were known as heavenly dragons, meaning they would indeed transform. Realizing who had been spreading such nonsense, Soryang shook his head but continued thinking of suitable names. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed Nova, Myra, and Grace. Huayin was taken aback. Soryang explained the symbolism behind each name. The first, Nova, represented a beginning. The second, Myra, symbolized fragrance. The third, grace, stood for elegance or kindness. Huayin was charmed by the names and their meanings, agreeing that the father should indeed name his children. Sometime later, while strolling through the city, the now larger centipedes clung to Soryang's body again. As he sat down to rest, he noticed that although his training had strengthened him, it wasn't enough for their increased weight, but at least he could still move. Opening his mouth to comment on their added heaviness, one of the centipedes suddenly jumped and hit him square in the face. Now lying flat from the impact, he realized they were clinging to his entire body. As he mulled over the situation, he overheard a conversation nearby that caught his attention. Two men, carrying a bag of money, remarked on how extravagant the Tang clan of Sichuan was, planning to visit a brothel that night. They added that earning money had never been easier, sparking Soryang's curiosity. Later, the patriarch shared good news with Soryang. He asked if Soryang remembered the medicine they had sent to the elders some time ago. Soryang confirmed he did. The patriarch explained that the medicine had worked exceptionally well, mentioning that the Lord had sent a message of gratitude along with a generous reward, which delighted both Soryang and Huayin. The father-in-law praised Soryang for achieving something remarkable, admitting he hadn't expected to reap benefits so quickly from accepting him as a son-in-law. Soryang was pleased by the compliment. Finally, the patriarch suggested granting him one of his elixirs, urging him not to refuse out of modesty. Soryang pondered the benefits an elixir might bring. Excited, Huayin asked her father what type of elixir he was offering. He replied that it was the honey of the golden king bee. Soryang assumed it was just ordinary honey, but thought he should probably accept it since it might boost his internal energy and help him become a martial master. With a serious expression, Huayin called out her father, asking why he had mentioned giving a reward when in reality, it was just honey. Gripping Soryang's arm, she sternly said her father shouldn't be so stingy, emphasizing that Soryang's accomplishments weren't trivial. She also pointed out that the honey was a low-grade elixir. The patriarch, now looking downcast, explained that even though it was low-grade, it had been expensive to acquire. Huayin, visibly fuming, retorted that regardless of its cost, it was far too insignificant compared to what Soryang had achieved. The patriarch silently lamented how difficult it was to have a daughter. Unbothered by the argument, Soryang asked more about the golden king bee they were discussing. After a moment of thought, the father-in-law described the golden king bee as a venomous, mid-level creature found in forests. He explained that its size was comparable to that of a small dog. He added that consuming its honey provided internal energy equivalent to 2 full months of meditation. Soryang's eyes lit up, marveling at the idea of a bee as large as a dog. Meanwhile, Huayin excused herself, frustrated on Soryang's behalf. Thinking quickly, the father-in-law fabricated an excuse, saying he thought Soryang might enjoy seeing the golden king bee in person. The suggestion instantly lifted Soryang's mood, and he grew excited at the prospect of seeing the bee for himself. The father-in-law gave an approving nod, and Soryang became euphoric. He recalled how in his past life he used to harvest honey alone while filming videos for YouTube. Wasting no time, he ran off, proclaiming himself an expert on bees. The father-in-law followed, commenting that this had turned out to be a good idea. Huayin sighed deeply, realizing she would have to deal with this new situation. Thus began the journey to harvest the honey. Despite their advanced knowledge, when they arrived, they found two groups arguing over who had the right to collect the honey from that area. One group claimed they had purchased the information fairly, while the other argued that they had arrived first and had also bought the details from a man with messy hair and a large wart on his face. Soryang recalled having seen someone with those exact features before. One of the members of the Tang clan of Sichuan grew furious and shouted that those swindlers had insulted their clan. Upon hearing the name Tang clan, the entire opposing group was struck with fear. Moments earlier, the patriarch had gathered with the couple, warning Soryang to be cautious on his first journey outside. He reminded him not to forget that he was now a member of the Tang clan family. Soryang nodded, saying he understood. Huayin, already aware of the topic, remained silent, while Soryang, surprised, glanced to the side and noticed a group of Tang clan members awaiting leadership. The patriarch explained that Soryang now needed to learn how to manage others. Soryang protested that Huayin would be with him, but the patriarch called him foolish, stating that now that she was his wife, it made him the highest authority. Stunned and confused, Soryang froze when the patriarch referred to Huayin as his wife. Meanwhile, in the background, Huayin reassured him that he would do just fine. Desperate, Soryang promised to do his best. Returning to the current scene, tension filled the air as the two groups glared at each other, vying for the right to harvest the golden king bee's honey. Soryang asked Wolfgang, the leader of the Venomous Blood unit, if they should share information with the other group. After a moment's thought, Wolfgang questioned who had dared to leak information about the Tang clan of Sichuan. Huayin remarked that whoever had the audacity to sell information bought by the Tang clan must be very bold. Upon seeing her, the opposing group grew visibly uneasy. Recognizing her as the poison flower of the 3 flowers of Murim and a direct descendant of the Tang clan, they were struck with fear. Realizing their mistake, the leader of the other group apologized, introducing his faction as the Central Wind sect and announcing their withdrawal. He insisted they had no intention of interfering in Tang clan affairs. The other sect members also apologized, vowing to track down the scoundrels who had sold the information. They quickly departed, leaving Soryang amazed and giving him a glimpse of the Tang clan's influence. Naively, Soryang asked if everything was now resolved. However, Wolfgang, with his seasoned experience, responded that it wasn't over yet, explaining that groups with their reputations wouldn't back down so easily. Wolfgang then instructed his men to set up camp nearby and organize shifts for keeping watch, suspecting that the sect members were hiding and waiting for the right moment to strike. He ordered one of his subordinates to gather intelligence on the enemy. Huayin, noticing Soryang's uneasy expression, reassured him with her experience, but Soryang could only think about the honey. The scene shifted to the group observing the golden king bees from a hidden vantage point. The bees were indeed larger, about the size of small dogs. Soryang was captivated by their appearance, and Huayin admitted it was also her first time seeing such bees. The two noted how adorable the bees looked, with their golden fur making them appear even cuter. This was likely the reason they were called golden king bees. Soryang observed that their colony seemed quite small but reasoned that, considering their size, it made perfect sense. He explained that a small hive would usually house around 5,000 to 7,000 bees. This information caught Huayin off guard, prompting her to ask how he knew this without even entering the hive. Soryang replied that, based on his experience, he could deduce it simply by observing the number of bees entering and exiting the hive. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. They turned to find it was the man sent to gather intelligence. He reported that he had located the sect, who had established themselves on the opposite side and appeared calm, likely waiting for the right moment to act. Wolfgang speculated that they were waiting for nightfall to use the Tang clan's technique to harvest the honey. Curious, Soryang asked about the technique. Wolfgang explained that it involved burning artemisia leaves, whose smoke would calm the bees, providing enough time to collect the honey. Soryang found the method ingenious. The scout then made an observation that left everyone tense. The wind was blowing in their direction. In the silence that followed, Soryang had an idea, pointing out that if the wind was blowing toward them, it would also mask their scent. Huayin agreed. Excited, Soryang leapt up, announcing he would make a quick visit to the hive. Huayin, alarmed, grabbed him to prevent him from approaching the venomous mid-level creatures. Holding onto his clothes, Huayin scolded him, while Soryang insisted he would only do it once. Meanwhile, they accidentally struck a stone, which bounced multiple times and landed near the tree that housed the bee colony. This left the pair frozen in terror. Before they could react, the bees poured out of the tree ready to attack. Realizing the danger, Huayin grabbed Soryang by the neck and bolted far away from the scene. After receiving a stern scolding for causing trouble, Soryang sat on a rock, deep in thought. He began pondering if there was another way to approach the situation. Lighting a fire against the wind could trap them between the sect and the hive. Additionally, he noted that these bees were different from the ones he was familiar with. They could detect vibrations from the ground several meters away. While he was lost in thought, someone approached him from behind. It was Huayin, who announced she had brought the children. She explained that they had finished their meal and were wandering off. Soryang thanked her for her concern. In a gentle tone, he asked the children to behave, and they chirped in agreement. Huayin then sat beside him, making Soryang visibly uneasy. She asked if there had been any progress, to which he replied that he needed more time to think and observe. She apologized, admitting she might be pressuring him too much. Clearly overwhelmed, Soryang insisted it was all in her head and assured her he wasn't feeling pressured. At that moment, Huayin noticed 2 monkeys near the tree, seemingly in a squabble, making quite a racket near the bees. She pointed out that one of the monkeys looked particularly aggressive. Soryang suddenly caught a strange scent and quickly asked Huayin if she could smell it too. She confirmed, noting it was a sweet aroma. Horrified, Soryang explained that the scent was pheromones released by the bees, signaling an imminent swarm. Without hesitation, Huayin grabbed him and leapt away to safety. From a secure distance she looked back, astonished. A massive swarm of golden king bees had emerged, attacking the noisy monkeys near the hive. The bees bit relentlessly, leaving the monkeys covered in painful welts. The poor creatures had no chance. Now hidden, Huayin asked Soryang how he knew the bees were going to attack, even before hearing their buzzing. He explained it was the sweet scent the bees had emitted. She remarked that now that he mentioned it, the smell resembled a flower's fragrance. Before she could finish her thought, Soryang interrupted, asking if she could distinguish the pheromones and recognize the scent. She confirmed, identifying it as the scent of magnolia flowers. This revelation brought a smile to Soryang's face. As he prepared to speak further, Huayin blushed, sensing his enthusiasm. With a mischievous grin, Soryang declared that he had found the perfect solution to deal with the meddlesome rebels targeting their bees. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, all the members of the sect were gathered, waiting for the perfect moment to act. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, especially the sect leader, who was quickly becoming drunk. As they roasted fish over a fire, the leader took another swig and remarked how delicious everything was. One of the members, a man with a scar across his face, asked the leader when he thought the Tang clan would move to collect the honey. The leader admitted it was hard to say, noting how 3 days ago the Tang clan was everywhere, but now it had gone completely silent. He speculated that the Tang clan would likely act soon, a notion the scarred man agreed with. The leader then asked if they were certain they could make good money from this, which made everyone burst into laughter. The scarred man explained that candles made from the golden king bee's wax were treasures exclusively used by the imperial family. He added that the Tang clan would only take the honey and leave the hives behind, leaving them to claim the real prize. Excitement bubbled among the group at the thought of the Tang clan failing their honey collection. Malicious laughter echoed as they imagined not only getting the honey but also the hives. One of the men brought up Huayin, referring to her as the infamous poison master known as the 3 Flowers of Murim. He warned the group to keep an eye on her and ensure she didn't die at their hands, at least not yet. This suggestion was met with more wicked laughter as they entertained the thought of claiming Huayin for themselves, with one member suggesting that she might even become a Tang clan in-law. Another joked that favors like that needed to be returned. As they laughed, one of the henchmen suddenly noticed a strange scent wafting in from afar. Still joking, he suggested it must be the natural perfume of the poisonous flower, Huayin. Another, chuckling along, bet that even her natural scent was as intoxicating as that aroma. The wind carried the fragrance across the forest, accompanied by an unusual noise. The man who had been joking moments ago now froze in fear and asked the others what the smell was. As they turned their attention to the sky, their expressions changed to shock and terror. Against the backdrop of the moon, a massive, swirling cloud was descending. It was an uncountable swarm of golden king bees. 2 members screamed in panic, asking if that was really a swarm of bees, and the others confirmed their worst fears. Without wasting another moment, they all ran for their lives, scrambling to escape the incoming wave of golden king bees. The once adorable bees, with their shining golden eyes, were now on a rampage, attacking anything that moved. Within seconds, the swarm had done its work, leaving the sect members covered in painful welts caused by the bees' bites, just as they had done to the monkeys earlier. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to show the mixture of ingredients Soryang had prepared to produce the pheromone. It had been strategically placed on the ground so the wind could carry the scent toward the henchman's camp. Hidden behind trees and rocks, Soryang and Huayin watched as the bees mobilized, following the pheromone's trail. Huayin was astonished that the plan had actually worked, while the sect leader stood slack-jawed, amazed that the entire swarm was heading in one direction. Huayin turned to Soryang and asked how he had managed it, admitting she hadn't expected the bees to become so aggressive over the scent of flowers. Soryang, clearly excited, explained that the smell had triggered the bees to launch a full-scale attack. Curious, Huayin asked how simply crushing some flowers and fruits and spreading the juice could provoke such a response. Soryang, brimming with enthusiasm, explained that the specific scent acted as a signal for the bees. Using examples like the Giga Chad beetle and adorable bees, he elaborated that the phenomenon was due to pheromones, a type of chemical signal used by animals of the same species to communicate. He added that social insects like ants and wasps heavily relied on pheromones for tasks such as locating food. Finally, he explained that the pheromone he used was the exact same chemical signal the bees released when initiating a mass attack: isoamyl acetate. Huayin, enchanted by Soryang's explanation, said it was fascinating that he knew the scent emitted by magnolias was the same one bees used to signal an attack. Embarrassed by her praise, Soryang replied that what was truly fascinating was her ability to recognize those scents. She explained that as a descendant of the Tang clan, which specialized in poisons, she had to be highly sensitive to smells. Shifting focus from their explanations, Soryang noticed no bees were emerging from the hive. He concluded that this was the perfect moment to act and ventured into the Golden King bee's hive to harvest their honey. Holding smoldering mugwort leaves whose smoke soothed the bees, the trio moved cautiously, observing their surroundings. Standing at the entrance to the massive tree, surrounded by the silence of the night, the leader warned of the danger and insisted on going first. As he stepped inside, his eyes widened in amazement, marveling at how much larger the hive was than they had anticipated. Looking upward, they saw enormous, golden glowing honeycombs, fully living up to the name Golden King bees. The leader confirmed that the hive appeared empty, with no sounds of bees buzzing around. As they ventured further, Soryang noticed something unusual. After a closer inspection, he realized there was no honey. Huayin, after looking around, confirmed his observation. This struck the leader as odd, noting that such a thing had never happened before. Soryang also observed the absence of eggs in the hive. Curious, the leader asked if this might be related to the lack of honey. Drawing on his expertise, Soryang hypothesized that the bees were preparing to migrate. They must have consumed all their stored honey and carried it in their stomachs for the journey. He suggested this behavior might have been triggered by the frequent presence of humans nearby. Huayin agreed, stating that it made complete sense. Soryang elaborated that when bees prepare to migrate, the queen stops laying eggs because they can no longer care for larvae during their transition. While exploring the tree's interior, Soryang suddenly froze in shock. Hidden and camouflaged among the hive's remains, he spotted a lone Golden King bee that had been left behind. With a sly smile, Soryang turned to the leader and asked how long he could sustain his mobility techniques without resting. The leader, confused by the question, estimated he could manage about half a day. Before he could ask why Soryang wanted to know, a scout interrupted, urgently announcing that the Golden King bees were returning and they needed to leave immediately. On high alert, the leader ordered everyone to retreat. He told Soryang to abandon his search and get out of the hive. In the background, Soryang continued inspecting the hive until Huayin came to retrieve him. Grabbing him by his clothes, she insisted they leave immediately. They all dashed to safety, knowing that even the Tang clan's techniques to calm the bees wouldn't be enough to prevent an attack. As Soryang was dragged along, it became apparent that he had taken the Golden King bee and hidden it inside his clothes. Moments later, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped a potential mass attack. Huayin expressed her relief at having made it out before the bees returned, only to pause when she noticed something moving inside Soryang's clothing. Horrified, she demanded to know what he was carrying. With a sheepish smile, Soryang revealed the Golden King bee queen and nonchalantly explained that, since they couldn't retrieve the honey, he had brought the one who could produce it. Everyone stood speechless, processing the situation. When the gravity of what he had done sank in, they were thrown into a panic, unsure of what to do next. The Golden King bee queen, ever adorable, emitted a soft sound that only emphasized her charm. Soryang, now grinning, turned to the squad leader and warned that the bees would soon realize their queen was missing and start chasing them. As if on cue, a massive swarm of Golden King bees, willing to sacrifice themselves for their queen, appeared on the horizon, heading straight for them. With an innocent smile, Soryang cheerfully stated, "We need to run, now." And so began a life-or-death chase. Woolgang carried Soryang on his back, running as fast as his legs would allow. The queen bee was restless, her wings trembling with unease. Soryang gently stroked her head, trying to soothe her, and promised that he would take her to a place where no one could disturb her. It had been several days since their desperate escape from the swarm of honeybees began. During this grueling journey, the group pushed themselves to their limits, sacrificing sleep and using their mobility arts to the fullest. Exhaustion was etched on the faces of every member of the team. By the time they reached their destination, several warriors from the Venom Blood unit had fallen behind. Silently, Soryang vowed that as soon as they returned, he would demand proper mobility arts training for everyone. As they pressed forward, one warrior stumbled and fell to the ground. Alarmed, another member shouted, drawing attention to their fallen comrade. The downed warrior was Huang Duryong of the Venom Blood unit. His condition was critical, half-conscious, with dark circles under his eyes, and both drool and snot dripping from his slack mouth. Soryang wasn't faring much better, dark circles shadowing his own eyes. Yet, he clung to the hope that once the queen bee was far enough from her colony, the relentless pursuit of the swarm would cease. Wolfgang, however, began to lose faith. He questioned Soryang, asking if they could truly escape. Soryang's answer was vague, offering no definitive assurance. 3 days later, another warrior collapsed, falling face first onto the dirt path. Weakly apologizing, he admitted he could no longer continue. Soryang grew increasingly worried about Wolfgang's condition. Before he could act, Hwine stepped forward, insisting she would carry Soryang in Wolfgang's place. Soryang protested, suggesting he could run on his own. Despite her disheveled and exhausted appearance, Hwine declared with unshakable resolve that a member of the Tang clan never gives up. When they finally reached the gates of the Tang clan estate, 2 guards were stationed there. They quickly noticed the approaching figures and immediately recognized Hwine, their young lady. Leaning on Soryang for support, Hwine staggered forward. The guards were stunned by their battered state and wasted no time calling for assistance. The commotion drew the attention of the clan elder and Chai Olsen, who hurried out to see what was happening. Both men froze in shock at the sight of Hwine's weakened condition. Chai Olsen gently placed her head on his lap, using his healing arts to tend to her injuries. Furious, he demanded an explanation from Soryang. Soryang pleaded for calm, explaining that Hwine was merely exhausted from 10 consecutive days of using mobility arts without rest. However, he didn't dwell on explanations and urged them to move immediately to the training grounds, insisting there was no time to waste. The elder, confused, asked for clarification. In response, Soryang reached into his clothing and revealed the golden-haired queen bee. He explained that the swarm would arrive soon and that they needed to prepare at the ancient grove in the training grounds. A heavy silence fell over the room, as everyone struggled to process what they had just heard. Finally, the elder broke the silence, bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Chai Olsen, however, was less amused. He reminded Soryang that his task was to gather honey, not bring the queen bee herself. With a firm grip, the elder placed his arm around Soryang's shoulders and declared they would head to the training grounds immediately. A startled cry escaped Soryang as the elder effortlessly lifted him and began running at breakneck speed. Midway through, Soryang shouted, alarmed. "What's wrong now?" the elder asked. "The bees, they're coming our way," Soryang exclaimed. The elder turned to see a massive cloud of bees swarming after them. "Did you bring the entire colony with you?" he asked, incredulous. The two quickened their pace, racing toward the ancient grove. Soryang's body strained to endure the overwhelming speed, but the elder's secure grip held him steady, like a living seatbelt. At last they arrived. Soryang approached the tree and gently addressed the golden-haired queen bee, explaining that this was the safe haven he had promised her, a new home where she would be undisturbed. With care, Soryang released the queen bee, asking, "Not bad, right?" The queen bee emitted a soft, melodic sound as if acknowledging his words. She inspected the tree and turned back to Soryang, her excitement evident. Soryang chuckled, asking aloud if she truly liked her new home. The elder, standing nearby, reminded everyone that they needed to leave quickly, as the swarm was still approaching. The members of the Tang clan watched in awe as the golden-haired bee colony arrived, flying in perfect harmony above the tree. The queen bee let out a series of sounds as if calling to her followers. Obediently, the bees settled into the tree. The elder watched in awe, admitting that he had never witnessed anything like it in his entire life. The mission was a resounding success. The golden-haired queen bee had been relocated safely, marking an extraordinary achievement for the Tang clan. Soon after, the adorable bees, each the size of small dogs, could be seen drinking a sugary mixture. Sugar water had been offered to the exhausted golden bees, who had followed the group tirelessly. As the saying goes, bonds are often forged over shared meals, and goodwill begins with a moment of kindness. Fortunately, in this world, a refined sugar substitute existed, working perfectly for the task. Soryang hoped this small feast would help ease the bees' distrust of them. Deep down, he wished for more, for the bees to eventually see him as their master. Suddenly, Soryang shouted, his expression changing as he remembered something. Both Chul-san and the elder turned to him with suspicion, asking what was wrong. Nervously, Soryang asked about Hwine. Irritated, Chul-san retorted that Soryang was only thinking of her now, after everything that had happened. He explained that he had instructed other members to escort Hwine back to her mother so she could rest. Chul-san then asked, clearly annoyed, whether they had really used mobility arts to travel from the forest all the way back to the estate while being followed by the bees. Soryang hesitated, then confirmed with an awkward nod. He apologized, explaining that they had managed only 4 hours of sleep per day, spending the rest of their time running. The elder suddenly seemed to realize something. Turning sharply to Soryong, he asked where the members of the Venom Blood Unit were. Sweat beaded on Soryong's forehead as he stammered out a hesitant answer. They had collapsed somewhere along the roadside. Quickly he added that he would go back to retrieve them. Eventually, the members of the Venom Blood Unit returned safely to their families. In Hwain's room, she had recovered enough to sit up and look cheerful. Soryong sat beside her. Excitedly, Hwain remarked that the golden bees had regained their strength. Soryong explained that the bees were now busy gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers on the Tangclan's mountain. Hwain laughed, commenting on how adorable it was. At that moment, someone burst into the room, calling Soryong's name urgently. It was Pei, insisting that Soryong come quickly. Something seemed wrong with the golden bees. They appeared to be searching for something. Soryong and Hwain rushed outside to find the bees scattered everywhere. As soon as the bees spotted Soryong, they swarmed toward him, clinging to his clothes and tugging at his shirt. Confused, Soryong couldn't make sense of their behavior. The bees tugged harder, lifting him off the ground. Hwain watched in astonishment as Soryong floated in midair, arms outstretched and legs stiff, forming a T-shape. After a moment, the bees set him back down. Still dazed, Soryong asked what was going on and why they were acting so strangely. The bees began nudging him toward the hive and he finally understood. They wanted him to go inside. Looking around, Soryong noticed that the bees had already begun constructing part of their hive and were diligently collecting honey. That's when he saw the queen bee approaching him. Extending his palms, he asked if she needed help climbing up. Before he could react, the other bees grabbed him again, pinning him in place. One even pinched his cheek. Soryong glanced at the queen bee, noting her elegant and surprisingly charming appearance. And then, to his utter shock, the queen bee closed her eyes and leaned toward him. Panic surged through Soryong, but he didn't have time to protest. The queen bee pressed her lips to his. He felt something placed in his mouth and instinctively swallowed. Immediately, the other bees released him and the queen bee stepped back. Face blazing red, Soryong shouted at her, utterly mortified. "That was my first kiss. What were you thinking?" But before he could say more, an intense wave of pain shot through his body. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "What did you give me?" Soryong wondered in his mind. From his perspective, the queen bee watched him with an enigmatic expression, leaving him completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Soryong was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, while the queen bee observed him passively. As he agonized on the ground, he noticed that beneath the strange discomfort, like an intense itch, his entire body was engulfed in overwhelming heat, and his heart was racing uncontrollably. He turned toward the queen bee beside him, still struggling, and demanded to know what she had made him eat. She simply stared at him adorably, offering no response as his senses began to fade and his eyelids grew heavy. A few minutes later, still unconscious, Soryong heard someone calling his name over and over. When he partially opened his eyes, he saw Hwain and the Great Elder. Hwain, frantic, exclaimed that something was seriously wrong with him, and the elder confirmed, saying it seemed he had ingested a highly potent elixir. Soryong fainted again as Hwain pleaded for him to hold on, promising to guide his chi. Moments later, Soryong regained full consciousness. He woke to find Hwain beside him, worry etched across her face as she asked if he was okay. He sat up in bed, scratching his head and asked where they were. She explained they were in the Tang clan's medical wing. Hwain elaborated, saying that when she saw him being dragged off by the queen bee, she and the elder immediately ran to the hive. By the time they arrived he was already unconscious, so they brought him there. She asked if he remembered what had happened at the hive. Soryong paused to think. It was then that he realized his first kiss in this world had been with the queen bee. Embarrassed, he flushed deeply. Hwain, still concerned, asked if he was feeling all right and if there was anything wrong with his body. She offered to call the Great Elder for his expertise if necessary. Looking down at his hands, Soryong shook his head and said there was no need. After letting out a long sigh, he decided to explain what had really happened. He told her that the queen bee had fed him the same food she eats, which was undoubtedly the cause of everything. Curious, Hwain asked what exactly he had eaten. Soryong admitted he didn't know the exact name but said that if he had to name it, he would call it the king bee elixir. Hwain was shocked. He went on to explain that worker bees collect nectar and pollen for sustenance and that only those dedicated to their labor consume it. Still puzzled, Hwain asked what the queen bee eats. Soryong replied that from birth to death, the the queen bee exclusively consumes the elixir made by the worker bees. In other words, he explained, the substance the queen bee had forced him to consume was royal jelly. Huayin understood and remarked that it must be the queen's exclusive food for her entire life. Soryong then added that the king bee elixir has special effects. Intrigued, Huayin asked what those effects might be. Excitedly, Soryong explained that while worker bees typically live for about a month and a half, the queen bee, sustained solely by the elixir, can live up to 690 times longer. Huayin, startled by his enthusiasm, told him to calm down. She concluded that the mystery was solved and there was no reason to worry. She noted that the internal cultivation method he had practiced, the 5 venoms return technique, was only a beginner-level technique, so he couldn't absorb the elixir's full power. She also mentioned that the honey from the bees carried 2 months' worth of internal energy, but he had essentially absorbed 60 times that amount, equivalent to 10 years of internal energy. She added that he was incredibly lucky. As he felt the surge of blue energy coursing through his body, Soryong realized just how fortunate he had been. Huayin, bashful and fiddling with her hair, hesitantly suggested that he should check himself in a silver mirror later. Blushing, she hinted that the golden king bee elixir might have had other effects. Wide-eyed, Soryong demanded to know what effects she was talking about and what the silver mirror was for. When he looked into the mirror, he noticed something was different. His body was taller, his abs were defined, and even his hair had grown longer. Examining himself further, he realized there was definitely something unusual. He questioned whether royal jelly always had such effects. He noted that his cultivation had improved significantly and that his skin was unbelievably soft, almost like a woman's. Panic set in as he wondered if he was turning into a woman since the substance he had consumed was meant exclusively for the queen. Determined to confirm, he decided there was only one way to check, by analyzing his baseball bat. After a meticulous inspection, he was relieved to find everything intact, or perhaps even slightly enhanced. Relieved, Soryong lay down on the floor and realized everything was where it should be. Huayin mentioned that the elder had guided his qi, otherwise the outcome could have been disastrous. Soryong admitted that he had indeed been at death's door and that the great elder had saved him. Later, as he walked through the city, Soryong noticed he was receiving strange stares that hadn't happened before. He wondered if it was due to the increase in his internal energy. When he overheard 2 girls talking about him, he decided to slip away quietly. Now at the Sichuan clan's restaurant, Soryong sneaked in, trying not to draw attention. However, Huayin's mother noticed him as he arrived while everyone was being served at the table, which was adorned with several beautiful dishes. Her mother teased that her son-in-law looked even more handsome now and asked how he was feeling and if his body was all right. Soryong replied that he was fine and apologized for causing any worry. She told him not to fret and said that it was now something to celebrate. After all, his skin looked amazing and Huayin must be feeling jealous. Embarrassed, Huayin blushed deeply. Flustered, she urged everyone to stop teasing and to take their seats. With everyone gathered around the table, the servants began serving the meal. Huayin's father asked if Soryong was feeling better, to which he replied yes and apologized again for causing concern. Soryong also took the opportunity to thank the elder, saying he had heard how well he had taken care of him. The elder graciously acknowledged the gratitude and commented that Soryong seemed to have had a stroke of good fortune. At this, Huayin's father and the elder turned to Soryong and asked if he could explain what had happened. Huayin had mentioned the king bee elixir, but they wanted to hear the story directly from him. Soryong paused, reflecting on what had truly happened and how to convey it. He began by explaining that it seemed the queen bee had been so pleased with her new home that she decided to reward him for his kindness. She dragged him into the hive and fed him the king bee elixir, which started all the commotion. Everyone at the table was shocked, marveling that even mid-level venomous creatures could show gratitude. It was truly fascinating. The elder then asked Huayin's father if there was any way to obtain the elixir again, noting how it could greatly benefit the Tang clan. Huayin's father responded that while the honey alone was an incredible treasure, the king bee elixir would indeed be an extraordinary blessing. Excited by the idea, Huayin's mother turned to Soryong and asked if it would be possible for him to acquire more of the elixir. The question silenced the entire table as everyone waited for his response. Huayin herself addressed him directly, asking if it was truly possible to get more. Soryong thought about it, considering that with ordinary bees, it might be feasible to create multiple queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly for them. However, he concluded that attempting such a trick with the highly intelligent king bees would likely result in them turning everyone into a hive. He explained that royal jelly was essentially baby food produced by worker bees, but what he had consumed came directly from the queen herself, raising the possibility that it wasn't even the same substance. Debating whether to be fully honest and risk dashing their hopes, Soryang finally said he didn't think it was possible. The elder and Hwain's mother immediately asked why not. Soryang replied that even if someone could eat it, he wasn't sure they would want to. Confused, Hwain's father asked if the issue was with the taste or the smell. Soryang clarified that it wasn't about either. The king bee elixir came directly from the queen bee's mouth, and the only way to receive it was through direct contact with her. He went on to explain that the process involved forming a bond by joining lips, with the queen's tongue entering the recipient's mouth to transfer the elixir. The entire table froze in shock at the revelation that Soryang had kissed the queen bee, especially with his wife sitting right beside him. Still stunned, Hwain's father concluded that it was best to assume acquiring more was impossible since the queen bee had only favored Soryang, making it unattainable for anyone else. At that moment, the sound of chopsticks dropping broke the silence. It was Hwain, her face serious, who asked Soryang about this so-called kiss. With a look of disbelief, she demanded to know if he had really kissed the queen bee. It seems our young warrior might be in serious trouble now. Meanwhile, night had fallen, and the full moon illuminated an otherwise calm and serene place. In a secluded room, someone appeared visibly irritated. His hand, scarred and veined, rested heavily on the table. This hand belonged to none other than Ju Young-hak, the leader of the Murim Martial Alliance and known as the Emperor of the Fist. Suddenly, from outside the room, a voice announced the arrival of tea. Young-hak allowed the person to enter, and a young woman with brown hair stepped in, carrying a tray with a tea set. She mentioned that she had prepared Seosan Bikro tea, which startled Young-hak, as it was the tea of his homeland. He commented on the coincidence, and she smiled, explaining that she was aware of its origins because the tea was famous. Grateful, Young-hak thanked her and promised to savor it. As she poured the tea, he prepared to take a sip, the woman watching him intently. Just as the tea neared his lips, another voice interrupted, identifying itself as General Jigul Hu. Young-hak asked what brought him there at such an hour and invited him to enter. Jigul, full of respect, apologized for disturbing the leader's rest and explained that he had received an urgent message from the Sichuan Tang clan that he believed required immediate attention. Young-hak assured him it was fine and urged Jigul to share the news, assuming its urgency meant it was important. Jigul stepped forward, placed a scroll on the table and began explaining the situation. He revealed that the message concerned Rakshasa blood hand Tak Anyang. Jigul detailed how the Tang clan had recovered not only Tak Anyang's head but also the secret manual of the blood hand poison art, which had been in his possession. Upon hearing this, Young-hak's rage boiled over, and he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the teacup the woman had just served. Still trembling with anger over the blood hand poison art, he demanded to know where and how the manual had been retrieved. Jigul explained that years ago, Tak Anyang had disappeared after being struck by the myriad poison's palm of the Divine Elder. Subsequently, he had fled to the Hainan Islands where he lived in seclusion. With a slight smirk, Jigul added an even more fascinating piece of news, that the infamous demon Tak Anyang had been defeated by a young poison master. This piqued Young-hak's curiosity, and he asked for confirmation, wondering aloud if there truly was a young poison master. Sitting directly across from the leader, Jigul said the story surrounding this event was quite intriguing and suggested that Young-hak would find it fascinating. Smiling slyly, Jigul asked permission to recount the tale in full detail. In the background, the woman silently observed Jigul with an enigmatic expression, clearly displeased by his presence. Elsewhere, in the grand hall of the Tang clan patriarch, a meeting was underway with the clan's most prominent members. One of the elderly men mentioned that there were individuals within the Tang clan who had sold secrets to outsiders. Another elder called it an audacious betrayal, lamenting that he never imagined anyone would tarnish the clan's reputation. Soryang whispered to Hwain that it was surprising no one criticized her father-in-law, to which she smiled and replied that it was only natural. While the room buzzed with heated discussions, the father-in-law, Tang clan patriarch, spoke up, demanding to know who would dare to disgrace the family's honor. He added that even the elders of collateral branches were furious, emphasizing that, at the end of the day, they were all one family. He informed everyone that he had already requested the Beggars sect to uncover the culprits and expected news soon. Moreover, he announced his intent to personally visit the Yingchuan commandery. One elder asked how he planned to handle the situation. The patriarch responded decisively, explaining that he would begin with the soul-annihilating poison, followed by the bloody flames poison and the intestine-paralyzing venom. He elaborated, describing in vivid detail how the culprits would writhe in agony as their blood boiled, their organs dissolved, and their very souls felt like they were being torn apart. Finally he would finish them off with the 7-step soul-cutting poison. Hearing this, Soryang was stunned by the sheer brutality of the poison mix. Without hesitation, the Patriarch gave orders to Wolfgang to summon the Poison Annihilation Unit immediately, declaring his intention to depart at once. Wolfgang promptly obeyed. Outside, the unit stood assembled, ready for deployment. Turning back towards Soryang, the Patriarch said he was leaving and entrusted him with overseeing matters in his absence. Soryang expressed his gratitude and asked his father-in-law to take care of himself. Smiling confidently, the Patriarch replied that Soryang need not worry. After all, it was others who should be concerned about his actions. With that, the group departed, and the Patriarch addressed the squad, declaring that they would ensure the punishment for those who leaked the information would be unforgettable. Watching them leave, Soryang turned to Hwayin and asked if those men belonged to the Poison Annihilation Unit, noting that he had never seen them before. She confirmed, explaining that they were assigned to handle slightly heavier tasks. With a knowing smile, she elaborated that their primary role was to eliminate people, which was why they were aptly called the Annihilation Unit. Soryang couldn't help but wonder what exactly slightly heavier tasks entailed for them. As they continued their conversation, a voice called out to them from behind. Turning around, Soryang saw it was the elderly elders approaching. Both Soryang and Hwayin greeted the elders respectfully. One of the elders mentioned they had heard rumors about Soryang's recent stroke of good fortune. Pausing for a moment to think, Soryang realized what they might be referring to and admitted it was true. As he pondered, his thoughts turned to the royal jelly of the Golden King bees. One of the elders coughed awkwardly and, now a bit sheepish, explained that the reason they had approached Soryang was to ask him for a small favor. Surprised, Soryang asked what kind of favor they had in mind. When he inquired if it was related to the Golden King bees, the elders quickly denied it, asking if he thought they would stoop so low as to covet such a thing. After all, they explained, miraculous elixirs and rare treasures naturally find their destined owners. Still puzzled, Soryang asked what, then, they wanted from him. The elders fumbled awkwardly, clearly hesitant to answer directly. One of the elders leaned closer to Soryang, lowering his voice to keep others from hearing, and asked if he remembered the remedy, the earth beetle medicine, that had given them such a boost the other day. Since Soryang had been in charge of it before, he still had authority over the medicine. It was only then that Soryang, now smiling, realized what they were referring to. What sly old men, he thought. With a smirk, he pulled out the earth beetle medicine and began to handle it deftly, almost as if performing a juggling act. Though he was still adjusting to life in the clan, he knew that if the elders supported him in various ways, there would be nothing he couldn't offer in return. The elders burst into laughter, promising that from now on, they would fully support their son-in-law. Hwayin, however, felt slightly disappointed. At that moment, the great patriarch emerged from the temple and noticed the elders laughing boisterously. Just as Soryang was about to hand over the earth beetle medicine, the patriarch asked what was causing such merriment. Panicking, the elders scrambled to cover up their intentions, awkwardly beginning to dance, claiming it was just a friendly gathering. The plan worked. The great patriarch believed them, thinking they had finally come to appreciate Soryang's true value. Hwayin, however, remained disappointed and quietly furious. Their moment was interrupted when a man rushed in, announcing a serious problem. Everyone turned their attention to him, and the great patriarch demanded to know the issue. The man revealed that Lord Situan was on the verge of death. Shock and panic spread throughout the room. Soryang immediately asked if Lord Situan had been using the medicine correctly. The man confirmed but explained that after observing its effects, Situan had taken a new concubine and consumed more than double the recommended dose. Sweat formed on Soryang's brow as he imagined the potential consequences of such recklessness. The great patriarch, visibly displeased, decided to personally investigate the matter. Since Soryang was the only man left in the household, he was tasked with protecting the women while the patriarch was away. Accepting the responsibility, Soryang bid him farewell and took up the role with determination. The great patriarch departed, leaving Soryang feeling reassured that nothing would go wrong under his watch. Later that evening, with nightfall, Soryang and Hwayin sat on a bench talking. She asked how he was finding the 10 Venoms dual origin art he had been learning. He replied that it wasn't as difficult to grasp now as it had been at the start. He explained that if the 5 Venoms returning technique felt like a single large sphere moving through the body, the 10 Venoms dual origin art was more akin to a twin-cylinder engine. Huayin noted that by this point, Soryong must have already developed some tolerance to common poisons. She added that he could now release his inner energy directly or infuse it into objects. Soryong was speechless, intrigued by this revelation, and overwhelmed with an uncontrollable desire to test his new technique. They prepared a straw dummy for the test. Drawing a dagger, Soryong closed his eyes to focus. A powerful green energy began to emanate from his body, radiating with intensity. The first step was to move his internal energy from left to right and then rotate both spheres in the same direction. As soon as the chi energy circulated through his body, he opened his eyes and hurled the dagger forcefully toward the straw dummy. The dagger flew like lightning, piercing the dummy effortlessly. Soryong was pleased, and his fiancée praised him for successfully infusing his chi into the dagger. The knife, still radiating energy, embedded itself into the wall directly in front of two masked men. At first, the masked intruders thought they had been discovered and considered taking Soryong out. However, upon noticing the straw dummy, they realized it was just a coincidence. One of them was holding a book, the secret manual of the blood hand poison art. Although it was merely a copy, their task was complete, and they decided to leave quickly before the situation escalated. They mocked the Tang clan's negligent security, calling the guards fools for making their escape so easy thanks to the distraction. But then, something unexpected happened. A sweet, rosy aroma began to fill the air, putting the men on edge. The scent was pleasant, yet they couldn't determine its source. Hovering just above them was the king bee, glaring at the intruders with an intensity that confirmed they didn't belong there. As the rain began to fall, cries echoed through the area. Soryong froze, startled and unsure of what was happening. Elsewhere, Huayin turned toward the sound of the cries and spotted movement. Through the bushes she caught sight of men dressed like ninjas. Two were hidden while one stood in plain view. The king bee attacked the man who appeared confused, clearly not understanding why a bee was in the training grounds. Soryong and Huayin observed the scene and quickly realized they were dealing with intruders. With a furious expression, Huayin knew she had to act. She dashed toward the intruders and instructed Soryong to prepare the bow. She moved so quickly that a trail of dust followed her. Soryong shielded his face with his arms, stunned by her sudden action. He had no idea what she was planning. Meanwhile, the king bee bit the ear of one of the intruders. The man, desperate, tried to grab the bee, tears forming in his eyes as he called for help from his companions. One of the ninjas turned to Soryong and, noticing Huayin approaching rapidly, panicked and ordered the others to retreat. The king bee clung to the struggling intruder as the other two ninjas leapt away, scattering in different directions. Huayin sprinted after them, commanding them to stop. Determined, she pulled out a whip. With all her strength, she lashed it against the ground, causing a small explosion. Fortunately for the intruders, they managed to leap away in time, avoiding the attack. Huayin's eyes widened in surprise at their successful evasion. The man being attacked by the king bee unsheathed his sword and charged toward her. The king bee clung to his head in what might have seemed endearing under different circumstances. Soryong panicked, shouting for Lady Huayin to be careful. As the king bee sucked on the man's head, he swung his weapon with immense force. To his shock, Huayin blocked the attack effortlessly with her whip. She locked her piercing gaze on the man, who barely had time to react before she counterattacked. The next thing he knew, the whip was right in front of his face. The strike caused a small explosion on the man's body, sending the king bee flying away. After neutralizing her opponent, Huayin moved gracefully, appearing behind him. The man lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Soryong stood there, mouth agape, deeply worried about her. Huayin, her expression calm, turned to reassure him, telling him not to worry as she was fine. The man's body began to emit a sinister energy, causing him immense pain. The king bee landed on Soryong's shoulder as he stared at the body, unsure who the man was or whether he was dead. Huayin stowed her whip as she observed the strange energy emanating from the man's body. Within seconds he perished. Huayin explained that he had bitten into poison to end his own life, undoubtedly to conceal something crucial. Not far away, someone noticed the intruder's presence and shouted to alert the guards. Huayin turned and decided to organize a pursuit team to hunt down the fleeing enemies. Soryong began to sweat, overwhelmed by her determination. Huayin ordered him to follow her along with Gu Pei, the leader of the blood poison unit. The night was dark, but the forest was lit by the flickering glow of torches. Soryong, Pei and several other members of the clan chased the intruders through the dense forest. Leading the group, Pei was confident that the masked men couldn't have gotten far. With a determined expression, he declared that they must capture them at any cost. While the others seemed tireless, Soryong was already showing signs of exhaustion. Sweating and short of breath, he focused on activating his dual-cylinder engine technique. As he did, he stomped the ground with great force, causing it to shatter beneath him. The earth gave way under his feet, and Soryong let out a loud yell as his body sank into the ground. From his clothing, small centipedes began to crawl out. Pei turned around with a confused expression and asked if Soryong was all right. Soryong had created a large hole in the ground. Pei and the others halted their pursuit, rushing to the edge of the hole to help him. With their assistance, Soryong managed to climb out, thanking them profusely as he genuinely thought he wouldn't survive. But as he turned his head back, something caught his attention. Beneath him was a cluster of green snakes staring up at him intently. Soryong couldn't stop himself from sweating even more as fear gripped him upon realizing he was standing in the middle of a snake nest. Pei studied the serpents carefully and explained that they usually gathered in areas with strong incite energy, particularly during this time of year. He added that these snakes were unusually aggressive and warned Soryong to stay vigilant. Soryong, overwhelmed by fear, continued sweating profusely. One of the snakes opened its mouth, preparing to strike. This behavior was odd to him since striped tiger water snakes were typically not this hostile. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, signaling the arrival of a storm. Soryong admitted that it was his fault they were delayed. Knowing that rain was imminent, he suggested they move quickly. Pei and the others agreed, resuming their chase. They couldn't afford to lose sight of the intruders. Not far ahead, a faint light became visible. Pei turned to Soryong, announcing that they had found the intruders. The masked men, visibly furious, found themselves cornered at a dead end. Behind them was a towering rocky mountain, cutting off any escape route. As thunder rumbled across the sky, Pei and his group arrived, encircling the intruders. Pei and his team reached into their robes, declaring that this was the end for the masked men. Soryong remained silent, while on the other side, one of the masked men glared at his companions and commanded them to tighten their formation. The blood poison unit members drew their kunai, prompting the masked men to unsheath their weapons in response. The blood poison unit advanced, ready for combat. One of the masked men wielded a sword and charged forward. Two members of the unit threw kunai at him, but the ninja skillfully deflected the projectiles with his dagger. He counterattacked fiercely, his sword clashing violently with the ninja's daggers. The ninjas were shocked by the man's strength, their expressions hardening in frustration. One of them moved swiftly and delivered a powerful kick to the man's face, forcing him to drop his weapon. They ordered him to step aside. Witnessing this, a member of the blood poison unit panicked. While the ninjas were distracted, something began approaching them rapidly. It was Pei who attempted a surprise attack. But the ninja ducked quickly, evading the strike with ease. Pei stood still, observing silently. The ninja retreated with small leaps, but Pei activated his skill, Triple Mirage Kill, and hurled kunai at the enemy. The kunai flew toward the ninja, exploding midair and splitting into 3 separate blades. The ninja was stunned by the unexpected attack. Luckily, he managed to block 2 of the blades, but the third embedded itself in his shoulder, causing excruciating pain. He clutched his wounded shoulder, grimacing. Pei approached, mocking him as a lucky bastard. By now, 2 of the masked ninjas were already down, leaving only one standing, injured and fatigued. Pei and his men began to close in on the last remaining enemy. The ninja was fortunate. The rain had diluted the venom on Pei's kunai, sparing him from a more severe fate. Pei glared furiously at the ninja, but suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the air, interrupting the standoff. The voice mocked the pathetic insects gathered there. Pei and the others froze, their confusion apparent. On high alert, Pei adopted a serious expression and demanded to know who was there. At that moment, a figure descended from the top of the rocky mountain, landing before the remaining ninja with enough force to crack the ground. The newcomer was an old man with a long, scraggly beard and a sinister smile. He scanned Soryong and the others with a murderous gaze, exuding an aura of malice. Feeling the man's powerful energy, Pei immediately became alert, recognizing him as a martial arts master. Without hesitation, Pei ordered his men to retreat. The old man's body began to radiate a sinister aura. He stood upright and, with a wicked smile, started walking toward them. Turning to the ninja, he asked if they had retrieved the item. The ninja closed his eyes and pulled a book from within his robes, explaining that it was not the original but a copy made by the Tang clan. This revelation stunned Soryong, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Memories of the great patriarch's words came flooding back to him. He had warned that this book was something only evil men would desire. Soryang's gaze locked onto the book as recognition set in. He quickly realized it was a replica of the malicious tome his grandfather had studied long ago. Meanwhile, one of the captured ninjas had been tied up nearby. Soryang, seated beside Pei, revealed that the book was a copy of the secret manual of the blood-handed venomous art, leaving Pei visibly shocked. Pei's eyes burned with fury and he clenched his teeth tightly. As this was happening, the ninja handed the book to the old man, who opened it with an unsettling grin spreading across his face. Pei's fists trembled with indignation. He couldn't fathom the kind of people who would dare to covet something so dark and cursed. He demanded the old man reveal his identity. With a sinister smirk, the elder began flipping through the pages one by one. As he had suspected, the book was indeed a copy. It contained the forms of the techniques but lacked the crucial formulas. Still, for him this was more than enough. After finishing the book, he shut it decisively. Even though it was early, there was no better way to announce their return. The old man gave the ninja, whom he addressed as Bloody Glory, permission to unleash the cultivation martial arts and ordered him to leave no one alive. Bloody Glory cracked his knuckles and, with a determined expression, vowed to carry out the command. Beside him lay the lifeless body of one of his fallen comrades. Reaching out toward the corpse, he began to concentrate. A crimson energy emerged from his hand and moments later the blood from the body shot toward him, absorbed through the palm of his hand. Pei's eyes widened in terror as he realized what technique the man was using. On the other side, Soryang clutched his head in disbelief, overwhelmed by the horrifying sight. The ninja's eyes started to glow as he smiled and continued absorbing the blood from the corpse. In the blink of an eye, the kunai embedded in his shoulder fell to the ground, and his wound healed completely. The old man erupted into maniacal laughter. He summoned an energy sphere into his hand and, with a malicious glare, declared his identity. He was none other than a senior member of the blood cult, the feared Blood Falcon Daggerclaw, known as Lord Guchenak. Soryang gritted his teeth and drew his kunai. Guchenak's gaze shifted to him, his interest piqued. The old man instantly recognized the vigor in the young warrior's body. Drool began to drip from Guchenak's mouth. He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement, as he murmured that it had been far too long since he'd tasted the pure blood of youth. Lord Guchenak commanded Ninja to capture their target, believing that nothing aids recovery better than the pure blood of a young boy. Without hesitation they pursued their prey. In response, Pai ordered the deployment of the 5 poison annihilation formation, determined to prevent their enemies from reaching Soryang. Amused by their efforts, Lord Guchenak retaliated with a devastating attack, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. In the chaos, Soryang was instructed to evade, but before he could react, a force seized him from behind. Ninja's grip tightened around his neck, immobilizing him as he coldly declared that the elder required his blood. Soryang, struggling to breathe, managed to utter a signal. At his command, baby centipedes emerged, sinking their fangs into Ninja's flesh. The sudden attack caught him off guard, their bites relentless. Before he could recover, a dagger pierced his skull, and his body was consumed by flames. A familiar voice called out to Soryang. Hwayin had arrived, accompanied by Wolfgang and an elder. However, their approach came to an abrupt halt as they noticed the 5 poison annihilation formation, leaving them momentarily unsettled. Pai acknowledged Hwayin's presence and informed her of the blood cult elder's assault. Without hesitation, Hwayin commanded everyone to support Pai. Wolfgang, responding swiftly, instructed his allies to enhance the formation, transforming it into the 9 poison annihilation formation. Encircling the elder, they prepared for battle. Lord Gu, rather than being intimidated, was intrigued. He quickly identified Soryang as the one responsible for defeating Taken Yang's blood-hand poison claw. Dismissing the title as mere exaggeration, he mocked the irony of such a fearsome technique falling victim to centipedes. Wolfgang, unfazed, warned him to stay silent, threatening to bury him alongside the others. Lord Guchenak merely laughed, daring them to try, his expression twisted with anticipation. As the battle raged on, rain poured from the sky, explosions erupting across the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Soryang attended to an injured warrior, urging him to hold on despite knowing deep down that their situation was dire. Their forces were growing weaker, while their enemy continuously replenished his strength by absorbing blood. A sudden crash broke his thoughts. Huayin had been thrown against a tree, wincing in pain. Rushing to her side, he asked if she was all right. Though coughing up blood, she reassured him before grasping his hand and advising him to return to the Tang clan to summon reinforcements. Their current numbers were insufficient. Soryang hesitated, torn between the truth of her words and the reality that he could do nothing to change the battle's course. Wolfgang and the others pleaded with him to go, vowing to hold their ground as long as possible. With a pained expression, he finally agreed, promising to return quickly, though he doubted his own speed. Before he could dwell on it, Huayin pulled him into an embrace, assuring him that he was capable. She reminded him of his hard training and promised they would search for more poisons together in the future. Entrusting him with their survival, she returned to the battlefield. Watching her leave, Soryang struggled with his emotions, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Pushing forward, he sprinted as fast as he could, until he tripped, landing in a puddle. The baby centipedes emerged, offering him comfort, a gesture he found oddly touching. Then realization struck. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take nearly half a day to reach the clan, and most of their skilled fighters were away. Even if he called for help, they wouldn't arrive in time. Looking up at the sky, he understood the truth. They had sent him away not for reinforcements but to save him. The thought left him conflicted. Was it because he was the youngest or because they saw him as weak and in need of protection? Doubts crept in about the true nature of martial artist chivalry. Yet, as he recalled Kailson's words, that he was part of the family, he reflected on the meaning of the word. He had never truly considered himself a member of the Sichuan Tang clan. But as he recalled cherished memories with them, he realized that everyone had already accepted him as family. Everyone except himself. A small smile formed on his lips. For an assassin clan, they were surprisingly warm-hearted. Rising to his feet, his resolve hardened. With newfound determination, he whispered to himself, ready to act. He sprinted forward, driven by a singular goal, to save those who had risked their lives for him. His mind raced through possible solutions, considering every factor: blood cult regeneration, venomous creatures, poisonous beasts, and lethal herbs. Then he came to a halt. Before him lay a snake den, its eerie inhabitants slithering within. He turned to the baby centipedes, instructing them to wait before carefully setting them down. Without hesitation, he ran toward the den, leaving them puzzled by his actions. With unwavering resolve, he leaped into the pit of serpents, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The blood-stained snakes, known as flower snakes, appeared harmless at first glance, but they were highly venomous vipers. Unlike other venomous snakes with hooked fangs at the front of their mouths, these had smaller venomous fangs located in the molar area, making it more difficult to inject their toxin. However, their venom was among the most potent of any terrestrial snake in East Asia. As Soryang descended into the snake's nest, dozens of them immediately coiled around his body, biting his hands and legs. He remained composed, enduring the pain and even urging them to bite him harder. Though their venom exceeded that of a black mamba in strength, the Tang clan's internal energy techniques allowed him to resist its effects, ensuring his survival for the time being. The small centipedes, watching from a distance, became worried and called out to him. He reassured them, telling them to remain calm as he would be leaving soon. However, as he examined his arm, now covered in snake bites, he decided that he had acquired enough venom for his purposes. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw that the snakes had wrapped tightly around his legs. The unexpected situation unsettled him, and panic flickered across his expression. Before he could react further, the small centipedes leaped into the nest, landing on his head and shoulders. Their presence caught him by surprise, and their actions, though unexpected, struck him as oddly endearing. One of the centipedes, enraged by the snake's aggression, let out a tiny but fierce roar. Soryang watched with growing confusion as the confrontation escalated. A snake locked eyes with the centipede and began to hiss, provoking the small creature further. Its patience quickly ran out. With sudden intensity, the centipede lunged at the snake, biting it before slamming its body against the ground with surprising force. Soryang could only watch in disbelief. The tiny creature then turned its attention to another snake, continuing to fight with unexpected ferocity. Within moments, it had defeated its opponent, its eyes gleaming with triumph as it flashed a satisfied smile. With most of the snakes now deterred, Soryang crouched down, realizing that the centipedes had intervened out of concern for him. He gently patted the head of the victorious centipede, his expression softening. The small creature climbed onto his head and, seemingly exhausted, fell asleep. With a quiet smile, Soryang prepared to leave, knowing he still had something important to do. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Hwayin was exhausted, but her determination remained unwavering. Many members of the clan had already fallen, and those who remained surrounded Guchenak, who showed no signs of slowing down. He grabbed another warrior by the neck, draining his blood to restore his energy. Foam formed at the victim's mouth as his life was drained away. Guchenak's eyes gleamed with twisted delight as he mocked his opponents, claiming their struggle was meaningless. Though weary, Hwayin refused to retreat. She drew her whip, prepared to fight to the very end, all while hoping that Soryang had managed to escape safely. She instructed the remaining warriors to keep Guchenak in their sights while maintaining as much distance as possible. Noting that the rain was about to stop, she ordered a signal to be sent to any nearby reinforcements. A warrior nodded in response, though Guchenak merely smirked. An elder stepped forward, urging Hwayin to leave with Soryang. His words took her by surprise, but she rejected the suggestion without hesitation. The clan members quickly voiced their disagreement, adamant that a direct descendant of the Tang clan could not abandon them. If they failed to protect her, they would be unable to face the patriarch. Guchenak remained silent at first, watching their exchange with growing impatience. Eventually he crossed his arms and interrupted. He stated that their discussion had gone on long enough. His gaze flickered between Hwayin and the elder before he coldly declared that if his entertainment fled, he would be left bored. A sinister smile spread across his face as he placed a hand on his chin. Then, with a chilling certainty, he revealed his intentions. If Hwayin attempted to escape, he would turn the Tang clan into a spectacle of suffering, a declaration of the blood cult's return. The elder clenched his teeth, recognizing that Guchenak had no intention of letting anyone escape. Hwayin, resolute, prepared to fight, vowing to take at least one of his arms, even at the cost of their lives. The determination of the clan members was evident as they fixed their gaze on Guchenak, who responded with a knowing smile. However, just as the tension reached its peak, an unexpected voice interrupted, reinforcing the belief that a member of the Tang clan never abandoned their own. The revelation left everyone in shock. Hwayin's eyes widened in disbelief as Soryang emerged, approaching with a confident stride. The elder was at a loss for words, while Hwayin, though relieved to see him, could not shake off her concern. Without hesitation, Soryang carefully removed the small centipedes from his body and instructed them to stay behind. Declaring his unwavering loyalty to the Tang clan, he removed his shirt, his eyes burning with determination. With no intention of retreating, he prepared for battle, drawing his weapons before charging directly at Guchenak. Seeing Soryang's reckless advance, Hwayin's worry deepened, but Guchenak simply welcomed the confrontation with amusement. He had previously spared Soryang's life, and now the young warrior had willingly returned. To him this was sheer foolishness. Without much effort, Guchenak seized Soryang by the neck, his eyes gleaming with cruel delight. With his grip tightening, he placed a hand on Soryang's abdomen, eager to taste his blood. Despite the pain, Soryang reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his arm. However, Guchenak, reveling in his control, began to absorb Soryang's blood through his arm instead, causing an agonizing sensation to overtake him. Panic spread through Hwayin and Pai as they witnessed the scene. Without hesitation, Hwayin commanded the others to assist Soryang, but before anyone could reach him, Guchenak exerted his power. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed the blood-filled wave technique, shattering the ground beneath him and repelling all who approached. Pai and the others were thrown back, crashing violently onto the ground. Fortunately, Hwayin managed to react in time, catching Soryang as he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Guchenak, now feeling invigorated, smirked in satisfaction. The hidden weapons thrown at him had been bothersome, but thanks to Soryang, he had dealt with them all at once. Hwayin, filled with desperation, held Soryang close, attempting to wake him. Observing the situation, Guchenak decided to grant Soryang a swift and painless death. However, as Hwayin refused to accept this fate, Soryang suddenly coughed, slowly regaining consciousness. His awakening startled Guchenak, whose expression twisted into one of confusion and horror. Drool dripped from Guchenak's mouth as he demanded an explanation. His hair began to fall like scattered leaves, his youthful vigor fading as his body rapidly aged. A growing fear overtook him as he realized the cause, a potent energy-dissipating poison. Strength drained from him, and his limbs trembled as the truth set in. This should have been impossible. The cult's internal energy techniques were designed to resist such poisons. Panic consumed him. He clutched his face, unable to comprehend how this had happened. The reality of his weakening body was undeniable, and he demanded to know Soryang's true identity. But Soryang, now recovering, merely smiled. With deliberate calm, he pointed at Guchenak and declared himself his natural enemy. Hwayin, witnessing Soryang's resilience, finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the poison continued to take effect, Guchenak trembled with fear, unable to accept his defeat at the hands of a mere child. Soryang, drained of energy, used the last of his strength to direct a weary gaze toward Hwayin, revealing something that left her in shock. Guchenak's eyes burned with rage as he fixed his gaze on Soryang. His body tensed with frustration, sweat forming on his brow as he realized that the blood he had absorbed from Soryang no longer obeyed his will. Panic set in as he struggled to comprehend what had been done to him. Determined to seize control, Guchenak took a step forward, convinced that his domination through the blood cult was imminent. Overcome with madness, he lunged toward Soryang, refusing to fall at such a crucial moment. In a fit of rage, he charged ahead with the intent to kill. Sensing the danger, Hwayin tightened her grip on her whip, immediately preparing for battle. As Guchenak neared his target, she struck, wrapping the whip around his neck, causing him immense pain. Stunned that her attack had landed, she watched as Guchenak, a formidable dark martial artist, struggled against the weapon's hold. His fury intensified as he fought to break free, his body convulsing with rage. His mind raced, unable to comprehend how his blood arts had failed him. Enraged beyond reason, he launched himself forward once more, determined to destroy them all, declaring the return of the blood cult. Hwayin, alarmed by his relentless pursuit, clenched the whip tighter. With a fierce determination, she acted swiftly, severing Guchenak's head in a single decisive motion. His lifeless body collapsed as his severed head landed nearby. The sight filled P with confusion at first, but as realization dawned, a victorious smile spread across his face. With Guchenak defeated, the elder of the clan rushed toward Soryang and Hwayin, concerned for their well-being. The members of the clan erupted in celebration, their leader having vanquished the elder of the blood cult. Hwayin, still processing the events, turned to Soryang, questioning how he had managed to weaken such a powerful enemy. When he addressed her in a way that caught her off guard, a blush of embarrassment crept onto her face. Despite his weakened state, Soryang maintained a smile, but the toll of the battle was evident. Dark circles shadowed his eyes and sweat dripped from his forehead. As he spoke of needing to be bitten by a tiger-striped water snake to counteract the poison, Hwayin grew frantic, unable to make sense of his request. His face had turned pale, prompting her to recall that such snakes carried no venom. Without hesitation, she commanded the clan members to retrieve an antidote. Hours later, Soryang regained consciousness, his body still weak. Confusion filled his mind as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The great patriarch, observing him closely, advised him to remain still. Hwayin, also present, noted his condition with a mix of relief and concern. Soryang lay face down, unable to move, his confusion deepening as he questioned his predicament. The great patriarch channeled his energy into Soryang's back, aiding his recovery. As he learned that 10 days had passed since he collapsed, Soryang was left in shock. Hwayin, with a grateful expression, acknowledged that his actions had allowed her to defeat their formidable foe. She explained how his condition had been dire, and without the timely return of the great patriarch, the situation would have been disastrous. The memory of being bitten by a snake in his past life resurfaced in Soryang's mind, sending a shiver of fear through him. With the treatment complete, the great patriarch assured him that he would recover. With Hwayin's help, Soryang managed to sit up and expressed his deep gratitude. The great patriarch then studied him carefully before deciding it was time to discuss something important. Placing his hands on Soryang's shoulders, he questioned whether the tiger-striped water snake truly possessed venom and sought to understand how Soryang had managed to defeat the elder of the blood cult. As Hwayin grew anxious and urged her grandfather to remain calm, Soryang, still feeling the lingering effects of the poison, prepared to explain everything. With a calm expression, Soryang raised 2 fingers and explained that the tiger-striped water snake possessed 2 types of venom, one located in its mouth and the other produced by venom glands at the back of its neck. Hwayin and the great patriarch, seated near his bed, listened with growing curiosity, as this was information previously unknown to them. Soryang continued, stating that these snakes were naturally shy and typically avoided humans, and their fangs were too small to be easily noticed. In fact, it was not until the 1980s that people discovered their venomous nature. The great patriarch, quick-witted as ever, immediately connected this revelation to the dissipation of the elder of the blood cult's internal energy. However, he hesitated, recalling that the blood cult had long been known for its resistance to toxins. Soryong, turning toward him, clarified that while it was only a hypothesis, he believed that the elder's energy loss had resulted from exposure to the snake's venom. He elaborated that the primary component of the venom was hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic toxin capable of destroying red blood cells, blood vessel linings and tissue cells. He then posed a crucial question. What would happen if cultists who relied on blood for their martial arts were exposed to such a substance? The success of his plan became evident. Resting his hand under his chin, Soryong speculated that the cultists' blood, the very core of their strength, had likely been altered, leading to their downfall. He also revealed that although little known, the tiger-striped water snake's venom was 5 times more potent than that of a viper. If enhanced with yin energy, it became a lethal weapon. Upon hearing this, the great patriarch's eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat formed on his brow. The realization that such a powerful venomous creature resided near Sichuan left him deeply unsettled. Huayin turned to Soryong with admiration, a smile forming as she acknowledged his incredible achievement. The great patriarch then cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Crossing his arms, he recalled that the elder of the blood cult had referred to Soryong as the nemesis of heaven, his natural enemy. The title made Soryong uneasy as it sounded overly dramatic, almost like something from a high school fantasy. Embarrassed, he pulled the blanket over his face, looked away and blushed. Witnessing his reaction, Huayin and her grandfather placed reassuring hands on his shoulders, affirming that the title was fitting given how he had managed to seal the elder's martial arts completely. The great patriarch's expression then shifted to one of gratitude as he sincerely thanked Soryong for protecting his family. However, his gratitude soon turned into anger as he clenched his fist, unable to comprehend how the blood cult had dared to attack in his absence. With gritted teeth, he vowed to eradicate them entirely. Both Soryong and Huayin remained silent, their expressions serious. The great patriarch insisted that the blood cult must be completely destroyed, a sentiment Soryong fully agreed with. Now that their weakness had been discovered, the next step was to gather a significant quantity of venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. A fiery determination filled Soryong's eyes as he recalled Guchenak and his subordinates, viewing them as nothing more than pests that needed to be exterminated. Since the reappearance of the blood cult, the Tang clan had been in a state of emergency. Many warriors had been wounded and some had lost their lives. A message was tied to the leg of a messenger pigeon, which was then released into the sky. The great patriarch had sent it, summoning Murim's allied orthodox factions to the Tang clan to assist in the upcoming battle. Despite the minimal casualties considering they had faced an enemy at the pinnacle of martial arts, the great patriarch's expression darkened at the thought of the blood cult plunging Murim into chaos once more. The cult had never been satisfied with merely abducting victims to drain their blood. 30 years prior, they had carried out a massacre that cemented their status as sworn enemies of Murim. The severity of the situation weighed heavily on him. While Soryong remained lost in thought, the great patriarch placed a firm hand on his shoulder, pulling him back to the present. A confident glint appeared in the elder's eyes as he stated that this time, the situation was different. Soryong's curiosity was piqued and he turned to listen. The great patriarch then revealed the reason behind his confidence. The Sichuan Tang clan was now the natural enemy of the blood cult. Hearing this, Soryong's expression twisted in frustration, sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to determine whether his grandfather had said this intentionally. The great patriarch turned to Soryong with a knowing smile, confirming his suspicions. Placing his hands behind his back, he spoke of a request, asking if Soryong would be capable of fulfilling it. With curiosity, Soryong immediately agreed, especially if it concerned the clan, vowing to do his best. The patriarch's expression grew serious as he revealed that members of the Murim alliance would soon arrive, including their military forces. He had decided to present them with the poison that Soryong had discovered, now that the blood cult's weakness had finally been uncovered. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise before he respectfully clasped his hands and, with a smile, expressed his agreement, believing it was for the greater good. Seeing this, the great patriarch smiled, having anticipated Soryong's response. Just as Soryong was about to leave, the patriarch mentioned something that would bring him great joy. Curious, Soryong turned back, eager to hear the news. With a warm smile, The patriarch announced that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons had been completed and that, from that moment forward, Soryong would be officially responsible for managing it. A surge of joy overtook him, and he clenched his fists in excitement, already envisioning himself surrounded by poisonous creatures. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The patriarch also added that, as per Soryong's suggestion, a sunlit pavilion had been prepared, a crucial step for properly raising tiger-striped water snakes. Interlacing his fingers, Soryong grew even more excited, determined to think of this as a duty for Murim's benefit and to give his best effort. As the messenger pigeon soared into the distance, hours passed before Soryong finally arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Upon seeing it, his jaw dropped in amazement. It was magnificent, guarded by 2 sentries at the entrance. Walking toward the door alongside Huayin, he noticed a particular room labeled the Toxic Creature Garden. Huayin's attention immediately fixated on it, and confusion flickered across her expression. Crossing his arms, Soryong smiled as he explained that it was a space dedicated to gathering all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Her expression tensed with apprehension as she questioned whether he truly intended to assemble them all. With unwavering confidence, he affirmed it, reminding her of his promise to one day collect the 10 great venomous creatures of the region. Upon hearing this, a deep blush spread across her face. She covered her mouth, averted her gaze, and without hesitation, rushed off with the excuse of investigating a nearby gathering. As Soryong stood there, momentarily puzzled, a familiar voice greeted him with enthusiasm. It was Gu Pei, who stood confidently with his hands on his waist. With a beaming smile, he revealed his new position as commander of the Poison Division. While Soryong's expression turned to one of confusion, Huayin remained motionless, observing the scene. Gu Pei, still smiling, explained that the division had been newly established under the patriarch's orders. Behind him, several clan members stood in formation. Turning toward them, Gu Pei formally introduced them, stating that from that moment on, they would serve Soryong, acting as his hands and feet. Whether it involved locating poisonous creatures or raising them, he could rely on them completely. The realization of what was happening struck Soryong all at once. His mouth practically began to water at the thought, while Huayin, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy. His eyes sparkled with sheer joy as he processed the significance of the moment. This was like having an entire team from a pet store dedicated to supporting him. For Soryong, this was another step toward turning his dream into reality. Meanwhile, far from the Tang clan, the messenger pigeon reached its intended destination. A woman with long black hair received the message and carefully read its contents. As her eyes scanned the words, she came to a chilling realization: the blood cult had returned. Lifting her gaze toward the sky, she understood that the peace that once reigned over the Central Plains was about to be shattered. A violent storm was looming on the horizon. At dawn the following day, Jaegal and his men set out toward the Tang clan. As they traveled, one of the elders turned to the group with a smile, remarking that they would soon arrive and would likely spend the night at the Tang clan mansion. A sense of relief spread across Jaegal's face at the thought of avoiding another night outdoors. As he walked, his mind wandered to an image of Jeong Hak, the Emperor of the Fist and leader of the Murim Alliance, his fist clenched and his eyes burning with rage. The thought made Jaegal uneasy, realizing the importance of bringing at least one valuable piece of news. His focus remained on the search for any trace of the blood cult. After some time, the group reached the entrance of the Tang clan, where 2 armed guards stood watch. Seeing the mansion in the distance, the elder could not hide his joy. One of the guards quickly took notice of the approaching visitors, his eyes widening in recognition. He assumed that they must be the honored guests from the Murim Alliance. With a composed expression, Jaegal stepped forward, closed his fan, and formally introduced himself as the military advisor of the alliance. In response, one of the guards opened the gates, while the other greeted them respectfully and expressed gratitude for their visit, requesting that they wait a moment. However, there was a hint of nervousness in the guard's eyes. Glancing to the side, the guard hesitated before explaining that there were certain matters the visitors needed to be aware of before entering the mansion. Jaegal's eyes narrowed with curiosity, while the elder, more direct in his concerns, asked whether they were required to surrender their weapons before proceeding. The guard, appearing slightly embarrassed, brought a hand to his chin before revealing that, no matter how small or insignificant a creature might seem, it was strictly forbidden to take a life within the Tang clan. At this, Jaegal's expression shifted to one of surprise, and his mind conjured the image of a golden Buddha statue. The possibility of the entire Tang clan converting to Buddhism crossed his mind. Sensing the misunderstanding, the guard quickly reassured them that they would understand once inside but emphasized the importance of abiding by this rule. Upon hearing this, Jae-gal and the elder became solemn. Before they could discuss the matter further, a familiar presence approached. The newcomer was visibly pleased by the arrival of the military advisor. Jae-gal's eyes widened slightly in recognition before a smile formed on his face. The ones greeting him were Hua-yin and Soryang. They both bowed their heads respectfully, and Jae-gal returned the gesture, acknowledging that it had been some time since he last saw Hua-yin. She placed her hands over her abdomen and, with a measured tone, noted that exactly 1 year had passed since their last meeting. With a light-hearted smile, Jae-gal inquired about the whereabouts of the myriad poison's divine sovereign. In response, Hua-yin closed her eyes briefly before explaining that her grandfather had left to search for traces of the blood cult, offering her apologies for any inconvenience. Jae-gal regarded her with a calm expression, dismissing any notion that it was an inconvenience. Instead, his attention soon shifted toward Soryang, his curiosity piqued. Studying the young warrior, he asked about his identity. With a polite smile, Soryang introduced himself, expressing his honor in meeting the military advisor. At this, Jae-gal and the elder exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes as they observed that the young man was not from the Tang clan. Before either could voice their thoughts, Hua-yin placed a hand over her chest, averted her gaze and hesitated before revealing that Soryang was her fiancé. A stunned silence followed. Jae-gal and the elder stood frozen in shock, while the men accompanying them reacted with disbelief. Whispers of jealousy spread among the group as realization dawned upon them. One of Murim's 3 flowers had a lover. Their hearts filled with despair as they clenched their fists, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. To them, the world had never seemed more unfair. None could understand how or where Soryang had come from, and envy seeped into Jae-gal's expression as well. With a composed demeanor, he slowly unfolded his fan and lowered his gaze. He requested that they be guided inside, knowing that if the mood continued, the entire group might challenge Soryang to a sparring match. Just as tension simmered, an unfamiliar sound echoed through the air. Jae-gal and the elder instinctively tensed, their expressions shifting from confusion to intrigue, as they searched for the source of the strange noise. The men were left in shock, their jaws dropping as they lifted their gaze to the sky. Their expressions of astonishment quickly drew the attention of everyone around them, revealing that something unusual had appeared above. The source of the strange sound was soon identified, the golden-haired king bees which were flying in the area. The sight of such highly venomous creatures within the Tang clan left the group in disbelief. Instinctively, several men moved in front of Hua-yin, drawing their swords and instructing the others to remain cautious. Their stance made it clear that they were prepared to protect her at all costs. Observing their reaction, Soryang became increasingly alarmed. A sense of urgency flashed in his eyes as he urged them to put away their weapons. Fear crept into his expression as he stepped forward, placing a hand on one of the men's shoulders in an attempt to explain the new regulations of the Tang clan. However, the warrior, overwhelmed by anger, shoved Soryang's hand aside and, with a furious glare, demanded that he step away. He made it clear that the golden-haired king bees were incredibly dangerous creatures, capable of killing an ordinary person with ease. Despite Soryang's efforts to calm the situation, the men continued pressing in on him, gradually suffocating him beneath their collective weight. Unable to suppress his frustration any longer, he forcefully pushed them back. His eyes burned with intensity as he declared that he had been raising the golden-haired king bees himself, urging everyone to remain calm. The revelation left the group in shock. One of the bees landed gently on Soryang's head, an affectionate gesture that only deepened their disbelief. Jae-gal and the others, overwhelmed by fear, instinctively stepped back. Unfazed, Soryang smiled as he played with the bees, fully aware that they had missed him after their time apart. Seeing this, Hua-yin's expression softened, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, the bees turned their attention toward Jae-gal and his men, who were still struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Soryang, maintaining his calm demeanor, stroked one of the bees and gently reassured them not to sting the guests. One of the warriors, watching in stunned silence, broke into a nervous sweat upon realizing that Soryang was treating these lethal creatures as if they were harmless pets. Gradually, the tension in the group dissipated, and the young warriors regained their composure. With the situation now under control, Jae-gal and the elder accompanied Soryang and Hua-yin inside. As they walked, Jae-gal's thoughts remained fixated on Soryang. It was difficult to believe that this young warrior from Hainan Island had become the fiancé of the renowned poisonous flower. The realization that an outsider had managed to secure such a position within the Tang clan left him in a state of disbelief. As they strolled further, something caught Jaegal's attention. Nearby, two men were sitting and engaged in a heated argument. The black-haired man, his expression fierce, held up a small vase and insisted that a venomous scorpion would be a more fitting companion for the Tang clan. In response, the orange-haired man, equally enraged, produced a small chameleon and vehemently argued its superiority, directing everyone's attention to the creature's radiant crest. Jaegal's pulse quickened as unease settled over him. Placing a hand on Soryang's shoulder, he hesitated before asking why so many warriors within the Tang clan were preoccupied with insects and animals. Pulled from his thoughts, Soryang turned his attention back to the scene, his curiosity piqued. As the men continued their dispute, he casually explained that they were enduring the venomous creature companionship punishment. The response sent a chill through Jaegal, who instinctively began to sweat. The thought of such a punishment unsettled him, and he quickly inquired about what they had done to deserve it. Soryang placed a hand under his chin, deep in thought, before recalling the events from a few nights prior. That evening, Soryang and Hwayin had gone to the training hall. As Soryang trained, Hwayin became increasingly anxious and advised him to focus on expelling his internal energy. However, despite his best efforts, Soryang's movements resembled a dance rather than proper training. Just as they continued, an unexpected presence disrupted them. Commander Gu and his men arrived, their faces tense. As they stood before them, they closed their eyes momentarily, visibly nervous. With a sorrowful expression, Gu Pei offered his apologies, explaining that a significant problem had arisen. More than half of the captured rat pups intended to feed the tiger-striped water snakes had perished. Hearing this, Soryang turned toward him, his gaze filled with sadness. Hwayin, on the other hand, appeared confused, uncertain about the situation. Soryang crossed his arms, closed his eyes and sighed. There was little that could be done, as rats were highly sensitive creatures. If the environment became too noisy, it was not uncommon for the mother to kill them. However, Gu Pei soon revealed the true cause of the problem. The warriors had not merely failed to preserve the rat pups, they had eaten them. A flicker of disbelief crossed Soryang's face as confusion settled in. Gu Pei continued, explaining that the men had consumed the young rats as snacks while drinking alcohol. The weight of this revelation left Soryang speechless. His eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend that the warriors had treated the rats as nothing more than side dishes to accompany their drinks. Soryang was overwhelmed by confusion, struggling to grasp the situation unfolding before him. Hwayin, arms crossed, turned her gaze toward Gu Pei and clarified the meaning of 3 screeches, a dish in which live baby rats were dipped in sauce and eaten. Embarrassment washed over Gu Pei as he lowered his head once more and apologized. Soryang, paralyzed by disbelief, attempted to make sense of what he had just heard. Hwayin stepped forward and scolded them, prompting Gu Pei to clutch his ears as he explained the reasoning behind their actions. Some of the poison handlers were from Henan, and reminiscing about home had led to an unexpected turn of events, resulting in the warriors consuming the baby rats that had originally been captured to feed the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang's expression darkened with contempt as the full realization set in. Anger surged within him, and he understood that measures needed to be taken to ensure they learned the true value of the creatures they raised. It was through this incident that the Tang clan of Sichuan established the venomous creature companionship punishment and implemented a new set of rules. Back in the present, Soryang stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering as he explained that each warrior was now responsible for raising a venomous creature. The warriors began to argue among themselves, their reactions varying, while Jaegal, unable to contain his unease, broke into a nervous sweat. The reason behind each warrior's association with a venomous creature had finally become clear to him. His curiosity intensified, and he focused his attention on Soryang, finding him increasingly fascinating. As Soryang observed the warriors with thinly veiled disdain, Jaegal came to a sudden realization. This young man was far from ordinary. When night fell, the great patriarch arrived, and the 3 of them sat together at a table for discussion. With a serious demeanor, the great patriarch recounted the series of events that had transpired. Jaegal, closing his eyes momentarily, smiled and remarked that Soryang must be the enigmatic young warrior whom the patriarch of the Tang clan had encountered on Henan Island. The great patriarch studied him for a moment before smiling and inquiring about his thoughts on the Tang clan's most treasured possession. Jaegal expressed his admiration for Soryang, remarking that the term enigmatic hardly did him justice. He acknowledged the astonishing nature of the golden-haired king bees, further reinforcing his intrigue. Soryang, however, could not suppress a sense of nervousness at being the subject of such praise. Jaegel's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. His mind lingered on a troubling matter: the complete lack of any clues regarding the blood cult. The great patriarch, his composure steady, turned toward Soryang with a knowing smile. He declared that they could not afford to remain passive while the influence of the blood cult continued to spread unchecked. Soryang's curiosity was piqued, and he directed his full attention to the patriarch. Without hesitation, the elder instructed him to retrieve something. Jaegal, taken aback, felt his confusion deepen as his curiosity reached its peak. The great patriarch raised a finger and, summoning his power, formed a protective barrier around them. His eyes closed briefly as he explained that no sound could be allowed to escape, and for that reason he had invoked a Kai barrier. As Soryang reached into his clothing, Jaegal turned his attention to the shimmering barrier, his jaw tightening in astonishment. With unwavering confidence, Soryang produced a small jar and placed it on the table. Jaegal immediately seized it, scrutinizing the object while his mind raced with questions. The mere presence of the Kai barrier suggested the jar contained something of great importance. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he questioned what kind of item required such extreme secrecy. The great patriarch, maintaining his steady gaze, revealed that the jar contained a poison capable of dissipating internal energy. Jaegal, unimpressed at first, argued that such poisons were fairly common and did not seem to warrant the use of a Kai barrier. However, as Soryang and the patriarch exchanged knowing glances and nodded with subtle smiles, the revelation came. This particular poison had a unique property: it exclusively affected members of the blood cult. Jaegel's expression shifted instantly. His focus locked onto the jar and his eyes widened in shock. Panic surged through him as he slammed his hand against the table, demanding confirmation. The great patriarch, eyes closed in calm certainty, affirmed the truth of the claim. A deep, burning hatred flickered in Jaegel's gaze as his thoughts turned to the blood cult. The significance of this discovery could not be overstated. He recalled the brutal rebellion of 30 years prior, when their fiercest battles had been met with devastating setbacks. The realization dawned upon him: the blood cult had survived the onslaught not because of their superior strength alone, but because the internal energy-dissipating poison had been entirely ineffective against them. The great patriarch, reflecting on the past, confirmed Jaegel's suspicions. When martial artists like themselves were poisoned, their internal energy dispersed, rendering them powerless. However, the members of the blood cult had remained completely unaffected. Jaegal, maintaining a serious gaze, inquired about the potency of this particular version of the poison. The great patriarch's expression radiated confidence as he explained that, according to Huayin, the poison was capable of reducing the physical abilities of its target to that of an ordinary person. He further revealed that she had successfully defeated a blood cult elder who had been poisoned, striking him down with a single blow. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Jaegel's face, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The revelation confirmed that the poison's effect was reminiscent of the internal energy-dissipating poison used in the past. Acknowledging the significance of such a discovery, he offered a gesture of respect to the great patriarch and expressed his gratitude. With a weapon like this, even the leader of the alliance could find some relief. The great patriarch, however, redirected the recognition toward Soryang, explaining that the true credit belonged to him. It was Soryang who had made this discovery, having willingly poisoned himself to bait the blood cult elder into absorbing his blood. The consequences had been severe. He had lingered at the brink of life and death for nearly 10 days. Jaegel's admiration deepened as he processed the extent of Soryang's sacrifice, recognizing both his wisdom and bravery. Soryang, caught off guard, instinctively touched his neck, his face flushing with embarrassment. Jaegal, moved by the young warrior's actions, placed a firm hand on his shoulder. With a grateful expression, he declared that if Soryang had any wish, he need only voice it, and he would personally ensure that the leader of the alliance granted it. A smile played on his lips as he awaited an answer. Soryang lowered his head, deep in thought, his fingers grazing his chin. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Instead of requesting martial manuals, rare elixirs, or treasures of gold and silver, he asked if it would be possible to obtain information about toxic creatures. Jaegel's confusion was immediate. His eyes narrowed as he struggled to comprehend why Soryang, given such an opportunity, would prioritize knowledge of venomous creatures over invaluable martial resources. A bead of sweat formed as he tried to make sense of the young warrior's unconventional request. Observing this, the great patriarch let out a hearty laugh. Jae-gal, closing his eyes, came to a realization. Soryong was truly unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Even within the long history of Murim, such eccentricity was unprecedented. When he reopened his eyes, a knowing smile formed on his face. Though he admitted that he might not have precisely the information Soryong sought, he presented an alternative. He inquired whether Soryong would be interested in a mystical stone lizard. Jae-gal begins to recount how, during the day, they had arrived at a remote location on the island, where a majestic waterfall cascaded down the cliffs. Among them was Jae-gal's nephew, and he was the one who announced that they had finally arrived. They had reached Mount Gonga in Sichuan. His nephew, Cheon, remarked that it was exactly as their ancestors had described: the waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, everything was identical. Furthermore, from that vantage point, they could also see the peak of Mount Gonga in the distance. Jae-gal stepped closer to the water, crouching down to touch it. Feeling its icy temperature against his fingers, he commented that this water undoubtedly came from the melting of the eternal snow, as it was extremely cold. Smiling, Jae-gal gave orders to his men to wait there and instructed Cheon to follow him carefully. The men obeyed, and Cheon's face lit up with excitement. Jae-gal then leaped forward, crossing the river toward the waterfall. Determined not to be left behind, Cheon mirrored Jae-gal's movements, closely following him. After some time they finally reached their destination. Jae-gal placed his hand on a rock, waiting for Cheon to catch up. The two of them then gazed beyond a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Observing the surroundings, Jae-gal remarked that, aside from the turtle-shaped rock, if they climbed along the waterfall on the cliffside, there should be an entrance to a cave near the fist-shaped stone. Still brimming with excitement, Cheon enthusiastically said that everything matched the records perfectly. Fixing his gaze on the cave entrance, Jae-gal declared that he would go in first and instructed Cheon to follow closely behind him. Cheon nodded in understanding. As they stepped inside, they found the cave walls covered with various herbs. Jae-gal and Cheon proceeded cautiously, mindful of any potential surprises lurking in the darkness. Upon reaching the heart of the cave, Jae-gal suddenly halted, his eyes widening. He murmured that this was truly incredible. A hole in the ceiling allowed sunlight to pour in, illuminating the entire chamber. Standing still with his hands behind his back, Jae-gal observed the breathtaking sight before him. Cheon, equally mesmerized, expressed his amazement, stating that such a mystical view was the last thing one would expect inside a cave. Still smiling, Jae-gal commented that this was the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive. Then his eyes fell upon exactly what he had been searching for, a rare spiritual herb that had absorbed the extreme yin energy over time, the 100-year snow ginseng. Cheon took a step closer and remarked that now all they had to do was exchange this snow ginseng for the dark wolf flower from the Namgung clan. Jae-gal nodded in agreement, adding that with this, the severed meridians of the Namgung clan's daughter should improve. Furthermore, they would obtain a 200-year-old dark wolf flower in return. Stepping even closer, Jae-gal reached out toward the snow ginseng, his hand emanating a faint blue aura as he prepared to collect it. However, in that very moment he sensed a strange presence. Almost instantly, something shot out from between the rocks, leaping toward him. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, Jae-gal swiftly pulled out his fan and used it to defend himself, narrowly avoiding being struck. Having witnessed everything unfold in the blink of an eye, Cheon called out to his uncle, asking if he was all right. His voice carried concern, as it was now clear that there was more than just one creature attacking them. Amidst the flurry of movements inside the cave, Jae-gal reassured Cheon that he was fine but warned him to stay on guard, as these creatures were moving with astonishing speed. Seizing an opening behind Jae-gal, two of the creatures launched another attack. Sensing the danger, Jae-gal quickly turned around and blocked the strikes with his fan once more. But this time he noticed something unusual. These attacks carried a freezing effect as the tip of his fan was now coated in ice. Cheon approached and asked what was happening, but Jae-gal remained silent for a brief moment. Then he spoke, stating that this was a lizard. Cheon, puzzled, hesitated before asking if he had heard correctly. Jae-gal confirmed, explaining that yes, it was indeed a lizard, an incredibly fast, blue-scaled lizard with piercing yellow eyes and dark skin. Returning to the present moment after hearing this story, Soryong questioned whether it was truly real, as naturally occurring blue lizards were extraordinarily rare. The great patriarch inquired whether these lizards were venomous and if Jae-gal was certain that the situation was safe. Practically drooling with excitement, Soryong assured them that everything was fine and that they could leave it to him. Soryong mentioned that lizards carried venomous chi in their eyes. However, the great patriarch admitted that he had no idea what Soryong was talking about but trusted him nonetheless. Observing the entire exchange and Soryong's sheer enthusiasm, it became clear just how eccentric he was when it came to this particular subject. As night fell, Jae-gal stated that if he came across any new information regarding toxic creatures, he would make sure Soryong was the first to know. The following day his father-in-law returned. Calling out for his son-in-law, he sought Soryong. Still seated in the same place, Hwayin welcomed him, while Soryong asked if something had happened. Approaching him, the patriarch suddenly pinched Soryong's cheeks, asking if he was all right. Soryong, somewhat confused, responded that he was fine, while Hwayin observed the entire scene, shocked by her father's reaction. Then Soryong revealed his arms, which were covered in snake bites. He casually explained that although he had woken up after 10 days with scars all over his arms, he was in fact alive. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's expression darkened, his anger igniting against those wretched bastards from the blood cult. It was only then that the patriarch realized he had completely forgotten something. Then he turned to Hwayin and shouted, asking if she was all right. Hwayin, realizing that she had been momentarily overlooked, responded that she was fine and asked him to calm down. She reassured him once more, emphasizing that she was truly fine because Soryong and all the family members had saved her. Seated in the background, the Grand Patriarch remarked that Soryong had done something truly remarkable. He recalled that after taking down the elder, Soryong had boldly declared the words, "Your natural enemy is me." Hearing this, the Patriarch's eyes gleamed with interest, while Soryong blushed in embarrassment. Hwayin, however, corrected the statement, saying that the actual phrase had been, "I am your natural enemy." Soryong, fidgeting with his fingers in a timid manner, admitted that it happened that way because his plan had worked so well. Thanks to that, they had been able to uncover the weakness of the blood cult. Interrupting the family moment, Jae-gal called out to Cheolsun, the patriarch, stating that he was also present. The patriarch turned to him and asked how he had been. Clasping his hands in a formal greeting, the patriarch remarked that ever since Jae-gal had risen in rank, they had not communicated much and were now finally meeting under these circumstances. Jae-gal acknowledged this as true and expressed his regret over it. Soryong, not entirely understanding the situation, had a confused look on his face. Meanwhile, Hwayin, smiling as she adjusted her hair, explained that they had been childhood friends. Jae-gal then invited the patriarch to take a seat, mentioning that there was much to discuss, starting with the blood cult. Turning his gaze toward the couple, Jae-gal also requested that they sit down as there were more details to go over. Sometime later, the patriarch asked Jae-gal how the search for the secret agent was progressing. Hearing this, Soryong thought to himself that they might be talking about a spy or something similar. So, he asked what kind of secret agent they were referring to. The patriarch stroked his chin and gave a faint smile. He then asked if Soryong remembered how the bastards from the blood cult had invaded to steal the secret manual of the venomous claw of the bloody hand. Soryong confirmed that he did and added that it seemed like they considered it to be of immense value. The patriarch stated that this was exactly the point. He then asked Soryong how he thought their enemies had discovered that the venomous claw of the bloody hand was in the possession of the Tang clan. This revelation left Soryong in shock. He had not even considered that possibility. Rising from his seat, slightly agitated, Soryong exclaimed that this was a huge problem. He then asked if someone from the Tang clan could possibly have leaked information to the blood cult. This question stunned both the patriarch and Jae-gal. Jae-gal then turned to the patriarch and suggested that he educate his son-in-law, as being a newcomer, he was unaware of certain histories, despite having heard quite a few entertaining stories about him. The patriarch chuckled, stroking his mustache. Meanwhile, Soryong, sweating slightly, wondered if he was being perceived as odd. Hwayin then turned to Soryong and firmly stated that secret agents could never exist within the Tang clan. She explained that even when selecting a mere servant, they conducted thorough background checks on all direct relatives and even distant cousins. Cheolsun added that only if the individual passed these strict evaluations would they bring all direct family members into the clan. He further explained that all children were raised within the Tang clan. Under such circumstances, no one would dare betray them. Listening to this, Soryong realized that they took extremely rigorous precautions. Still processing it all, Soryong then asked who the secret agent was. Jae-gal revealed that it had been the woman who served tea. She had been discovered, and the necessary measures had already been taken. He also stated that she was a servant of the Murim alliance and mentioned that, within the alliance, only 3 people had knowledge of this matter. At this point, the leader of the alliance must have already captured her. Meanwhile, as the situation within the Tang clan was beginning to settle, an unexpected guest arrived at the Tang clan's mansion. The new visitor, standing at the entrance, requested that the guard inform the patriarch of his arrival. He stated that he had finally made it there and that running the entire way from Hebei without using mobility arts had been quite an amusing experience. Then, pounding his chest, the man introduced himself as Peng Muwen and asked the guard to announce that the leader of the Peng clan had just arrived. After he arrived, a signal in the form of an arrow was sent soaring through the sky. Without wasting any time, Soryang and Huayin immediately rushed to receive the new guests. As they ran, Soryang grew concerned and questioned Huayin about whether it was a good idea for only the 2 of them to go. She reassured him not to worry, reminding him that the others were engaged in an important discussion. With a subtle smile, she pointed out that the young master was also the son-in-law of the Tang family and encouraged him to have a bit more confidence in himself. Upon arriving at the location, Soryang slowly opened the door, convincing himself that it was merely a guest from another clan and that there was no reason to be nervous. However, the moment his gaze landed on the newly arrived individuals, he froze in place, overwhelmed by the intimidating presence of the men standing before him. Peng Muwen studied him with a slightly suspicious expression before shifting his focus elsewhere. Suddenly, both he and his men brightened as soon as they saw Lady Huayin. Their expressions softened with joy as she formally introduced herself and greeted the head of the Peng clan. Muwen commented on how much time had passed since their last meeting and admitted that he had barely recognized her, as she had been much smaller back then. Huayin, smiling, agreed, remarking that it had already been 5 years, a considerable amount of time. As Muwen observed Soryang standing beside Huayin, his expression shifted once more, and he questioned the identity of the man accompanying her. Still feeling nervous, Soryang respectfully clasped his hands together and introduced himself as Soryang, the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang family. For a brief moment, Muwen seemed utterly perplexed by this statement. Without warning, Muwen reached out and pinched Soryang's cheeks before turning to Huayin and asking if he was truly her fiancé. She confirmed with a straightforward, yes. Even after hearing her answer, Muwen remained skeptical, carefully studying Soryang's demeanor. The longer he stared, the more anxious Soryang became, his nervous sweat increasing as he struggled to maintain eye contact. Resting his hand on his chin, Muwen suddenly came up with an idea. Before Soryang could react, Muwen grabbed his baseball bat, seemingly wanting to verify something. Both Soryang and Huayin turned red at the unexpected action. After a moment of silence, Muwen burst into laughter and casually remarked that he had been wondering if Soryang was too young, but judging from down there, he was certainly a man. His words made Soryang's face flush an even deeper shade of red. Turning back to Huayin, Muwen praised her for finding a good partner, confidently stating that Soryang would become an incredible man in the coming years. Embarrassed, Huayin shyly covered her face, unable to hide her blushing cheeks. As laughter filled the air and Soryang remained awkwardly speechless, one of Muwen's men silently noted that the Hebei Peng clan truly had no regard for etiquette or formalities. Perhaps this was simply the leader's unique way of assessing Soryang. Deciding to roll with the situation, Soryang accepted the compliment and in his mind, acknowledged that a man recognizes another man. Muwen, still amused, let out another hearty laugh and commented that Soryang was unlike the useless heirs from other famous clans. With a firm pat on Soryang's back, Muwen officially introduced himself as the head of the Peng family, expressing his pleasure in meeting him. Huayin then called out to Peng, prompting him to ask if something was wrong. She inquired whether he had truly come all the way from Hebei to the Tang clan to offer assistance and, more importantly, how he had managed to arrive so quickly. At her question, Muwen's demeanor turned serious once again. He asked what kind of help was needed and whether something had happened to the Tang family. However, instead of giving a direct answer, he simply reached out and ruffled Soryang's hair, which in turn irritated Huayin slightly. Now joining the ongoing meeting with Jagal, Muwen was brought up to speed on the recent events concerning the blood cult's appearance. However, Huayin quickly reassured him that the cult members had already been eliminated. Hearing this, Muwen sighed, regretting that he hadn't arrived a little sooner. At this point, Wilson, the patriarch, took his turn to speak, questioning why the leader of the Peng clan had traveled all this way. Muwen, slightly embarrassed, admitted that in his anger toward the blood cult, he had completely forgotten to mention the real reason for his visit. He then revealed that, in truth, he had come to seek the Tang family's assistance. His words piqued everyone's curiosity, and the patriarch promptly asked what kind of help he needed. Scratching his head, Muwen internally complained about the unnecessary formalities, finding them a hassle. Without further ado, he suddenly shouted for her to be brought in, saying that she needed to greet her elders. One of the scar-faced men who had arrived alongside Muwen immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Both Huayin and Soryang were stunned, sharing the same thought. Muwen had spoken about her needing to greet the elders, yet the person who entered was a massive brute of a man. The towering figure stood before the table and, in a gruff voice, stated that she needed to come down now to properly greet the leaders of the Sichuan Tang clan. A small voice, coming from somewhere on the man's back, sleepily muttered that it was still too early. As realization dawned upon Soryang, he was left utterly speechless, shocked that no one had noticed this presence the entire time. Slowly, something began sliding down from under the man's cloak. And before anyone could fully process what was happening, a tiny girl, sucking on a lollipop, emerged before them. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone at the table stared at the child, unsure of how to react. Calmly, the little girl clasped her hands together in a respectful greeting and introduced herself as Peng Ying of the Peng family. Muwen pulls the little girl close and states that she is his daughter. Soryang and Huayin watch from the background, completely frozen in shock. Both of them, utterly astonished, can only think that this must be some kind of genetic miracle because she is incredibly adorable. Meanwhile, Muwen proudly boasts that they look very much alike. Now gently stroking his daughter's head, Muwen explains that this child is the reason he came to the Tang family to ask for help. While she calmly nibbles on a biscuit, he continues, stating that she has been feeling somewhat unwell and asks if the Tang clan could take a look at her. Upon hearing this, both the patriarch and Soryang exchange uncertain glances, questioning what kind of illness it could be. Something then catches Soryang's attention. When he looks at her closely, he notices a faint aura surrounding the little girl as she continues to eat biscuit after biscuit with a calm expression. Time passes and now night has fallen. Soryang lies in bed, surrounded by his centipedes, deep in thought. After hearing about and analyzing Ying's symptoms, they were still unable to determine the exact cause. As he absent-mindedly pinches the cheek of one of his tiny centipedes, he recalls Muwen's explanation regarding his daughter's condition. Muwen had described how, at times, she suddenly becomes short of breath, and large red blotches appear all over her body. In severe cases she even loses consciousness. However, after some time she regains consciousness as if nothing had happened, and no one has been able to figure out why. Muwen also explained that he had already tried everything to uncover the cause. He had even sought out disciples of Yaxian, but all of them insisted that the child was perfectly healthy. There was even one occasion when a disciple suggested it might be poisoning. Muwen had nearly beaten him up on the spot. Shaking his head, Muwen had firmly stated that such a thing was impossible, as there was no one in his family capable of doing such a thing. The patriarch then pointed out that if it truly were poisoning, there could be an internal issue within the Peng family. However, Muwen confidently reassured him that no member of the Peng family would ever commit such an act. Scratching his head, Muwen sighed and said it was better not to dwell on it too much, as he didn't want to start suspecting his own family. Jagal then intervened, saying that jumping to conclusions would not help since poisoning is not always caused by another person. Looking at the little girl, the patriarch decided that they would provide an empty courtyard house where she could stay for some time, allowing them to observe her condition closely. After all, it was essential to confirm whether this was truly poisoning or something entirely different. Muwen, feeling relieved, expressed his gratitude to the patriarch, acknowledging that from now on, they would be under the Tang clan's care for a while. Lying in bed, Soryang could only think that what was affecting the little girl might be juvenile diabetes since sugar seemed to be accumulating rapidly within her body. Sitting up, he tried to recall whether red blotches were a symptom of childhood diabetes, but he concluded that the best way to know was if more prominent symptoms appeared. At that very moment, someone knocked on Soryang's door. A voice called out, addressing him as young master, and informing him that a serious problem had arisen. Without hesitation, Soryang quickly opened the door and demanded to know what had happened this time. The woman before him wasted no time in explaining. The young lady of the Peng clan had just collapsed. In the dead of night, Soryang sprinted toward the scene as everyone rushed to verify what had happened. Upon arriving, he saw Muwen crouched down, holding the unconscious girl in his arms, his expression filled with worry. He overheard Muwen explaining that she had been sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly started coughing and then collapsed without warning. The patriarch, analyzing the situation, commented that since she had collapsed here as well, it meant there were no spies within the Peng family. As soon as he said this, he noticed Muwen's face twist with anger and asked him what was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, Muwen delivered a brutal punch to his own face with all his strength. The impact was so powerful that one of his teeth went flying far into the distance. Now grinning, toothless, Muwen apologized, admitting that despite what he had previously said, he had not been able to forgive himself for even briefly suspecting his own family. His men, overwhelmed with admiration, began to weep proudly. Muwen, still holding his daughter, continued, saying that if Ying had collapsed here as well, then the cause must be something else entirely. The other men of the Peng family, moved by their leader's actions, followed suit, delivering fierce punches to their own faces and shouting apologies. They lamented their failure, insisting that despite being by her side, they had not been able to prevent the young lady from collapsing, branding it as their own disgrace. The patriarch, watching this bizarre display, simply sighed and urged them all to calm down. As yet another tooth soared through the air, Huayin placed a hand on Soryong's shoulder and quietly asked him what they should do now. Soryong responded with determination, stating that there was only one way. In the background, Soryong suddenly raised his voice, calling for everyone's attention and urging them to remain calm above all else. He then confidently announced that there was a method to uncover the cause of her symptoms and at the same time, prove everyone's innocence. Both the patriarch and Muwen immediately turned to him, asking what this method was. With deliberate steps, Soryong slowly approached Muwen and the unconscious young lady, lowering himself to her level. The entire room fell into an uneasy silence, every person anxiously waiting for his next words. With a serious expression, Soryong finally declared that the first step was to remove all of the young lady's clothing. The room was instantly filled with shock. Huayin and the patriarch were left completely speechless, their faces frozen in sheer disbelief at the audacity of his statement. Meanwhile, Muwen's expression twisted into pure rage as he struggled to comprehend Soryong's intentions in attempting to undress his daughter. Holding his daughter in his arms, Peng asked Soryong to repeat what he had just said, while the patriarch observed the situation in silence, showing no reaction. At that moment, countless doubts raced through the young warrior's mind. And just as he was about to repeat his request to change the young lady's clothes, he was suddenly grabbed by his collar at a speed even he hadn't anticipated. Muwen, his heart burning with fury, demanded to know if he had truly just heard Soryong suggest removing his daughter's clothing, just like that, out of absolutely nowhere. With no other choice and in utter desperation, Soryong pleaded with him to wait. Sensing the imminent danger, a baby centipede emerged from within Soryong's clothing, crawling out to assess the situation, but he quickly ordered it to go back inside. Observing the tense atmosphere, the patriarch stepped in, urging Muwen to calm down, as his son-in-law must have had something in mind. Huayin, noticing that Soryong was struggling to endure the pressure, also intervened, asking Muwen to at least listen to him first. Reluctantly, Muwen released Soryong's collar, but his anger had not yet subsided. His voice remained sharp, his words laced with irritation as he pointed out that Soryong had dared to suggest removing his daughter's clothing, who had not even reached adulthood yet. He demanded a proper explanation for such an outrageous statement. Now that the tempers had cooled slightly, Soryong took a deep breath and asked Lord Peng to remain calm and listen to him until the end. He then clarified that what he truly meant was that her clothes should be removed and replaced with different ones, as there was a strong possibility that something within her garments or personal belongings had caused her to faint. It was only then that Muwen finally grasped the boy's true intentions. Realizing his mistake and deeply irritated with himself, he clenched his fists, fully expecting to lose yet another tooth, as he begrudgingly admitted that he had doubted the young warrior's words. Soryong urged him to stay calm, pointing out that his daughter's sudden collapse must have left him shaken. Muwen, now grinning despite his missing tooth, expressed his sincere gratitude for Soryong's patience and understanding toward another person's mistake. Taking on a more serious tone, Soryong then firmly declared that, from this moment onward, the young lady would remain under the care of the Tang clan. Until further notice, all contact with the Peng clan would be strictly restricted. Muwen, visibly unsettled by this decision, immediately asked if that meant even he would be prohibited from seeing her. Soryong confirmed it without hesitation, stating that not even Muwen himself would be allowed. He then explained that if she exhibited the same symptoms while under his care, it would prove that the cause had nothing to do with the Peng clan. He elaborated further, explaining that this technique was known as controlled environmental adjustment, a method commonly used by breeders of insects, reptiles, and amphibians. Since animals cannot verbally express what is wrong, humans cannot immediately determine the exact cause of their ailments. Therefore, breeders systematically alter aspects of the animal's environment, such as their food, feeding bowls, and even their habitat, to pinpoint the specific factor causing their illness. Soryong stated that he would apply this method to diagnose the young lady, completely resetting her environment and gradually reintroducing elements to identify the trigger. All of this was to ensure that she would no longer faint without understanding the reason behind it. The patriarch noted that this process might take some time, but he was confident that they would be able to uncover the root of her condition. He then praised his son-in-law for coming up with such a thoughtful solution. Hearing this, Soryong became visibly flustered, while Muin simply nodded in understanding. Then, with tears welling up in his eyes, Muin, his voice heavy with emotion, begged them to take good care of his daughter. Soryong smiled, pounded his chest confidently, and assured him that he could leave it to him. In his mind, he thought that after raising countless creatures, taking care of a little girl should be nothing in comparison. However, Soryong had not anticipated what happened next. Unlike the creatures he had raised, the child, being entirely different from them, began to cry. Minutes passed, yet the little girl still hadn't stopped crying, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. From the moment she had regained consciousness, she had burst into tears and had not stopped since. Meanwhile, Huayin and her mother were busy gathering essential supplies to care for the child, leaving Soryong completely alone with her, just the two of them. At a loss, he hesitantly asked her if she was hungry or sleepy, unsure of what else to do. Seeing that her sobbing did not subside, he tried another approach and asked if she was crying because Lord Peng was not there. Hoping to soothe her, he assured her that Muin had gone to fetch medicine for her and would return soon. However, to his surprise, the little girl pouted and firmly stated that this wasn't the reason for her tears. She was crying because she wanted sweets. Soryong could only sigh internally, realizing that she preferred sweets over her own father. Now reflecting on this, he suddenly remembered that while they were changing her clothes, she had several sweets hidden away. Trying to calm her down, he gently asked her to relax, explaining that since she had just woken up, she couldn't eat sweets right away. Instead, he suggested that she eat some rice porridge first and later he would personally make some treats for her. He then moved closer, lowering his voice slightly as he told her that if she ate her porridge properly and behaved well, he would prepare candied fruit skewers for her. At that moment, her eyes lit up with excitement, the prospect of sweets instantly lifting her spirits. However, for this to happen she would have to promise to behave. Without hesitation, she quickly agreed, nodding eagerly as she vowed to eat well and be on her best behavior. And the little girl confidently states that everyone in the Peng clan always keeps their promises. She then adds, with complete seriousness, that if she ever breaks hers, he has permission to punch her in the face. Hearing this, Soryong is utterly taken aback, his mind reeling as he wonders what on earth the Peng clan teaches its children. Later that day, Muin finds himself hidden behind a cluster of bushes, burdened with worry. He has no choice but to watch his daughter from afar, restricted by the new rule that forbids him from approaching her. However, his covert surveillance does not go unnoticed. Soryong, catching him in the act, immediately questions what he is doing hiding there. Before responding, Muin swiftly grabs Soryong by the collar and yanks him into the bushes as well, determined to maintain his cover. Lowering his voice, Muin anxiously asks how his daughter is doing. Soryong reassures him, stating that she is fine, she has been eating well and behaving properly. Muin, still skeptical, presses him further, demanding to know if she is truly eating on her own. He is bewildered as he asks how in the world Soryong managed to make that happen. Soryong simply shrugs, explaining that she is eating by herself naturally. He then turns the question back to Muin, wondering why he finds that so surprising. But before their conversation can continue, someone suddenly arrives, interrupting their hidden exchange. It is Huayin who greets the lord of the Peng clan with a polite nod. In response, Muin acknowledges her presence and thanks her for taking care of his precious daughter. Huayin then mentions as if casually, that Miss Ying had been asking about where her elder brother Soryong had gone. At those words, Muin's temper flares once more. He clenches his fists in frustration, feeling slighted that he has barely been able to hold a proper conversation with his own daughter, and yet in such a short time she and Soryong have already grown so close. Recognizing the dangerous shift in atmosphere, Soryong quickly realizes that now would be an excellent time to make his escape. As he turns to leave, Moon, still fuming, demands to know when exactly his daughter started calling Soryong by that title. Ignoring him, Hwain instead asks if Soryong is heading to the training grounds again today. Soryong nods, explaining that when Ing spends time playing with the bees, she behaves much better. As he hurries toward the training grounds, he muses to himself that, oddly enough, the bees seem to have taken a liking to the little girl as well. Upon his arrival, he sees Ying happily holding one of the golden royal bees in her small hands. The moment she spots him, her face lights up with a genuine radiant smile, and she excitedly urges him to come over quickly. After watching her interact with the bees for a while, Soryong gradually realizes something. Thanks to these bees, he was able to form a bond with Ying in record time. The adorable golden royal bees were absolutely enamored with her. Most likely because while eating sweets she had managed to spill syrup all over herself and the surrounding area. At that moment, Ying points ahead, calling out to Soryong with excitement, saying that the queen bee is over there. Still seated at a distance, Soryong reminds her that the queen bee is busy and asks her not to disturb it for now. As he observes her, he thinks to himself that if he had a younger sister she would probably be just like this. Maybe, just maybe, taking care of children isn't as bad as he originally thought. However, Ying refuses to give up. She continues to call out to him, insisting that there are other bees there as well. Just as Soryong is about to explain that bees can sting if they feel threatened, his words barely leaving his lips, the inevitable happens. Ying is stung. In an instant, Soryong rushes to her side, his concern evident in his expression. Reaching her, he carefully inspects the sting mark on her arm and gently tells her that she needs to be more careful. Although it doesn't seem too serious, he decides to take her to the medicine hall just to be safe. After all, bee venom can sometimes cause people to become very ill. But then Soryong notices something strange. The little girl's breathing is becoming unusually labored, far heavier than it should be. With panic rising in her voice, she weakly calls out to him, pleading for elder brother Soryong to help her. And then, right in front of his eyes, she collapses into his arms. His chest tightens with worry. He recalls Moon mentioning that sometimes Ying would develop red blotches on her body and lose consciousness. And in that instant, everything clicks into place. Soryong finally realizes exactly what this reaction is. The reason Ying has been fainting all this time is anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by an overactive immune response. Normally, when harmful substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. This immune response is known as inflammation. During this process, the body releases histamine, which dilates blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to enter and neutralize the invader. However, problems arise when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances. When histamine is released in excessive amounts, the immune response malfunctions due to its hyperactivity. Blood vessels dilate too rapidly, leading to a dangerous drop in blood pressure. As the vessels expand, symptoms such as difficulty breathing and severe itching begin to appear. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can be fatal. Realizing the severity of the situation, Soryong quickly lifts the little girl onto his back and starts running at full speed, aware that time is slipping away. As he sprints forward, he pleads with Miss Ying to hold on just a little longer. Reaching the palace entrance, he stops abruptly, his voice ringing out as he yells for help, urgently announcing that Miss Peng has lost consciousness. Hearing this, both the patriarch and Moon rush outside in a panic, their expressions filled with worry as they demand to know what has happened this time. Moon wastes no time. He takes his daughter into his arms, immediately sensing her struggle to breathe. Without hesitation, he pours his internal energy into her body, trying to help stabilize her condition. At that moment, a faint murmur escapes her lips. Soryong feels a wave of relief wash over him and silently thanks the heavens, realizing once again how truly remarkable internal energy is. Meanwhile, his mind quickly shifts to what he knows about anaphylaxis treatment. The primary goal is to stabilize blood pressure and keep the airway open. In modern medicine, various methods are used to achieve this, but in this world, Qi-based techniques serve the same purpose. The patriarch, assessing the situation, notes that her symptoms appear to be the same as before and asks if Soryong saw what triggered it this time. Moon, equally curious, turns to him for an answer. Soryong states that young Ying collapsed after being stung by a bee. Both the patriarch and Moon react with immediate disbelief, asking if that is truly the case. The patriarch acknowledges that some people do faint from bee stings but argues that this does not explain the previous instances where she lost consciousness. Muin nods in agreement, pointing out that she had never been stung before. Already certain of his conclusion, Soryong takes a step forward, drawing their attention as he confidently states that he has already identified the true cause. His words leave his father-in-law visibly stunned, to the point where he asks if Soryong is being serious. Soryong affirms that the bee sting played a crucial role in helping him discover the real underlying issue. Muin, growing more anxious, urges him to explain further. Taking a deep breath, Soryong prepares to share his findings, though he already anticipates the reaction his next words will cause. Before continuing, he states that the first thing they need to do is remove the young lady's clothing. A short time later, Hwayin appears and confirms that everything is exactly as Soryong had described. At first, the rashes covering her body had made it difficult to notice, but beneath them there were older marks, along with new ones that had recently appeared. Hwayin raises her hand, signaling for everyone to remain silent since Ying has yet to regain consciousness. Without hesitation, everyone obeys her command. Lowering his voice, Muin speaks again, acknowledging that, just as mentioned, there were indeed other marks besides the skin rash. His voice tightens as he demands to know why his daughter has been fainting all this time. Soryong calmly explains that this time, the cause was bee venom poisoning. Muin furrows his brows, unable to comprehend. The previous episodes were not caused by bee stings. After all, a bee sting is not something that would go unnoticed. With his confusion deepening, he questions Soryong, asking how he can be so certain that the culprit is bee venom. The young warrior, fully aware of Muin's concerns, acknowledges his reasoning before firmly stating that there is no doubt. The symptoms Ying displayed are a textbook case of anaphylaxis triggered by bee venom. At that moment he realizes what must be done next. He must search the records and identify another creature, one with venom similar to that of a bee. Something that contains melittin or peptides capable of inducing swelling and respiratory distress. Recalling that Hebei, China has a temperate continental climate, the venomous creatures in such a region would likely include certain snakes, scorpions and ants. Still lost in thought, Soryong quickly rules out snakes and scorpions. Instead, he tries to determine where she could have been repeatedly stung by a particular creature. Somewhere she frequents and something she does often. And then it hits him. Eating sweets. Soryong remembers that Hwayin had shown him that Ying had hidden pockets to store candies. Now, with a confident smile, he states that he has finally found the answer. He declares with certainty that the cause is bee venom, assuring everyone that they can trust his conclusion. Hwayin, however, remains doubtful. After all, Muin had already stated that his daughter had never been stung by a bee before. Soryong then explains that the people of the Tang clan surely understand that venom does not affect everyone the same way. For some, even the prick of a needle could be fatal, while others could withstand 10 times that amount without any issue. The patriarch nods, turning to Muin and acknowledging that, in a way, his son-in-law is correct. The same venom can have different effects on different individuals. Soryong continues, emphasizing that Ying is particularly sensitive to bee venom. One thing is clear, she is vulnerable to it. However, if there were no bees in her home, that leaves only one possibility. Hearing this, Muin grows even more intrigued and asks what that possibility could be. Soryong answers confidently, stating that it is indeed a bee, but a very special kind. Sometime later, as night falls, everyone is gathered near a particular area, their expressions tense. Hwayin holds up a lantern, casting light over the scene. Still skeptical, Muin questions whether Soryong is truly certain. Without hesitation, Soryong confirms that he is. He then asks Hwayin to illuminate the area more clearly, and she immediately complies. As the light reveals the ground, they see several ants feasting on one of Ying's sweets. While they eat, one of the ants suddenly bites another. With 2 wooden sticks, Soryong carefully lifts the aggressive ant by its head, holding it up for everyone to see. He confidently announces that this little creature is the culprit. However, confusion spreads among the group. They hesitate, unsure if what they are looking at is truly an ant, or perhaps something else entirely. Bringing the creature closer for inspection, Soryong points out that, at first glance, it resembles an ant. But upon closer analysis, it is actually a collateral relative of bees. To prove his point, he directs their attention to the creature's large, menacing stinger at the end of its body. At that moment, they finally understand what he meant by collateral relative. It is an ant, but one with a prominent, formidable stinger. Soryong then reveals the true identity of the creature. "This little thing is a king stinger ant," he declares. And with that, the real culprit behind Yingying's condition is finally exposed. Demonstrating his deep knowledge on the subject, Soryang elaborates further, stating that this species belongs to the order Hymenoptera, within the Formicidae family. It is commonly referred to by its nickname, the Asian needle ant. A detailed description of the giant stinger ant appears, outlining its classification within the insect order, its family, and its genus within the category of ants. Then, the central question that has been lingering all this time finally arises: can an ant really have a stinger similar to that of a bee? The answer lies in evolution. These stinger-bearing ants evolved from the same ancestors as wasps. Thus, even after countless generations, they have retained many characteristics of their wasp lineage. For this very reason, scientific studies on the venom of ants and wasps have shown that patients who experience anaphylaxis from stinger-bearing ants also tend to exhibit the same severe reaction to wasp venom. The research supports this connection. In any case, Soryang suspects that he came to hunt down demonic insects that had entangled themselves with the Tang family and in doing so, ended up stinging Yingying. After all, the giant stinger ant preys on demonic insects. Furthermore, the marks left by the ant's sting resemble mere blemishes, making it nearly impossible to identify whether the young lady had been stung before. It is now clear that, whenever Yingying woke up and noticed the marks, she and her family likely assumed they were nothing more than common skin spots. Upon hearing this explanation, Muwen is stunned. He can hardly believe that his precious daughter had been fainting all this time because of such a tiny creature. Now convinced, Muwen turns toward the patriarch and asks if he can develop an antidote. The patriarch nods and confirms that he can. He then adds that an antidote for bee venom already exists, but for someone as sensitive as Lady Yingying, it may not be entirely effective. Muwen, momentarily uneasy, questions what might happen to his daughter. The patriarch reassures him, telling him to stay calm. Now that the cause has been identified, they can exercise greater caution to prevent future episodes before she faints again. Though still apprehensive, Muwen takes a deep breath and agrees. Now, turning his attention to Soryang, he acknowledges that he has not yet properly thanked him. He expresses his deep gratitude to the young warrior for everything he has done. Soryang offers a modest smile and returns the gratitude. Then, in an attempt to reassure Muwen, he tells him not to worry. Though the process will be slow, there is indeed a way to treat Yingying's condition. Muwen, once again surprised, asks if there is truly a way to resolve this. Soryang confidently explains that the method is known as desensitization. Huayin, standing quietly in the background, watches him intently, thinking to herself just how brilliant her companion is. Then, Soryang begins to explain the process in highly technical terms, leaving everyone completely lost in confusion. Realizing their bewilderment, he simplifies his explanation. In more straightforward words, he explains that small doses of bee venom must be administered to Yingying over time, gradually reducing her sensitivity to it. The process will require patience, but it is effective. At this, Huayin suddenly frowns, visibly unsettled by the mere thought of deliberately poisoning the young lady, even if for treatment. Soryang reassures her, stating that while it will take time, once the process is complete, Yingying will no longer suffer allergic reactions to bee venom. Hearing this, the patriarch nods in agreement, saying that the approach makes sense. Even within the Tang family, certain training methods involve injecting small doses of poison to build resistance. Now filled with newfound hope, Muwen eagerly asks again if this means that, once the treatment is complete, his daughter will no longer suffer from this condition. The patriarch, maintaining his composure, tells him that it will take time, but yes, it is very likely. At this, Muwen breaks into the most genuine toothy smile he has shown thus far. Still grinning, he slaps Soryang on the back in a gesture of deep appreciation for saving his daughter's life. With gratitude shining in his eyes, Muwen declares that he cannot possibly let such a massive favor go unrewarded. He then asks Soryang if there is anything he desires, saying that he can grant him whatever he wishes. As Muwen continues shaking him enthusiastically, Soryang can only wonder why the people of this world always throw around blank checks after receiving help. After composing himself, he clasps his hands together in a polite gesture of refusal. He tells Muwen that Lady Yingying is like a younger sister to him now, and he cannot ask for any reward. Muwen, however, laughs heartily and increases the force of his backslaps, declaring that within the Ping family, there is no need for modesty. Soryang can ask for anything. Realizing that if he doesn't request something soon, he might end up being crushed to death, Soryang thinks quickly and comes up with an idea. Excitedly, with eyes practically sparkling, he asks if the Peng clan, having traveled from afar, would be willing to accompany him on a journey to visit some famous mountains. A few days later, they now stand before the Gunga Mountains of Sichuan, the very place that Jagal had mentioned before. Gazing at the majestic peaks, Muwen, smiling in admiration, comments that it is indeed a famous mountain range. Soryang, standing beside him, agrees. He remarks that he has heard of the beautiful rock formations that can be found here. Huayin approaches, adding that, according to the second military officer, this seems to be the right place. Soryang also nods in agreement but then poses an important question. How will they reach the cave behind the waterfall? Upon hearing this, Muwen recalls something. He mentions that he has heard that Soryang recently learned the technique of light footwork. However, given that it is still new to him, he is likely unfamiliar with the technique known as flying swallow steps. However, Soryang questions what Muwen is talking about, leaving Muwen momentarily speechless. Instead of explaining, Muwen grabs the young warrior by his clothing, declaring that he is far too lazy to put it into words, so he will demonstrate instead. Already anticipating what is about to happen, Huayin's jaw drops in shock. With little effort, Muwen hurls Soryang through the air as if he were making a perfect NBA three-pointer. Thanks to this unexpected maneuver, they reach the entrance of the cave much faster than expected. Muwen bursts into laughter and, with a playful hint of irony, remarks that Soryang is quite fast. Huayin quickly approaches, concern in her voice as she asks if her companion is all right. She then shifts her attention to their surroundings and acknowledges that, in any case, this really does seem to be the entrance to the cave, the hidden passage behind the waterfall. Still grinning, Muwen declares that it is time to go inside, as there is sure to be something interesting within. As they cautiously step deeper into the cave, a strange sensation washes over them, prompting them to halt momentarily. Before them, numerous ice crystals glisten, their presence reinforcing the idea that Jagal could not have been lying about this place. The interior of the cave is nothing like what they had expected. Drawing closer to examine the area, they recall Jagal's description. He had spoken of a light descending upon the center of the cave, illuminating a floor blooming with unfamiliar flowers. The way he had described it, it had seemed like something from another world, breathtaking and surreal. Yet, as they venture even deeper, they come to realize that the cave does not feel as otherworldly as Jagal had made it sound. Though there is indeed a light in the center, there are far fewer flowers than anticipated. Taking in the sight, Muwen wonders aloud whether the divine creature they are seeking is altering the surrounding environment. As he continues observing, he senses cold air flowing from a specific rock. Soryang immediately agrees, certain that this must be the case. He tightens his grip on his sword and warns the others to stay behind him and remain on guard. Muwen, now holding the hilt of his own sword, realizes that whatever they are about to face is likely a powerful foe. At that very moment, a piercing cry echoes through the cave, sending a jolt of fear through Huayin and Muwen. Realizing the source of the sound is up ahead, Muwen stiffens and once again commands them to stay close to him. Then, from behind the large rock, a pair of glowing eyes emerges, slowly making their way into view. Once more, the creature lets out the same eerie cry, leaving Soryang visibly startled. And then, when the mysterious being finally reveals its full form, Soryang's eyes widen in recognition. That's a fat-tailed gecko. The creature stands at around 30 centimeters in length, with large, round, golden-yellow eyes and a slightly plump tail. The young warrior's eyes sparkle, and he practically drools with excitement. This creature is both unbelievably fierce and ridiculously adorable at the same time. Huayin, observing it closely, comments on how beautiful its shimmering blue scales are. Soryang, impressed, praises her for recognizing it instantly. Meanwhile, Muwen is left in utter disbelief. How can the two of them be so calm when there is such a powerful enemy right in front of them? Still gripping his sword tightly, Muwen urges them to stay on high alert, stating that there is another gecko deeper inside the cave. Given the circumstances, it is likely that this pair is a mated couple. Soryang, now more intrigued than ever, tries to get a better look further inside. Amazed, he remarks that this is incredible. If there are two of them here, they might be able to breed offspring. He then turns to Muwen and pleads with him to capture them both alive, without harming them. As they remain fixated on the agitated blue gecko before them, a thought crosses their minds. Where is the other one? Peering deeper into the cave, they finally spot it. At that moment, Lady Huayin voices her concern, asking if something is wrong. Soryang, his expression growing serious, responds that the gecko inside looks weak, possibly sick. This does not bode well. In fact, the more he looks at it, the more he realizes that the creature inside does not even seem to be breathing. But before they can fully assess the situation, the blue gecko outside suddenly lunges at them. Driven purely by instinct, it attacks the group, determined to protect its home and its ailing mate. Upon observing the dangerous instinct displayed by the creature, Soryang quickly turns around and says that he'll leave this matter in the hands of Commander Gu Pei, asking him to notify him immediately if anything happens. As he watches the furious lizard in the background, Gu nods and replies that Soryang can count on him. If that little creature shows any unusual behavior, he will be informed right away. With that decision made, the group agrees to withdraw for the time being. Once outside, it finally dawns on them that, first and foremost, they don't actually know much about the creature's habits, and trying anything now would be reckless and could potentially harm the already injured creature. While Soryang stands atop a rock, lost in thought and clearly worried, Hwayin sweetly calls out to him, inviting him to come eat as she tends to a few tiny centipedes in her hands. Watching her carefully handling the small insects, Soryang finds the scene incredibly gentle. It almost looks like she's caring for little children in her own home. They all gather as they wait for a stew to finish cooking. Muin then asks if there was any progress today, and Soryang replies that once again the injured creature didn't move at all. Muin adds that when he went to check on it earlier, it still didn't move, and wonders aloud whether a living being shouldn't at least eat or drink something. Soryang immediately agrees, but explains that geckos or lizards in general sometimes go without eating for days when they're under stress. In particular, fat-tailed geckos store energy in their thick tails, and if one isn't eating at all, it's likely surviving entirely off the stored energy. And given the current situation, they're reaching a point where a decision must be made, because they can no longer remain uncertain. The reason why the creature isn't moving needs to be investigated. Muin, somewhat energized by this, asks whether they'll be able to capture the geckos afterward, but Soryang clarifies that this isn't about capturing them for now, it's about figuring out where the injured one is hurt. He adds that it would be great if Muin could distract the standing gecko, allowing Soryang and Hwayin to approach the weakened one. This makes Muin slightly uneasy, but then the eyes of both Muin and the other Peng family men begin to gleam, and Muin suggests that it might be easier to just knock down the healthy one as well. That way they'd have both, the strong and the weak. But all Soryang can think is that if these men hit those little creatures with their muscles, they would surely die instantly. To lighten the mood, Soryang jokes that if Lord Peng hits them, even the rock dividing them from Jaegao would probably just drop dead on the spot. Muin bursts into laughter at the comment. As he gives a few overly strong pats on Soryang's back, Muin remarks that it's surprising Jaegao was pressured enough by such tiny creatures to retreat. He then agrees with Soryang, one hit from him would absolutely kill the geckos. Muin's expression grows serious once again, and he confirms whether they'll go with Soryang's gentle approach. The young warrior replies that it seems to be the best option. Using a small stick, Soryang begins drawing a rough map on the ground, explaining the plan step by step. First, Muin will lure the healthy gecko away, while Hwayin and Soryang will go examine the one that seems injured. Hwayin shifts a few small stones, explaining how the division of the venomous mist could help block the gecko's path, preventing it from getting to Soryang. Muin nods in agreement, saying this truly does sound like the most effective plan. Already clear on what needs to be done, Muin asks if there's anything else he should be cautious about, and Soryang simply tells him to be careful and keep the gecko far enough away so it doesn't get close to them. With a warrior's confidence, Muin pounds his chest and says they can leave it to him. He urges everyone to get moving, stating that his body is burning with anticipation and eager for action. He dashes off excitedly, while Soryang calls out for him to calm down and hold back some of that enthusiasm. As they watch him go, Soryang and Hwayin can't help but worry. If the gecko inside truly is sick, it may not have much time left. A few minutes later, they're already back inside the cave, standing in front of the gecko, who now sees them as a significant threat and is ready to strike. Soryang whispers that it's time to begin the plan, and Muin, both excited and lucky, responds that he understands. He draws the massive sword from his back, and a powerful aura surrounds him, leaving both Soryang and Gu Pei momentarily stunned and unsure of what might happen next. As Muin advances toward the gecko, flanked by his men, he reminds everyone to follow the plan, and the group shouts in unison, affirming they're ready. Sensing the danger closing in, the small gecko lets out a furious roar, its eyes glowing as it bares its fangs. Then the tiny creature leaps toward the group, leaving a trail of ice in its path. Muin deflects the attack with his sword, and exclaims that he hadn't expected so much power. As the creature begins swinging its tail repeatedly in fierce strikes, Muin admits that its attacks are indeed powerful, strong enough to qualify it as a first-class warrior of the Peng family. The small creature takes a few steps back and instinctively leaps forward once again to launch another attack. Recognizing this as a perfect opportunity, Muin smiles, seeing a clear opening. And just as the gecko strikes his sword, Muin redirects the creature slightly off course, creating the exact gap they needed. He shouts that this is the best chance they'll get. While the men stay surrounding the creature, the little gecko senses that something is wrong. Realizing the humans are trying to execute a plan, it lets out another roar, while the men desperately try to keep it from reaching Soryang and Huayin, who are focused on acting quickly while they still can. They approach the spot where the injured gecko lies, and immediately notice that everything around it is frozen solid. As Soryang looks more closely at the stone the creature is lying on, something about it makes him feel uneasy. Huayin gently asks if the gecko is truly injured, and Soryang replies that it seems to be, yes. As they continue observing, they realize that the tip of its tail is necrotizing, due to an incomplete shedding process. The gecko was unable to finish shedding its skin, and now even its eyes are filled with pus. Soryang says they need to treat it immediately, and Huayin, a bit alarmed, asks how they're going to do that without any medicine available. Soryang smiles and calmly replies that it's alright, he'll remove everything himself, which leaves Lady Huayin slightly annoyed. She recalls that lately, Soryang really seems to want to remove everything, but in this situation, it actually is the correct method. Sensing movement nearby, the sick gecko stirs, trying to see what's going on around it. Soryang slowly brings his hand closer to the gecko's head, speaking softly and reassuringly, telling the creature that everything is fine, and that he's going to treat it, kindly asking it to stay still. Once he holds the gecko, Soryang notices that it begins to calm down, and just like the queen bee from earlier, it seems to understand his words to a certain extent. As he holds the creature, he gently tugs on a bit of its skin and explains that, just like snakes, geckos also shed their skin. He even gives an example. Wild fat-tailed geckos tend to eat their own shed skin, which is why it's rare to find remnants of it lying around. Impressed by his knowledge, Huayin says that it's truly fascinating. Soryang pulls out a small knife, stating that the gecko's skin appears to be incredibly tough, and trying to remove it with bare hands wouldn't be effective. Carefully, he brings the blade near the creature, beginning to remove the dead skin from its body. Watching closely, Huayin puts her hand to her mouth and says it looks just like a precious gemstone. As we observe, Soryang begins peeling away the skin from the creature's back, and the blue color underneath is strikingly beautiful. He proceeds with great care, removing the skin from each of the gecko's legs, one by one. Seeing the exposed skin on the legs, Huayin exclaims that they look like adorable little gloves. She's reminded of the time when she was a YouTuber, and even back then videos of peeling or removal like this were trending and popular. Looking at the creature again, Soryang says that the most important part is still left, the head and the tail. Once more, he gently holds the gecko and says he needs to be especially careful with the eyes. Just as he had predicted, pus had built up inside the creature's eyes, and because it hadn't been properly removed, the inflammation caused the eyes to swell badly. With deliberate, slow movements, he begins removing all of the dead skin, working patiently until he successfully peels the skin off the gecko's entire face. Once everything has been taken off, Soryang gently asks the creature how it feels now, wondering if there's any improvement. At that very moment, Huayin gets visibly excited, because it's the first time she's seen the gecko open its eyes, and it no longer looks sick. Still holding the small creature, Soryang appears serious, and Huayin asks if something is wrong. He answers that yes, there is. He points to the tail, saying that he's trying to figure out what to do about it. It's clearly necrotizing. He adds that perhaps the only way to stop the necrosis is to cut the tail off entirely, but in the gecko's current weakened state, amputating the tail could very well kill it. At that moment, as they silently consider their options, they suddenly hear the voices of the men nearby, shouting for them to be careful. The men yell that they've lost sight of the other gecko, and as the couple turns around, there it is, ready to attack. Seeing that the creature is even more furious than before, Soryang is startled and begs it to calm down. He shouts in desperation, explaining that he's trying to help and treat its injured friend, even going so far as to point the knife toward the oncoming gecko. But in that exact moment, Soryang realizes that pointing the knife may have been a critical mistake. The gecko is bound to interpret it as a threat. And that's exactly what happens. With a chilling roar, the blue fury of the lizard echoes through the cave. The small gecko let out such a powerful roar that bolts of lightning surged all around it, fueled by its overwhelming fury. The pressure in the air was so intense that it even caused Soryang to be pushed slightly backward. Only then did our young warrior realize that he was in serious trouble, because he was still holding the other gecko in his arms. The enraged gecko lunged in the couple's direction, and Hwayin quickly stepped forward, trying to shield her companion, urging him to be careful. At the very last second, to prevent them from being struck, she shoved him slightly to the side in an attempt to save him. The furious gecko then slammed into the ground with immense force, shattering a nearby rock on impact. Soryang was thrown to one side, while Hwayin was tossed in the opposite direction. After hitting the ground from the push, Soryang did his best to shield the weakened gecko in his arms from the impact, but the other gecko, still enraged, refocused its attention on them. Soryang tried to gather himself and asked the furious gecko to wait just a moment, but it began to roar once more, sending more lightning crackling through the air. Still holding the debilitated gecko, and remembering that they seemed to understand human speech to some extent, Soryang tried to explain that things were not what they looked like, pleading for a moment to speak with the furious little one. Right after saying that, he heard a strange sound, one he hadn't noticed before. The gecko in his arms began to emit a soft noise, and Soryang was completely stunned by what was happening right before his eyes. The furious gecko paused for a brief moment upon hearing the sound. Then, seemingly calmed, the anger began to fade from its expression, and it responded by making the same sound back to the other gecko. Both of the geckos began to exchange the sounds and even smiled, and in that exact moment Soryang realized that they were actually communicating with one another. Right then Muin and his men came rushing over in a panic, trying to check whether Soryang was okay. Holding his sword, Muin commented that the slimy little bastard was fast, way faster than he expected, and that he hadn't anticipated it slipping through his legs like that. But when the small gecko saw the men again, it immediately began to growl, and its expression once again twisted into one of irritation. Soryang stepped between the gecko and the men while still holding the injured one, asking them to wait a moment, saying that there was no need to keep fighting. He assured them that he was fine and asked them to step back a bit, as he was going to try speaking with the geckos for a moment. Muin briefly wondered if Soryang had lost his mind trying to talk to that thing, asking if he really believed the creature could understand human words. Still observing the gecko, Soryang responded that yes, it seemed like the creature could understand human speech to some extent, and if so, it probably wouldn't attack again. He turned to Hwayin and asked if she could grab some of the dried grass he had seen nearby, and she answered that she could. Then she went off in a cute moment, appearing almost chibi-like, collecting the dry grass alongside a little centipede. Soryang arranged the dried grass so that the weakened gecko could lie on it, judging that it would be more comfortable than resting directly on the cold ground. The couple knelt down beside the geckos, and Soryang gently told them not to worry, that he wasn't trying to hurt them. He had only removed the stuck skin that wouldn't shed on its own and cleaned what was covering the sick gecko's eyes. Then Soryang reminded the healthy gecko not to forget to lick the eyes of the sick one, and immediately the small gecko did just that. Afterward, the young warrior stood up, crossed his arms and stated that there was only one problem, drawing everyone's attention back to him. He explained that the sick gecko's eyes would likely heal just fine, but her tail was already necrotized, so licking wouldn't help at all in that situation. The sick gecko seemed to finally realize that her tail was indeed useless. She couldn't feel anything from it anymore. So Soryang continued, saying that, in other words, the only way to improve the situation would be, and while making a cutting gesture with his hands, he implied that they might have to remove the tail entirely. At that moment, one of the geckos imagined his partner's tail being cut off, and the vision of her crying out in pain filled his mind. He began to roar once again, and Soryang, growing nervous, made a scissor shape with his fingers to try to explain. The fury returned to the little gecko, who suddenly leapt toward the young warrior, taking him by surprise with the sudden mood swing. Realizing he wasn't fast or strong enough to stop this charge, the only thing Soryang could do in that moment was scream in desperation. Several minutes later, the couple sat on a rock with Muin beside them, while the men prepared a campfire. Hwayin was tending to some kind of wound on her companion's face, and he kept complaining that it hurt every time she touched it with her fingers. Soryang becomes a little irritated with the ungrateful gecko, since he was only trying to help. Hwayin tells him to stay still as she's in the middle of applying a healing balm, and if he keeps moving it might leave a scar. Hearing this, Muin crosses his arms and starts laughing, saying that now Soryang is finally beginning to act like a real man. After all, he earned a glorious battle scar. Realizing that this was not the right moment for jokes, Hwain turns to Muin with a terrifying glare. Along with Hwain, the little centipedes also fix their gaze on him, trying to intimidate him, and without saying a single word, Muin understands the message loud and clear. Touching the wound on his face, Soryang can only think about how the misunderstanding had somehow been resolved, and as he looks at Hwain and the baby centipedes, he also considers how the centipedes aren't reacting to any killing intent, and maybe the small gecko never actually had the intention to kill. At that moment, Gu interrupts and calls out to Soryang to talk to him about something. He says it looks like the little creature wants to say something to Soryang, since it keeps trying to get over to him. Soryang gives an awkward smile and asks if the gecko is finally ready. The gecko responds by making the same sound as before and nodding its head. Tilting his own head slightly, Soryang says he'll do his best. But first, there's something he needs to ask, which makes the little gecko curious. So he asks what geckos usually eat, explaining that if they really do need to cut off her tail, she'll need to eat something nutritious to recover properly. Before Soryang can even finish speaking, the small gecko quickly leaps away to show what they usually feed on. Soryang follows him, asking him to wait up since he's way too fast. The gecko stops in front of a small plant and begins making some sounds. Soryang realizes that with these sounds, the little one is definitely trying to communicate something. The gecko then picks the plant up with its mouth and lifts it, clearly wanting Soryang to see it. Soryang takes the plant from the gecko, and Hwain arrives shortly after, asking if she can take a quick look at it. She takes the plant and carefully examines it. Then she says it's weak, but she can still feel a bit of chi coming from it, so this little plant is definitely a seed of a spiritual herb that used to grow there. Soryang takes the plant back and is left stunned when he realizes it's that seed. The spiritual herb that everyone had talked about so much. Muin comments that he's heard of it before a long time ago. And it's said that spiritual herbs always grow in places where spiritual beasts live. Looking at the sleeping baby centipedes, Hwain says that maybe, just like the baby centipedes, the little geckos also survive by feeding on the chi from the spiritual herbs. Soryang looks a little alarmed and asks if now that the spiritual herb has been dug up, it means this is a big problem. He then tries to dig the ground with his hands, saying they should replant it quickly, but Muin tells him that won't help. Muin approaches, places a hand on Soryang's shoulder, and explains that once a spiritual herb has been touched by human hands, it won't grow again. He adds that the little gecko surely already knew this, and that's probably why he dug it up and showed it to them. So even if they plant it again, it won't grow any further from this point on. Then he remembers Jagal, who had come there earlier and dug up the plant, which led to the small, defenseless geckos being harmed. Soryang begins to cry and says that he's sorry for that humans are truly sorry little geckos. Muin then turns to Gu Pei and asks what the name of the spiritual herb that used to grow there was. Gu Pei answers that he remembers it was called frost ginseng, while Soryang continues mourning in the background and Hwain tries to comfort him. Muin then says that what they need to do is find something that emits the same type of chi as frost ginseng. Hearing that instantly lifts Soryang's spirits, and he asks if such a thing really exists. Muin grins with his toothless smile and says yes, of course it does. This thing is called ice jade, and just like frost ginseng, it carries the essence of cold chi. But then Muin says that the problem is how to get ice jade, as it's incredibly rare. Even with money, it's not something easily obtained. Hwain interrupts their moment of uncertainty and asks if they're talking about ice jade. She says she knows someone who has it. Hearing that, Soryang and Muin both light up with excitement, asking if she's serious and saying that's wonderful news. Barely able to contain his excitement, Soryang steps closer and asks who it is. Hwain is startled and tells him to calm down. While both of them are watching her, she says she doesn't really know how to say this. Then she takes a deep breath and says, "There's some other weed, or whatever." The two of them are left in shock by all the buildup, and Muin asks if she means it's just a weed. Hwain seems disappointed, thinking they would have taken it more seriously. Then Soryang shouts, completely confused, "What?" Both Soryang and Muin continue staring at her, completely shocked by this recent revelation, unable to process what they just heard. Muin asks if what she just said about the herb is really true. Soryang, knowing the partner he has, immediately starts to get nervous and begins to sweat. As the tension builds up, Soryang starts recalling how his father-in-law once gave Hwain the nickname Weed when she was just a child, and that most likely led to this very misunderstanding. Still utterly confused, Muin asks who this other weed is that supposedly possesses the ice jade. But Soryong, now fully understanding what might have happened, quickly tells him to stop before the situation gets worse. However, Hwain responds calmly and clearly, saying that it's one of the 3 flowers of Muezzim, the Flame Queen Peony. Her name is Seol, and she is the daughter of the Namgung clan. Hwain mentions that from what she's heard, Seol possesses the ice jade, although she isn't completely certain about it. It's only after hearing this that Soryong and Muwon become excited again. At that moment, the fat-tailed gecko approaches and starts making noises, trying to get the attention of the young warrior. Seeing the gecko's distressed expression, Hwain asks what the little one is saying, and Soryong responds that it seems like he's begging them to quickly treat the injured gecko. Soryong then suggests that they leave the rest of the conversation for later and focus on treating the gecko first. Hwain agrees, pointing out that the gecko looks very anxious, so it's probably better to speed things up. With that, Soryong turns his attention to the sick gecko, who is resting on the dry leaves they had carefully placed earlier. He picks the little one up to examine it more closely and assess its condition, while the gecko's companion watches intently. Hwain moves closer and says she heard that geckos can cut off their own tails. She asks if Soryong knows why this one waited until things got so bad. Soryong replies that she's right, geckos can do that, but not all of them. This surprises Hwain, since she had always heard that all geckos were capable of it. So Soryong begins to explain. When a gecko detaches its own tail, the process is called autotomy. But depending on the species, the characteristics can vary. Some are able to perform autotomy but can't regenerate afterward, while others can lose their tails and still grow them back. And then there are those that can do neither, they can't detach and they can't regenerate. That's why you can't make assumptions. You have to examine them properly. Bringing his hand close to the tail, Soryong says that once it's confirmed, they'll find the detachment segment, the specific area that needs to be pressed with a finger to trigger separation. Hwain asks what the detachment segment means, clearly confused by the term. So Soryong explains again, saying that while it might seem like a gecko's tail can be cut off anywhere, in reality, the spot where it actually breaks is predetermined. And that particular point is called the detachment segment. Once again amazed, Hwain admits that she doesn't know much about geckos since they're not venomous, and then she asks how Soryong knows so much about them. Holding the sick gecko gently in his hands, Soryong realizes that he sounded quite confident when he explained all of that, but the truth is, because the tail is already in such a deteriorated state, he's not sure if the procedure will go well. But regardless of the uncertainty, he knows he has to try. With determination in his voice, Soryong says that he will succeed, otherwise he doesn't deserve to be called Spicy Fabre, his former YouTuber name. Sometime later, Muwon is left alone with the little gecko while the couple is working in the background, focused on the procedure. The small gecko starts making some sounds, and Muwon realizes that it wants to say something, so he turns around. Watching the cheerful couple in action, Muwon asks what happened to the injured gecko. Soryong replies that fortunately, everything went well. Now, as long as they take good care of her, she'll be just fine. Hearing that makes the other gecko extremely happy, so much so that he starts crying tears of joy. Soryong crouches down, still holding the injured gecko in his hands, and asks the other one if he's happy now. Muwon observes it all quietly, not saying a word, but thinking to himself that the more he looks at that boy, the more incredible he seems. And so, after finishing the surgery, the group decides to stay close by and monitor the gecko's condition for a few days. A few days later, the couple approaches with excitement as they run toward the stone where the geckos usually stay. Soryong calls out to them, and right away the geckos respond to him with the familiar sounds they make. Soryong's eyes sparkle with joy, thinking to himself that they're not even cats, they're baby geckos. But if this had happened in his past life, it definitely would have gone viral on YouTube. Looking at the injured gecko, Soryong sees that she has regained some of her strength thanks to proper rest. He leans down a bit and says that it looks like everything's okay now, adding, "We'll get going for now." This makes the gecko a little sad, and it tries to communicate even more before they leave. So, Soryong takes a moment to explain that they're not leaving forever, they're just going to gather some food for the geckos and then come right back to that place. Upon hearing this, both geckos become visibly happy, making cheerful little sounds. Soryong can't help but think to himself just how incredibly adorable these little geckos are. The young warrior then turns to Hwain and says that for now that's all they needed to do here, so it's time for them to return to the Tang clan. With determination, he clenches his fist and, full of energy, declares that they are going to recover the ice jade. Sometime later they arrive back at the Tang clan, having left the little lizards behind in good care. As the couple reunites with the patriarch, they notice that many updates have come in while they were away. The father-in-law begins speaking and says that among all the news, by far the most significant incident is undoubtedly the one involving the blood cult. He starts explaining that after the identity of a spy embedded within the Murim alliance was exposed, their warriors decided to follow an owl that had been created by one of their assistants. However, as they were tracking the owl through the skies, they received a piece of information that turned out to be extremely valuable. No one would have believed it at first, but following that owl actually led the group directly to the hidden base of the blood cult. Coincidentally, a squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and they brought with them a batch of poison extracted from the striped tiger water leavings. The patriarch adds that he heard the poison played a crucial role during the raid on the cult's hideout. Then he presents something to Soryong, a handwritten letter of gratitude from the leader of the alliance. Holding it up, he expresses how proud he is of his son-in-law. Returning to the subject of the geckos, the patriarch then asks Soryong if he managed to capture the mysterious geckos, saying that at any moment now he plans to walk through the garden of creatures to take a look at them himself. Looking a bit embarrassed, Soryong scratches his face and says that he could say they have captured the geckos. Hwain steps in at that moment to clarify everything, and so, Lady Hwain proceeds to explain everything that had happened up until now in full detail. After listening to the whole story, the patriarch falls into thought the moment he hears about the ice jade. Hwain continues, saying that in order to retrieve the ice jade, they are planning to travel together to Anhui province to visit the Namgung clan. She turns to her father and asks if that's all right. The patriarch tells them to go ahead, mentioning that there's something that needs to be delivered along the way anyway, so it all works out conveniently. He adds that the current times are unstable due to the ongoing threat of the blood cult, but since Soryong will be with her, he feels reassured and can allow it without worry. Seeing his father-in-law smile as he says this, Soryong quietly wonders to himself if that kind of statement really deserves to be said with a smile on one's face. Then the patriarch pauses, telling them to wait for a moment, because now that he thinks about it, since they're heading to the Namgung clan, there have been some rather disturbing rumors going around lately. The couple exchange glances, already expecting that it must be something strange, and they ask what kind of rumors these are this time. The patriarch begins to recount what he's heard. Near the Namgung clan, around Yellow Mountain, there are whispers that some men have been walking through the forest late at night. One man supposedly asks if the other is serious about what he's saying. The second man insists that he's telling the truth and goes on to say that the young woman from the Namgung clan, she really... But then the first man cuts him off, saying that it's nonsense, that it's nothing more than a filthy and scandalous rumor. Even if it were true, one of them says, still. But before he can finish, something suddenly grabs their attention. Both men ask aloud what in the world they're seeing as they spot a man lying unconscious on the forest floor. They rush toward him, realizing someone has collapsed right in the middle of the woods. As they get closer to the fallen man, they call out to ask if he's okay. When he doesn't respond, they even wonder if he might be dead. Suddenly, the unconscious man starts smiling, leaving the other two completely bewildered and unsure of what to think. The man on the ground has a creepy, perverted look on his face. He seems to be under some kind of spell or trance. Blood trickles from his nose, and he's drooling as if he's not fully conscious. The two who tried to help him look at each other, still unable to grasp what is actually going on. From a distance, a feminine figure watches the whole scene unfold. The men carry the unconscious man on their backs, asking aloud whether he was drunk or something. Meanwhile, the woman observing them emits a soft, mysterious pink aura. She continues walking alone through the dark forest, her silhouette blending into the shadows. Everything about her presence is shrouded in mystery, and then, there's a subtle hint that she might have some kind of connection to spiders. Still during that same night, a woman dressed entirely in flowing white garments remains intensely focused, emanating a concentrated chi as she firmly grips her sword, holding it poised and ready to strike at any moment. She senses deep within that this is the perfect moment she had been waiting for. Without hesitation, she unleashes a series of swift and precise strikes with her sword, so quick and forceful that they seem to slice through the very air itself, producing sharp, cutting sounds. After executing the flurry of attacks, her hand begins to tremble uncontrollably, as though she has already reached the limits of her physical endurance. Moreover, her face has grown pale and sweat is pouring down from her forehead, clear signs that she has completely exhausted herself. At that moment, she quietly mutters that once again she failed to cut through all the falling leaves, admitting to herself that perhaps she still requires even more training. Just then, another young woman approaches, calling out urgently to her as she prepares to make another round of attacks. The younger girl tells her that they must return now without delay, warning that if they linger any longer they will be caught. It becomes apparent from their conversation that the two are sisters, as the younger girl mentions that their father will scold her as well if they get caught this time. She continues, saying that although she knows her elder sister is an excellent swordswoman, she should also take better care of her own health. The older sister removes the traditional Hanfu hat from her head and in a gentle voice, responds that she understands, calling the younger girl Un. At that moment we are formally introduced to the elder sister, whose name is Seol, and it is revealed that both of them are daughters of the prestigious Namgung clan. Suddenly, Seol begins coughing harshly, causing Un to grow visibly concerned. Seol's cheeks flush red, and weakened by her earlier exertions, she appears clearly unwell. It is explained that this condition is known as an overflow of qi deviation. In the beginning, everyone in the family believed it to be a blessing. This condition occurs because her qi channels are extraordinarily open, allowing for the extremely rapid accumulation of internal energy, with no obstructions blocking the flow of pure qi. An elderly man who had been monitoring the sickly girl from her bedside explains that many of her vital blood points are wide open, causing her innate qi to be consumed at an alarming rate. Another man, almost desperate, asks anxiously if there is any solution to her condition. The elderly man contemplates deeply before speaking again, stating that what the girl truly needs is yin energy, a strong, pure form of yin energy that must be supplied before her innate qi is completely depleted. If not, he warns gravely, her life will be tragically short-lived. Returning to the present moment, Seol is still coughing heavily, and her younger sister anxiously asks if she is truly all right. Seol, trying to smile reassuringly, insists that she is fine and suggests they head back immediately. Un, not fully convinced, hesitantly asks if she is sure about that. As they walk together under the night sky, making their way back home, Seol's gaze falls upon the lantern that Un is carrying in her small hands. Seol makes a quiet analogy in her heart. She likens herself to the flickering oil flame inside the lantern, a fragile existence destined to vanish the moment the oil is exhausted. In that bittersweet realization, Seol understands that she must hurry and master at least the basics of the Emperor's sword style as quickly as possible. Lifting her eyes to the pale moon overhead, she reflects silently that under this frail body, she will simply burn away and vanish. The scene shifts to the Yangtze River, where a small boat is calmly gliding across the wide, shimmering waters. Aboard this modest vessel are Soryong, Hwayin, Gu Pei, and the commander in charge of steering the boat. Gu, knowing well that Soryong has a deep love for animals, excitedly calls him over to witness something incredible, the sighting of a baiji dolphin. Soryong immediately thinks to himself that he has read about this creature somewhere before, in an old book perhaps. As they watch the rare dolphin swim gracefully through the river, a wave of excitement spreads among them. Soryong exclaims that he can hardly believe he is seeing with his own eyes a species that had once been declared extinct. Although he usually prefers insects and reptiles over mammals, even he has to admit that dolphins are truly magnificent beings. Hwayin, smiling, points out that if they continue following the flow of the Yangtze River, they will soon reach Wuhan, where the headquarters of the Murim Alliance is located. Soryong recalls aloud that his father-in-law's orders were to make a stop in Wuhan to deliver the keelback red-necked snake venom. After completing that task, they will then be free to sail downstream toward Angyang, which has been designated as a safe zone. As they navigate the waters, they realize with growing excitement that at this speed, they might arrive much earlier than they had originally anticipated. The couple then sits down together, seeking a moment of calm, and Soryong calls Hwayin over, telling her that there is something weighing heavily on his mind. Curious, she immediately asks what it is. He then poses a question that has been bothering him. If the ice jade is truly so valuable, would the Namgung clan really be willing to hand it over as easily as she had claimed earlier? He admits that he has thought long and hard about this issue, and no matter how he reasons through it, it continues to trouble him. In response, Hwayin simply smiles warmly and urges him to trust her. She reminds him that the ice jade was intended for a very special use, to help Namgung Seol, and apparently Seol needs something she can actually consume, but the ice jade itself cannot be eaten. Pointing directly at Soryong, she explains that since they possess this, implying whatever they are carrying, then they will be able to negotiate. Surely in exchange the Namgung clan will be willing to give up the ice jade. After all, this can be consumed unlike the ice jade. Adjusting his clothes or whatever precious item he is guarding beneath them, Soryong agrees that she is not wrong. However, he confesses that he still cannot shake the feeling of uncertainty about whether the ice jade is truly safe. He explains that since the geckos already have cold blood, they naturally hate anything that is too cold. He tells her plainly that he feels uneasy about feeding them something when he is not entirely sure of its effects. Then he adds that he actually has another question forming in his mind. Soryong then says that she had mentioned before that the jade possesses a cold yin energy, and he asks her what exactly she meant by that. He admits that although he has heard about yin and yang energies before, he still finds it very difficult to fully understand them. She becomes visibly excited at the opportunity to explain, knowing how important this knowledge is for martial arts cultivation, and she asks him to listen carefully and to remember everything she is about to say. She begins her explanation by saying that yin qi is the qi that generates yin fire. Among the qis of heaven and earth, yin qi refers specifically to the qi that sinks and gathers. Normally, she continues, yin energy suppresses the activities of living beings. Things that are dark, cold, and frightening, all of these are manifestations of different types of yin energy. She goes on to clarify that the expression cold yin energy simply refers to a specific variety of yin energy, emphasizing that it is still a part of the broader concept. Soryong is completely captivated by her explanation, but more questions start to arise in his mind. The first question he asks is whether yin energy, then, should be considered a bad or negative energy. She quickly responds that it is not exactly the case. In contrast to yin energy, yang energy creates yang fire, but too much of it can accelerate the activities of living beings, leading to faster aging and rapid depletion of energy. She explains that the reason why the two geckos need cold energy is because their bodies are inherently composed of cold energy themselves. Therefore, they grow stronger by absorbing yin energy, almost as if they were recharging their inner reserves. Scratching his head in confusion due to the increasing number of questions piling up in his mind, Soryong asks whether yin and yang are not supposed to be in balance. He then wonders out loud how they can achieve that balance when they are dealing with pure yin energy. Knowing that he is intelligent and endlessly curious, she begins to blush, her cheeks turning a soft pink. Then, awkwardly and still blushing, she starts to stammer and admits that she actually does not know how to explain it properly. A little flustered but gathering her courage, she raises her voice slightly and says that they will figure it out together later, how to find that balance between yin and yang. Soryong also blushes slightly upon seeing her so shy, but deep down he knows that he himself has absolutely no idea how they are supposed to discover that balance either. He tries to comfort her, but just at that moment, Gu suddenly shouts loudly that they have arrived and that everyone should prepare to disembark. They have just reached Wuhan. The boat is anchored there at the bustling port. As the couple steps off the boat, Huayin immediately introduces herself as Huayin of the Tang clan from Sichuan, and she announces that she has brought what was requested. The man who came to greet them informs them that the general is already waiting for them. As they follow the man through the streets, Soryong carefully observes everything around him, taking in the atmosphere. This is the famous Murim Alliance, and it is even larger and more imposing than he had imagined. Glancing backward, he notices three figures, a group composed of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman is tugging sharply at one of the men's ears while he protests, asking her to let go. The man pleads for her to release him, calling her Sword Phoenix, and insisting that he had been just about to teach someone an important lesson. The woman sternly responds that he cannot duel against allies. The other man watching the scene, comments that indeed, their companion acted too rashly without verifying the facts first. The man whose ear is being pulled argues that he was simply trying to defend the honor of the young lady. At that moment he suddenly notices something, or someone, that captures his full attention. He immediately calls out to Huayin, using her well-known nickname, the Poisonous Flower. Huayin instantly recognizes the 3 individuals. The first is the Slaying Dragon, the woman is the Sword Phoenix, and the third is the Spear Dragon. Huayin remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, not since the Dragon Phoenix gathering, and she asks how they have been doing. The man, visibly excited, responds enthusiastically that it is a great occasion to see her again, the Poisonous Flower herself. Watching them interact, Soryong realizes that only those with truly exceptional skills are allowed into the Murim Alliance, and that many of them earn prestigious titles like Dragon or Phoenix. All those gathered here are elite martial artists. The woman then says that there is something she would like to ask Huayin and mentions that a strange rumor has been circulating about her lately. Huayin asks if the rumor is truly about her, and the woman confirms it with a nod. The rumor, she says, is absurd, a ridiculous claim that Huayin has a lover. Hearing this, Huayin is left momentarily speechless, caught completely off guard. Soryang, overhearing the entire conversation, simply listens in silence, not uttering a single word. Lady Huayin then asks, seeking confirmation, if the rumor really is about her having a lover. The man immediately steps forward and, with visible agitation, says that all the warriors had been gossiping about it, and that he had been just about to challenge them to a duel to defend her honor. Soryang, silently observing the situation, begins to realize that this man is clearly in love with Huayin. Huayin withdraws slightly, and with a somewhat shy and embarrassed expression, she softly says that indeed, the rumor is incorrect. The man responds energetically, saying that he already knew it was false, and declares that he will now return and teach a lesson to the warrior who dared to spread such false gossip. At that moment, Huayin decides to settle the situation once and for all. She suddenly grabs Soryang firmly by the arm and pulls him close to her, taking everyone around by surprise with the suddenness of her action. She then corrects the rumor with clear and determined words, announcing that she does not have a mere lover, what she has now is a fiancé. She officially introduces Soryang as her fiancé. I personally found her action extremely cute and endearing, but judging by the expressions of the three onlookers, they certainly did not share the same opinion. All three of them stood frozen in complete shock upon hearing this unexpected revelation. The girl, wide-eyed, immediately asks if he truly is her fiancé, commenting on how young he looks. Huayin simply apologizes, saying that she should have introduced Soryang to them much earlier. Out of respect and politeness, Soryang clasps his fists together in the traditional martial salute and says that it is a pleasure to meet them, formally introducing himself as Wei Soryang. Two of the three individuals respond to the greeting, acknowledging him. Soryang begins to say that he looks forward to getting to know them better, but before he can finish his sentence, he is abruptly interrupted. When he looks forward to see what is happening, he sees the man who is clearly in love with Huayin practically engulfed in the flames of rage, glaring at him with burning eyes and demanding to know if he is truly Huayin's fiancé. The man demands confirmation of his name, asking directly if he is indeed Wei Soryang, to which Soryang calmly responds that yes, he is. Without hesitation, the man drops to one knee, but not in a friendly or honorable gesture. His aggressive and unfriendly posture causes his two companions in the background to become visibly alarmed. With a fierce expression, the man introduces himself as Yang Xianggu, the spear dragon from the Yang family of Xinjiang. Still burning with fury, he calls out to the young Soryang and challenges him directly to a duel. The sudden and unexpected challenge to a duel left the couple completely stunned, as neither of them had anticipated such an impulsive and bold action. The man's companions, however, reacted with visible disappointment, as it appeared that this type of behavior was far more common for him than one might expect. Soryang, now sweating coldly with nervousness, asks for confirmation, questioning if the man truly intends to challenge him to a duel. The man, unwavering and intense, replies with a firm yes, he wants a one-on-one duel. Just at that moment, Yang Xianggu is pulled back roughly by his clothing, stopped by his own friend. Huayin grows visibly irritated at the very idea of a duel, and the other young woman also seems upset. Both of them demand that he calm down and take a moment to reconsider his actions. In the background, Soryang remains completely frozen, unsure of how to respond to the chaos unfolding around him. Suddenly, a thought crosses Soryang's mind. He remembers Muwen and the men of the Peng family. He recalls how someone had challenged him to a duel the very moment they met, and now once again he finds himself wondering why he keeps encountering such strange and unpredictable people. At that very moment, another figure arrives on the scene, interrupting the growing commotion and asking what all the fuss is about between those gathered there. The newcomer is none other than General Jagal, always holding his elegant fan, though this time his expression is more serious and commanding than usual. Soryang, maintaining etiquette, clasps his fists respectfully and introduces himself to General Jagal. The man with the spear also greets the general, though his greeting is noticeably more casual and lacking in proper decorum. Perhaps in response to this lack of formality, General Jagal uses his fan in an unusual way. He strikes the man's face with it in a sharp and pointed gesture. Jagal then demands to know what on earth the spear-wielding man thinks he is doing, especially with the honored guests. The man offers nothing but a quick apology in response. Opening his fan once again with a calm but knowing smile, Jagal remarks that he had been growing old while waiting for Soryang's arrival. He then formally invites Soryang to accompany him to the Celestial Martial Pavilion, where the leader of the Murim Alliance is currently waiting for them. With that, the group begins to move, the couple following General Jaegal and leaving Yang Xianggu behind, his conflict unresolved. This unfinished business only serves to stoke the fire of Xianggu's rage even further. Meanwhile, his friends watching quietly seem unsurprised, as if they knew something like this would happen all along. Sometime later at the Celestial Martial Pavilion, Huayin informs Soryang that she will be waiting for him for a short while in the guest hall, and Soryang acknowledges her with a simple nod and a few words. A young girl who had been standing there ready to receive them, begins giving them instructions, including the directive that the first person they must greet is the leader of the alliance. Soryang, silently and inwardly, thinks that she must be some clueless novice. Jaegal seems to share a similar impression. He immediately comments that this is the girl who was brought in to replace the previous servant, who had turned out to be a spy. The girl appears visibly nervous, likely because of this high-stakes situation. Raising her voice, the young girl shouts toward the inner chamber, announcing that the general and the young warrior from the Tang clan have arrived. They soon hear a voice from within instructing them to come inside. They proceed forward slowly and carefully, and upon entering the chamber, they see the silhouette of the Murim Alliance leader standing with his back to them. Once again demonstrating respect, Soryang clasps his hands and introduces himself, offering a formal greeting to the leader of the Murim Alliance. The leader turns slightly, visibly impressed upon learning that this is the same Soryang he had heard so much about. He tells him to come in and says that he must be tired after such a long journey. However, as the leader looks at him more closely, something catches his attention almost instantly. The leader immediately asks about the tiny creatures on Soryang's wrist and waist, questioning whether those little beings have bitten anyone yet. Soryang, a bit startled by how quickly the leader noticed them, replies honestly that no, they have not bitten anyone. At that moment, all Soryang can think about is how they had said the alliance leader was one of the top 3 martial masters in all of Murim, and now he has no doubt. The man immediately recognized the venomous creatures hidden beneath his clothing. The leader gestures for them to sit, and once they are settled, he proposes they move straight to the most important matter. He then asks Soryang whether he brought the venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang replies that yes, he did bring it. He adds that he prepared as much as he could before leaving, managing to fill 3 full bottles. Jaegal, clearly impressed by the quantity, comments that he once witnessed the venom extraction process while in Sichuan, and he knows just how difficult and dangerous that task truly is. He expresses his gratitude for receiving so much. The leader then mentions that he heard Soryang became the son-in-law of the Tang clan in Sichuan, to which Soryang confirms that this information is correct. The leader asks about Soryang's family, and Soryang responds quietly that he has no family, that he is alone in this world and has no one he can truly trust. Jaegal comments that he had heard the young warrior lost all of his memories in an accident. Before being taken in by the patriarch of the Tang clan, he had lived by himself on an isolated island, catching snakes and selling them to survive. The leader expresses sympathy, saying that Soryang must have lived a difficult and lonely life. Soryang scratches the back of his head and offers a slight smile, saying that perhaps he wasn't as alone as everyone thinks. The leader, seeing no reason to dwell further on the topic, shifts the conversation back to business. He says that the main reason he summoned Soryang was because the young warrior played an important role in the recent incident involving the blood cult. For that reason, the leader says he would like to grant him a reward. Soryang, caught off guard by the idea of a reward, answers honestly. He says that he already told General Jaegal what he needed the last time they spoke. Jaegal says that what Soryang discovered is significant. So significant, in fact, that it might ensure that those damned members of the blood cult never set foot on the Central Plains again. And because of that, what he did deserves far more than just a simple or ordinary reward. Trying to modestly decline, Soryang insists that it was something that happened entirely by chance. He explains that he simply fell into a pit while trying to save everyone, and he mentions that the gift they already offered him is more than enough. Hearing this, both the leader and General Jaegal are left stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Rising from his chair, the leader asks if Soryang really just said that he tripped while trying to save the Tang clan. As the leader pieces everything together, he crosses his arms thoughtfully and says that he's beginning to understand why he has felt such a strange sense of familiarity with Soryang. It has just now dawned on him how alike they truly are. Hearing that they are alike leaves Soryang in utter shock, frozen in place. The leader clarifies that he's not talking about physical appearance. With a more serious tone, the leader continues, revealing that he himself lost his clan and those he loved to those bastards of the blood cult. He then speaks about how he became stronger, doing everything in his power, pushing himself to the limits, all to try and save at least one surviving member of his family. And somewhere along that path, he experienced a moment of enlightenment and achieved martial mastery. He then asks if the rumors are true. Did Soryong really throw himself at an elder of the blood cult while he was poisoned, all in an attempt to save the Tang clan? Soryong affirms that it is true. With pride in his voice, the leader says once more that they are indeed alike, just as he himself had done 30 years ago. Approaching Soryong with a steady gaze, the leader comments that given Soryong's current strength, it should have been impossible. And yet he still gave it everything he had. He acted with nothing but desperation in his heart. He places a hand on Soryong's shoulder, an intimate and symbolic gesture, as if the two now share a bond that goes beyond words. He then announces that as a reward he will grant Soryong his unique martial technique, one that he alone possesses, called the Iron Coffer technique. Both Soryong and Jae-gal are left dumbfounded by what they just heard, unable to immediately process the gravity of such a gift. The leader explains that he has never accepted a disciple before. When he dies, this technique would have disappeared along with him. But now it won't. He adds that he has no intention of taking on the role of a formal master, so the Tang clan need not worry about any kind of mentorship arrangement. Soryong still finds it difficult to believe the words he's hearing. It almost doesn't feel real. A bit overwhelmed but also clearly excited, Soryong expresses his gratitude and promises that he will make sure never to bring shame to the leader's great name. Smiling with his arms now crossed, the leader replies that it's good to hear and that he'll count on the young warrior. Later, as night falls, Soryong is seen walking while carrying a very heavy book in his arms. He can only think about how unbelievable it is that the leader of the alliance actually granted him his personal martial technique. He remembers how Jae-gal instructed him to keep this a secret from everyone, except for the elders of the Tang clan, because if this information spreads, it could easily make Soryong a target of the blood cult. While walking and thinking about returning to the guest hall, because if he tells Hwayin what he received, she'll likely be overjoyed, someone suddenly calls out to him from behind. As Soryong turns around, he sees the spear-wielding man from earlier, still burning with the fury left over from the events of that afternoon. The man declares that they have met again due to fate, which only makes Soryong feel even more unsettled and anxious. He explains that he heard Soryong had left the Celestial Martial Pavilion, so he came looking for him. He says he still hasn't received an answer to his earlier challenge for a duel. Soryong can only think about how incredibly persistent this man is. Clutching his spear, the man says that he needs to know whether Soryong is truly a man worthy of Lady Tang Hwayin, the poison flower. He insists that Soryong must prove himself. Soryong replies that it's too dangerous and that they really shouldn't. But before he can finish, the man interrupts and gestures to his spear, saying there's no need to worry because he'll remove the tip and only use his hands gently. Soryong responds that this isn't what he meant. He explains that the danger isn't to himself, but rather he's afraid that the spear warrior Yang might actually die. For a moment, the area falls into complete silence. The two men simply stare at one another. This only serves to infuriate the spear-wielding man even further. Grabbing Soryong by the collar, he demands that Soryong repeat what he just said. At that moment, something completely unexpected happens. The three tiny centipedes leap from Soryong's body, instantly preparing to attack the man. But Soryong quickly reacts, managing to hold them back. He tells them that everything is fine, that he is not in danger, and pleads with them not to attack the man. The man, now breathless and clearly terrified, is left wondering what the hell those creatures even are. After partially calming the tiny centipedes, Soryong apologizes to the warrior Yang. While the man remains on the ground, still shaken with fear, Soryong states that this is exactly what he meant. It really is too dangerous. Soryong steps closer to him and kneels down. The man's breathing grows heavier with each passing second. Then, with a devilish expression on his face, and the centipede still wriggling ominously, Soryong places a hand on the man's shoulder and says that he has just spared his life, for now. After that bold declaration, the man is left completely speechless, unable to process what just happened. Only then does he truly realize that this is no joke. If Soryong had not intervened in time, he would genuinely be dead. It finally dawns on him that Soryong is, in fact, a terrifying man. In his mind, Soryong appears more like a monstrous figure than a mere human. As Soryong checks if the man is okay, someone else arrives at that very moment. It is Hwayin calling out to both of them, her voice carrying an intimidating aura that sends shivers down Soryong's spine. With a murderous intent evident in her tone, Huayin demands to know if the dragon spear wasn't once again trying to cause trouble for Soryang. Realizing the dangerous path this could take, Soryang quickly makes up a story, saying it was just a misunderstanding. He lies, claiming that he got lost and that the dragon spear showed up to guide him back. Huayin, still suspicious, asks if that's really the truth, and then questions why the tiny centipede seems so lively and animated. Trying to reinforce his story, Soryang places one of the centipedes on the dragon spear's head and explains that they were simply talking about the centipedes. He goes on to say that he jokingly asked the dragon spear to release a bit of killing intent as part of their playful conversation, and things ended up like this. Continuing his improvisation, Soryang insists that it was just a harmless prank, but it seems like the dragon spear genuinely got scared. The man, still visibly shaken, gets up and awkwardly agrees with Soryang's fabricated version of events. Although Huayin doesn't seem entirely convinced, she remains silent, merely observing them. Then she thanks the dragon spear for guiding Soryang and calls the young warrior to return to the guest hall. Soryang quickly dashes to follow Huayin, leaving the man behind, still in shock and disbelief. With a long, deep sigh, the man can only think about how that situation almost escalated into a far greater disaster. While running, Soryang calls out to the dragon spear and reminds him that he has saved his life twice now. This comment leaves the spear-wielding man even more bewildered, struggling to process the events. The next morning arrives. The couple, along with Gu Pei, are already prepared to set out on their journey. Huayin bids farewell to the group, saying that she has matters to attend to and they must leave now. She adds that it was a pleasure to see them again. The young woman also expresses her gratitude and tells them to be careful on their travels. As the couple turns to leave, the girl calls out to Soryang, asking him to wait for a moment. She then pushes the dragon spear forward, clearly forcing him to say a proper goodbye, as if trying to make him apologize sincerely. The girl explains that she heard everything from that idiot the night before and thanks Soryang for his generosity as a young warrior. The dragon spear, feeling awkward and slightly embarrassed, mutters an apology and also expresses his gratitude for what Soryang did the previous day. He then adds that after talking with the sword phoenix, he finally realized just how foolish he had been. Clenching his fists and almost on the verge of tears, he admits that, judging by Soryang's actions, he truly seems to be a suitable match to be the fiancé of the poison flower. The man then bows respectfully, thanking Soryang earnestly and asking him to please take good care of Huayin from now on. The young warrior nods, saying he understands and tells them to take care as well. Soryang also mentions that he has heard they will likely meet again soon at some upcoming ceremony, so there's no reason for any animosity between them. They board the boat, bid farewell to their new friends, and set off toward their next destination. Late at night, they find themselves staying at an inn located in a small lower village on the slopes of Huangshan Mountain. Soryang recalls Gu mentioning that they would rest there for the night since the mountain is treacherous, and it would take at least half a day to reach the Namgung clan's estate. That was the reason they decided to spend the night at this inn. After Soryang shares the details of his encounter with the leader, Huayin is left utterly shocked. She has just learned that Soryang received the secret manual of the Iron Coffer technique, the unique martial art of the first emperor himself. Soryang casually remarks that the emperor said they seemed alike. However, he also mentions that he heard the training required to master this technique is painful. Yet, once fully mastered, it can even block blades and withstand chi-based attacks. Huayin explains that the emperor's exclusive technique rivals the legendary indestructible diamond technique of the Shaolin. Since it is an external martial art, it does not require internal cultivation, which means Soryang shouldn't have much difficulty learning it. Realizing this, Soryang understands that, essentially, mastering it would be like gaining bulletproof protection. He truly inherited an incredible technique. Then Huayin offers to help him train in the new technique. She mentions having heard that the emperor used to whip his own body every morning as part of his rigorous practice, and she enthusiastically volunteers to assist him with that. Soryang is left utterly speechless, his jaw dropping as he processes what Huayin just said. He then asks in disbelief if it's really true that the emperor used whips as part of his training. Huayin, still excited, firmly confirms it, explaining that hardening one's skin through repeated whipping is an essential part of mastering the technique. Soryang, who has a vivid imagination, suddenly envisions Huayin wielding a whip while wearing a more daring outfit. This mental image makes him hesitate for a moment, but then he rationalizes that if it's for the sake of cultivation and becoming stronger, he would be willing to accept it. Just then, an elderly man who works at the inn interrupts their conversation. Apologizing for the intrusion, he asks if they are planning to climb Mount Huangshan. Huayin responds affirmatively and inquires why he's asking such a question. The old man explains that he is the owner of the inn, and judging by their appearance and equipment, it seems that they are heading towards the Namgung clan. Rising from his seat, Soryong cautiously asks if there is any problem they should know about. Before the old man can respond, Huayin recalls that her father had mentioned some unsettling rumors circulating lately. Curious, she asks if those rumors are related to what he's about to say. The elderly man then reveals that, in truth, over the past few months, people who have ventured up the mountain have mysteriously disappeared. Fortunately, those who went missing were later found safe, but something disturbing had happened to them. They had their yang energy completely drained. Both Soryong and Huayin feel a slight chill at this revelation. Huayin, clearly puzzled, remarks that it sounds rather strange and questions what this has to do with the Namgung clan. Blushing slightly and appearing somewhat embarrassed, the old man hesitates before confessing that all those who regained consciousness after the incident said the same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Lady Namgung Seol. This shocking statement leaves both Soryong and Huayin completely stunned. Huayin immediately questions whether this could possibly be true. Outraged, she continues, asserting that this is clearly a malicious trap, a vile and baseless accusation. Seeing that she is becoming increasingly agitated, Soryong gently urges her to calm down. The old man, equally taken aback, reassures them that, naturally, everyone reacted the same way at first. However, before he can finish his sentence, the scene transitions to the Namgung clan. Inside the clan's estate, Lady Seol is meticulously practicing her manual skills when she hears approaching footsteps. A young girl pushes the door open and calls for Lady Seol's attention. The girl informs her that the patriarch has summoned her to the hall immediately. Curious and slightly apprehensive, Lady Seol asks what her father wants. As she hurries toward the hall, she wonders what could be so urgent and also worries whether her father has discovered that she has been secretly practicing sword techniques at night. Arriving at the hall, Lady Seol is met with an unpleasant surprise. Her father is there, surrounded by several men kneeling on the ground, while another man holds a spiked mace. The patriarch gestures for her to come closer, and Lady Seol hesitantly steps forward, questioning the meaning of this gathering. The patriarch commands the kneeling men to lift their heads and look at her, instructing them to say whether the woman they saw was indeed his daughter. The trembling men, filled with fear, profusely apologize to the elder, some even breaking into tears. Annoyed by their hesitation, the patriarch firmly demands that they speak the truth at once. Turning his attention to Lady Seol, the patriarch pointedly asks if she has been sneaking out to the mountain at night. Stunned, she remains silent, unsure of how to respond. He presses on, stating that these men claim she drained their yang energy. Lady Seol, completely taken aback, repeats the accusation, trying to comprehend how such a rumor even started. Frustrated by her silence, the elder insists that she speak up and give a clear answer immediately. Finally gathering her thoughts, Lady Seol admits that it is true she has been training with the sword on the mountain recently, but she swears that aside from her training sessions, she has done nothing else. The patriarch shifts his gaze back to the men, stating that his daughter has declared her innocence, and therefore they must present concrete evidence to support their accusations. One of the men, clearly fearful for his life, insists that they only reported what they saw with their own eyes and had no intention of disrespecting the young lady. Another man, his voice quivering, suggests that maybe they all went mad or were possessed by spirits, as nothing else could explain their experience. Realizing the dangerous implications of their statements, one of the men nervously backtracks, admitting that it might indeed have been some sort of hallucination. Then, one of the men hesitantly mentions something peculiar, a distinguishing mark. The patriarch, curious, demands more details, asking what kind of mark he is referring to. With great reluctance, the man explains that the woman they saw had a mole on her chest, pointing to the approximate location. The patriarch, increasingly skeptical, calls the claim absurd and immediately questions Lady Seol to see if there's any truth to it. This unexpected accusation leaves Lady Seol in utter shock, her mind racing with confusion and disbelief. For a few moments she is completely paralyzed by the implication. Her father, growing increasingly irritated, raises his voice, demanding to know whether she truly dared to do something so reckless and dishonorable. In her mind, Lady Seol desperately searches for an explanation, bewildered by how such a situation could have come to pass. The next morning the couple is walking together, and Huayin seems to be in a somewhat gloomy mood. It's quite evident from her expression that something has deeply bothered her. Soryong, noticing her demeanor, moves closer and gently asks if she is still upset about the story the innkeeper told them. She quickly denies it, but Soryong knows she is not good at lying, and her reaction only confirms his suspicions. Suddenly Hwayin stops walking, her frustration finally breaking through. She vents her anger, firmly stating that the idea of Lady Namgung draining the yang qi from men in the middle of the night is an absolutely absurd and ridiculous rumor. Soryong can clearly see that she is deeply irritated and tries to think of a way to calm her down. Realizing that her anger is getting the better of her, Hwayin takes a deep breath, visibly trying to regain her composure. After a moment of silence, she seems more relaxed and even apologizes to Soryong, admitting that she didn't want to get so angry. However, she can't help but express how incredibly unbelievable the rumor is, and she feels the need to explain herself. Hwayin then elaborates, revealing that Lady Namgung Seol is actually unable to come into contact with men. Soryong, taken aback by this unexpected revelation, listens attentively as Hwayin continues. She explains that Seol suffers from a condition where, without sufficient yin energy, her life would be significantly shortened. Consequently, yang energy acts almost like a poison to her, making it unimaginable that Seol would be involved in any nightly escapades with men. Being so careful around men, the thought of her doing such things night after night is simply inconceivable. Soryong, after hearing this, can't help but associate the whole story with tales of fantasy heroines. The entire situation seems too bizarre to be true. As they finish discussing, they finally arrive at the Namgung family palace after climbing the mountain together with Gu. One of the guards stationed at the entrance stops them, asking why they have come to the Namgung family estate. Hwayin subtly leans towards Soryong and whispers that the atmosphere within the Namgung family seems tense. She warns that if they mention they are there to see Lady Seol, they might be turned away. Understanding the delicate situation, Soryong quickly thinks of something plausible to say. Raising a finger for emphasis, he confidently states that they are there on business and have come to make a deal. The guard, somewhat puzzled, doesn't quite grasp what Soryong means. Hwayin, equally confused, asks Soryong what he is talking about. Just then, someone from inside the estate opens the gate and demands to know what all the noise and confusion are about. The couple realizes that they might be in a bit of trouble. Looking carefully, they notice that the person who opened the gate is none other than Lady Namgung Eun, Seol's sister, who immediately recognizes Hwayin. Now inside, Hwayin and Eun share a joyful moment, clearly delighted to see each other after so long. Eun remarks that it truly has been a while, and Hwayin asks if she has been doing well, noting that it has been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 clans. Before answering, Eun curiously inquires what kind of deal they have come to make. Hwayin responds that something happened at the Tang clan, and they desperately need the Ice Jade. She mentions that she heard Lady Seol possesses the Ice Jade, and that they came specifically for this reason. Hwayin then asks if there's any way they can obtain it. Eun, still cheerful and happy to see Hwayin, suggests that they go to the Patriarch's hall to discuss the matter. She explains that it would be better to speak with her father, as he would surely be pleased to see Hwayin again. As they head that way, Hwayin nudges Soryong and mentions that they also brought something to offer in exchange for the Ice Jade. Curious, Eun asks what exactly they intend to trade. Sometime later, now in the Patriarch's hall, the atmosphere turns more serious. After explaining their purpose, the Patriarch raises his voice in disbelief, asking if it is true that they brought an elixir containing cold qi. The couple nods in agreement, and Hwayin prompts Soryong to take out the elixir from his clothes. Placing it on the table, the Patriarch examines it with growing astonishment. Holding the cold qi elixir close, he asks if he can inspect it more thoroughly. Soryong agrees, explaining that he kept it carefully protected inside his clothing during the journey, hoping it would be deemed valuable enough to secure the exchange. After a careful examination, the Patriarch marvels at the elixir's purity, remarking that it is remarkably high quality and that, with it, Seol could live at least 10 more years. Eun, equally intrigued, asks if it truly is that amazing. Feeling a sense of relief, the couple is overjoyed when the Patriarch agrees to trade the Ice Jade, recognizing the elixir's immense value. However, the Patriarch then notices something peculiar within the crystal of the elixir and questions what it might be. Soryong, caught off guard, apologizes and firmly states that he cannot disclose what it is. Understanding the need for secrecy, the Patriarch nods, acknowledging that revealing the nature of the object might inadvertently give away its origin. Soryong expresses his gratitude for the Patriarch's understanding. At that moment, Soryong recalls that, in reality, the reason for his secrecy isn't just about the origin. It takes him back to a time when he was walking with the great Patriarch. Soryong was walking and every now and then he would complain about how cold it was. The great patriarch, noticing his discomfort, asked him what was wrong. In response, Soryong took out from within his clothes the object that was causing the cold, revealing it to be a tail. Showing it to the great patriarch, Soryong explained that there was something peculiar about it. It looked like ice crystal forming on the tail of the gecko he had kept as a keepsake. Intrigued, the great patriarch carefully examined it and remarked that it possessed an incredible cold chi energy. He acknowledged that it could indeed be a valuable material for practitioners who had mastered ice techniques or cold chi martial arts. Soryong could only think that perhaps geckos stored nutrients in their tails, and in this case it turned out to be cold chi. Realizing its potential worth, the great patriarch asked if Soryong wanted to try transforming it into an elixir. Returning to the present, Soryong decides that it is not worth mentioning the shriveled gecko tail. The patriarch, still enthusiastic, instructs Un to inform her sister to exchange the elixir for the ice jade. He then suggests that the guests should rest, as he intends to prepare a celebration to welcome the guests from the Tang clan. Curious, he asks if Hwayin is close to Seol and she confirms that she is. The patriarch continues, explaining that his daughter Seol has recently been through something distressing, and perhaps Hwayin's presence could help comfort her during their stay. Un then offers to guide the couple to the guest residence, and the patriarch entrusts this task to her. As they walk, Un mentions that thanks to Hwayin, her father's mood has improved somewhat, as in recent days, it felt as if they were walking on thin ice. To clarify, Hwayin cautiously asks if something happened to Lady Seol. Hwayin then shares that she has heard some troubling rumors and admits that she has been worried. Un, a bit disappointed, asks if Hwayin really heard about the rumors. With a hint of frustration, Un confesses that she doesn't believe Seol would do something like that, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to find any clues to prove her innocence. As a result, Seol had to be confined in the seclusion room and marked with virginity sand to prove her purity. Hwayin is utterly shocked by this revelation, while Soryong, confused, can only ask what on earth virginity sand is. Un and Hwayin proceed to explain that virginity sand is a substance that women apply to their bodies to demonstrate their purity. If one raises a gecko and feeds it with cinnabar, the gecko's body will turn red. The gecko's body is then ground into powder and stamped onto a woman's skin. If her body is pure, the mark cannot be washed away, not even with water. Hearing this, Soryong feels a surge of indignation, thinking that identifying a woman's purity should be the job of a unicorn, not a gecko. To him, this practice seems like an outrageous violation. Un then points out that Seol is just ahead, prompting the couple to turn their attention towards her. For a moment, the young warrior is speechless. Even from a distance, it's clear that Seol's beauty is truly unique. As they move closer, they see her sitting there, seemingly untroubled, though on her hand remains the mark left by the virginity sand. Hwayin feels relieved to see Seol and quickly approaches her, catching Seol by surprise as she didn't expect to see Hwayin there. Un takes the opportunity to explain that Hwayin brought an elixir containing cold chi, and that their father has agreed to exchange it for the ice jade. Observing the elixir up close, Seol comments that she can indeed sense the powerful cold chi emanating from it. The couple's spirits lift as Seol gratefully acknowledges the gift, revealing that she has the ice jade with her right there. She takes out the ice jade and shows it to them. Soryong takes the jade, and both he and Hwayin feel an immense sense of relief at having secured it. However, before they can fully rejoice, Seol lets out a deep sigh, interrupting their moment of celebration. Noticing Seol's apparent sadness, Hwayin cautiously brings up the rumors, expressing that she still finds it hard to believe that Seol could do something like that. Seol, appreciating the concern, softly admits that there were indeed many witnesses. She wonders aloud what exactly those people saw and, more puzzlingly, how they knew about the location of her mole. The young warrior's eyes light up with a sudden spark of excitement, as he is now convinced that this must be a truly mysterious case. An enthusiastic grin spreads across his face, and he can't help but burst into hearty laughter. Seeing this unexpected reaction, Hwayin looks at him with concern and asks if he is feeling all right. Quickly shifting his expression to one of confident seriousness, Soryong proudly declares that he is an expert in such matters. In fact, he even goes as far as to claim that in his past life, he was famously known as Sherlock Fabre when it came to solving cases like this. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Soryong asks Seol if she has ever bathed alone in a pond or river at night. The sudden and random nature of the question leaves all the girls puzzled, unsure of where this line of reasoning is leading. Hwayin tries to make sense of it and cautiously suggests that maybe, in doing so, someone might have spied on Seol. However, Seol shakes her head and confidently states that she has never washed her body outside the house. Even if someone had seen her, they would have no reason to spread such malicious rumors. After all, even the people living in the lower parts of the mountain are considered family to her. Upon hearing this explanation, Soryong realizes that his deduction was completely off the mark, and a heavy sense of disappointment settles over him. His enthusiasm drains away as he contemplates his failed reasoning. Hwayin, on the other hand, suddenly appears thoughtful, as if an idea has just struck her. She confidently says that maybe she has figured something out and asks if there could be another, more plausible explanation for this entire situation. Still sitting on the ground and lamenting his lack of deductive prowess, Soryong lifts his head and notices that Hwayin is speaking with a renewed sense of determination. It seems she might have a clearer idea of what could have actually happened. Hwayin begins to create an air of suspense, building up the moment with dramatic mystery, leaving everyone tense and curious. Then, with a serious tone, she finally reveals that the most likely identity of the culprit is a ghost. Hearing such a declaration leaves the two sisters wondering, exchanging uncertain glances as they question whether it really could be a ghost. Soryong is left speechless, completely stunned, his mouth slightly agape, as he had been expecting her to say something far more profound and grounded. Instead, she comes up with the idea of ghost. Bringing one hand thoughtfully to his chin, he reflects for a moment and says that perhaps it might make some sort of sense. He then remembers that he once encountered the ghost of the centipede in a dream after it had died, so perhaps believing in such a thing isn't entirely absurd. Turning to Seol, Soryong calls her name and asks if she has touched or done anything unusual recently, something strange or out of the ordinary. He gives an example, suggesting maybe she accidentally consumed the inner core of a mystical beast. Seol asks for a moment to think carefully. After a pause, she replies that recently she touched an acorn and also a tree branch. Soryong, upon hearing this, can only think to himself that this might be what people call an idiotic charm. Then, Seol seems to recall something more significant. She explains that while she was training alone during the night, she felt the distinct presence of someone near her. It was as if this presence was watching her the entire time, silently and closely. Un asks if that's really true, and Seol confirms it without hesitation. At first she had even thought it might have been Un nearby, but when she checked there was absolutely no one around. While Seol starts to question whether she was just feeling overly sensitive at the time, Soryong is quietly convinced that this is an undeniably suspicious situation. At that exact moment, a young girl rushes toward them in a panic, breathless and shouting for Lady Seol. The little girl is clearly out of breath and struggling to speak. She tries to catch her breath as Seol asks her to calm down and explain why she is running around in such a panic. The girl finally manages to say that another villager has disappeared, and the clan's warriors have already left the estate to begin the search. Upon hearing this news, Seol lowers her head slightly, as if she were hiding something deep within herself. Soryong notices this change and asks her what is going on. Seol lifts her head once more, but this time there is a new clarity and conviction in her expression. She declares that no matter what, she must personally capture this ghost and avenge the humiliation of her lost chastity. Un quickly steps in, warning Seol that if she goes off alone and gets caught again, the consequences this time will be far more severe. Seol responds with a smile, gently reassuring her sister that everything will be alright, because this time she won't be going alone. Confused, Un asks what exactly Seol means by that. In response, Seol takes Hwayin's hand and asks both her and Soryong if they would be willing to help her. The couple is left momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected request to venture out into the mountains in the middle of the night. But in the end they cannot bring themselves to refuse her, and they agree to go. Nightfall arrives and they find themselves walking through the mountains under the dark, quiet sky. Un, not hiding her concern, mutters that if she gets caught this time, she will certainly be locked away in the cultivation chamber for half a year as punishment. She turns towards Soryong and says that he could at least try to stop Hwayin. Then she asks how he even managed to fall in love with her in the first place. Soryong simply replies with a sarcastic smirk, saying nothing more. A little earlier that same evening, Seol had shown them a small golden ornament and explained that it was a naragi made of knots, a traditional charm where the ice jade could be safely stored. She had gone on to say that she wasn't entirely sure why they wanted the ice jade, but if they were planning to take it with them, this naragi would certainly help. Hwayin had been mesmerized by the delicate beauty of the item. She had opened the small golden charm down the middle and remarked that it could serve as a symbolic gift between the couple. She added that if they helped her she would give it to them as a reward. Enchanted by the elegance and meaning of the artifact, the couple had found themselves unable to say no. Back in the present moment, Soryong states that it's not even because of the artifact that he agreed to come, it's because he wants to defend Seol's honor. Eun scoffs and calls him a liar. Seol interjects, addressing Eun and telling her to be less impulsive in front of their guests. They arrive at a certain spot in the forest, and Seol suddenly stops walking. She looks around and says that this is the exact place where she had felt that strange presence. It had come from that direction, and she believes there might be some kind of trace or clue left behind, so it would be wise to examine the area carefully. The girls begin to whisper among themselves, wondering if it really could be a ghost after all. Seol firmly declares that her sword is infused with the energy to destroy evil and reveal justice. Meanwhile, Soryong silently reflects that the situation has just become far more intense than he had anticipated. Then, at that very moment, a thick fog begins to appear out of nowhere. It rolls in suddenly and unnaturally, completely engulfing the area and leaving everyone in a state of panic and confusion. The dense mist blinds their vision entirely, as if it had been conjured without warning or explanation. Soryong stands still, frozen for a second, trying to comprehend what exactly is happening. He begins shouting the names of the girls, calling out to each of them one by one, his voice filled with urgency and concern. But not a single voice answers him back. As he starts to move carefully through the fog trying to find his bearings, his foot suddenly gets caught in something sticky. Startled, he looks down and begins to struggle to free himself, asking aloud, what on earth is that? Upon closer inspection he realizes that it is a spider web. He grabs it with his hand and immediately notices how unusually thick the strand is. He then wonders why the thread is so abnormally strong and heavy, and instantly begins to question just how enormous the spider must be to produce something of that magnitude. Just as he is lost in thought, trying to make sense of the situation, he hears someone scream. His ears instantly recognize the voice. It is Lady Eun. Uncertain of what to do next but desperate to act, Soryong quickly summons 2 baby centipedes. He crouches and asks them if they can locate their mother, Hwain. The tiny centipedes jump up with energy, and Soryong instructs them to find and protect Hwain without delay. With that, Soryong starts to run in the direction from which he heard Eun's voice, calling out to her, urging her to respond. As he keeps moving forward, he gradually realizes that he is getting deeper and deeper into the forest, farther away from where they began. Soryong, being someone knowledgeable in these matters, reflects on a basic principle about spiders. He knows there are generally 2 types, the sedentary ones and the wandering ones. The sedentary spiders like to stay in their nests or homes, while the wandering ones tend to roam and explore. However, in either case, no spider spins flat webs laid out along the ground like this. That means, whatever kind of spider this is, it is definitely not a normal one. He soon notices that the fog is beginning to lift slightly, the visibility improving just a bit. He says to himself that he needs to hurry up and find the girls before something worse happens. But then he suddenly stops running. In front of him, every single tree is covered in spider webs, woven thickly between branches and trunks, forming a ghostly maze of silken traps. Now walking slowly and cautiously, he looks around and asks himself what in the world all of this could possibly be. He lifts his gaze upward, and what he sees there, high above him, is something he never expected. It is Lady Eun, suspended and entangled in spider webs, stuck to the side of a tree. She appears to be unconscious, her body limp and unresponsive. Just then, a strange and eerie sound catches his attention, something moving nearby. Emerging from the mist, he sees a woman sitting atop a gigantic spider, a creature so massive and unnatural that it radiates a terrifying aura. The woman lets out a chilling, almost gleeful laugh that echoes across the webbed forest. As he focuses his eyes more clearly, Soryong sees the woman's face, and he is taken aback. She looks strikingly similar to Seol. She is sitting proudly and ominously on the back of a ground spider, her entire presence sending a shiver down his spine. Soryong stands completely paralyzed, overtaken by sheer shock, unable to tear his eyes away from the bizarre and unsettling scene unfolding right in front of him. The woman sitting atop the massive spider grins with twisted delight, her smile dark and malicious. She calls him a bastard, making it clear that she recognizes exactly who he is. His eyes widen with unease, and sweat begins to drip down his face as tension rises within him. Despite the insult, he remains strangely unfazed, his attention drawn instead to something peculiar. He suddenly notices that the spider she is riding on is a type of terrestrial creature he has never encountered before in his life. As they continue to stare each other down, locked in this eerie confrontation, Soryang carefully observes that the spider is weaving its web on the ground rather than suspending it in the air, an unusual trait that confirms beyond any doubt that this is indeed a new species, unfamiliar and possibly undiscovered. Then, at last, with a steady and determined look crossing his face, he begins to put the puzzle pieces together. In a rare moment of mental clarity, everything starts to make sense. He realizes, almost with a jolt, that the being before him, though it has the physical appearance and mannerisms of Seol, is not Seol at all. What he's seeing is actually a pedipalp, an arachnid creature, disguised as a spider. The scene briefly transitions to a more detailed explanation, offering insight into what a pedipalp really is. Normally, the term refers to the anterior legs of a spider, limbs that function as sensory tools, assist in mating or help subdue prey. Despite being labeled as legs, pedipalps are far more than simple limbs. They are sophisticated appendages connected directly to the creature's head, serving unique and specialized purposes. For instance, even the sharp pincers of a scorpion are actually modified pedipalps, highlighting how diverse and functionally advanced these structures can be. Back in the present moment, Soryang becomes increasingly aware that this pedipalp disguised as a spider is attempting to seduce him. It subtly exposes its shoulders in a suggestive manner, likely a calculated move to attract male prey. Blushing slightly, with his cheeks now tinged red, Soryang declares aloud that such efforts are unnecessary, because he is already completely captivated. Suddenly, in that very instant, Lady Yoon regains consciousness. Her eyes blink open in disbelief, and as she sees Soryang approaching the terrestrial spider, her expression quickly shifts to rage. She clenches her teeth furiously, consumed by frustration at the sight. Soryang moves closer, much closer, to the pedipalp now disguised as Seol. With his hands gently interlocked and a flushed face, he begins to sing praises of how astonishingly beautiful she is. Then, catching the pedipalp off guard, Soryang suddenly grabs her tightly by the waist, pretending to be completely bewitched by her charm. The pedipalp, feeling triumphant and confident that it has successfully lured its prey, raises its arms in preparation to strike. The moment it prepares to launch its attack, Soryang sharply lifts his head and issues a clear and commanding order for his centipede to attack. Without a second of hesitation, the centipede leaps forward at full speed, catching the pedipalp completely off guard and leaving it paralyzed in shock. With ferocious precision and unwavering speed, the centipede sinks its fangs into the creature's body. The pedipalp lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pain, its voice echoing across the forest. While it writhes in agony, Soryang calls his loyal centipede back, and it immediately jumps into his arms, returning to him without delay. Screaming in pain, the pedipalp feels its strength slipping away rapidly, its breath becoming shallow and erratic. It places one hand instinctively over the site of the injury, trying in vain to contain the damage. Soryang, eyes wide open and lips slightly parted, watches from a safe distance as the creature's body slowly collapses to the ground in defeat. Realizing that the pedipalp is now unconscious, he tells the centipede that he will move closer to inspect it. Cautiously, with a stick in hand, Soryang approaches and gently pokes the massive spider. Based on its lack of reaction, he deduces that the centipede's venom is keeping the creature immobilized for now, its toxins apparently effective on arthropods. However, considering the spider's colossal size, he believes it won't remain unconscious for long and will likely recover soon. With a calm and almost tender gesture, he runs his hand softly along the spider's thick, bristled body, whispering a quiet plea for it not to be angry. He assures her that what he has done was necessary to protect her from being killed by the frightened villagers. Then, with genuine affection, he carefully lays the creature's body down, almost as if tucking her in, and begins to wonder aloud if he'll even be able to lift her due to her tremendous size. Feeling a sense of excitement bubbling inside him, he stands up with pride, marveling at her 4 large spots and her thick, soft fur, traits that make her look exactly like a true scarlet spider. Driven by curiosity, Soryang prepares to take a closer look. With trembling anticipation, he reaches out, eager to uncover what the pedipalp's true face really looks like beneath the disguise. Without hesitation, he lifts the garment covering the creature's face, but his exploration is cut short in the most brutal and unexpected way. Hwayin appears out of nowhere and delivers a violent strike directly to his face. The force of the blow is devastating, knocking Soryang to the ground with intense impact. He crashes down as Hwayin screams in panic, yelling that the creature is a monster. Realizing that he is momentarily dazed and gasping from the shock, Huayin urgently tells him to regulate his breathing and try to steady his internal energy technique. But to her surprise and growing concern, she notices that he is completely incapable of doing so. He has entirely lost control of both his energy and his breathing. He is left utterly disoriented, mentally adrift and physically overwhelmed. After what feels like a long moment, he finally manages to recover his senses and slowly rise to his feet. Huayin, looking deeply worried, asks if he's all right. But Soryang seems confused, unsure of what exactly she means. Stunned by his response, Huayin suddenly realizes the grim truth. The thick fog that had enveloped them earlier was not natural, it was created by the spider. A fog deliberately meant to heighten and distort desires in a surreal, overwhelming way. She told Soryang that when she inhaled just a small amount of the mysterious fog, she immediately felt a strange and unfamiliar sensation creeping over her body. She had to summon her power and channel it with great focus in order to expel whatever it was that she had breathed in. Only after doing so was she finally able to escape from that place. On the other hand, Soryang stated, with a calm and almost puzzled demeanor, that he had not felt anything at all. With one hand resting under his chin and his lips slightly parted in contemplation, Soryang begins to reflect. It suddenly dawns on him that the villagers who had been pretending, or perhaps truly believing, they were possessed, were likely behaving that way because of the effects of the fog. Silently, within his own thoughts, he questions whether this strange mist might actually be some kind of pheromone emitted by the spider. Shortly afterward, Huayin becomes visibly upset as she watches Soryang gently stroke the spider, his hands running carefully across its body, all while speaking to it in a soft voice about the origin of the fog and its unusually large size. Time passes and the couple remains in the forest, lingering together in that strange and tense environment. Eventually Huayin, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, gathers her courage and apologizes to Soryang. She admits that for a while she genuinely believed he had fallen under the spider's seductive spell. Embracing the spider with visible tenderness and affection, Soryang explains that all he was trying to do was uncover the creature's true form, to understand what lay beneath the disguise. Huayin nods, saying that she understands now, but her emotions quickly shift. With a burst of frustration, she yells at him to stop hugging the spider. Moments later, Huayin appears startled. Her eyes widen as she expresses an odd sensation. She feels as though there's something important she's supposed to remember, something lingering at the edge of her memory, but she just can't grasp it. She confesses that she still hasn't memorized all the known venomous creatures. Meanwhile, Soryang remains trapped in his own uncertainty, still trying to understand what exactly is causing such deep frustration and agitation within Huayin. Suddenly, something grabs both of their attention. A faint but unmistakable sound rises in the stillness of the forest. Soryang immediately turns toward the spider, wondering aloud whether it could be the source of the strange noise. With his mouth open and his expression full of suspicion, he finally realizes that the sound is not coming from the spider, it's coming from behind him. It is Une. Still tied to the tree, she is the one producing the sound. Without hesitation, Soryang calls out, admitting that in the midst of all the chaos and confusion, he had completely forgotten about her. Now, with Une lying on the ground, the couple stands over her, unsure of what to do to wake her. They soon notice that Une is still breathing, albeit with difficulty, which brings them a small measure of relief. It means that she is not dead but only temporarily paralyzed. Time continues to pass and the dense fog around them thickens, sinking even lower into the forest floor. The strange atmosphere compels Huayin and Soryang to resume their search for Seol. But just before they leave, Soryang announces that there is something he must do first. His tone piques Huayin's curiosity. He then begins using the spider's own silk to tie it up carefully, wrapping it methodically while holding the other end of the binding securely in his hand. Before long, Soryang starts dragging the large creature along behind him, telling Huayin that he intends to take it back to the clan. He believes it is not just any ordinary venomous beast, and therefore should not be treated like one. Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air, and Huayin immediately spins around, alarmed and tense. It is Seol, her voice hoarse but forceful, calling out to her sister with every last ounce of strength she can muster. The fury in her voice is unmistakable, and it freezes both Soryang and Huayin in place, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, unsure how to react. Seol continues shouting, declaring that the creature has dishonored her, and vowing that she will never allow it to do the same to her sister. Without hesitation, she draws her sword, her determination carved into every movement. Her eyes blaze with resolve and she prepares herself to strike. At that exact moment, Soryang cries out desperately, begging her to wait, just for a single second. But nothing could stop her now. Unshaken and unwavering, Seol rushes forward, aiming directly at the creature with relentless momentum. In a flash of motion, Soryang throws himself in front of the creature, spreading his arms wide open in a protective gesture, trying with everything he has to block her attack. Seol, still unwilling to stop, points her sword at him, ready to strike, and commands him to move aside. But Soryang stands firm. He doesn't move an inch. With clear conviction in his voice, he declares that he will not move under any circumstances. Remaining solid and unyielding, he points to himself and states that he is the one who captured the creature. Therefore it now belongs to him. Hwain's eyes go wide, stunned and speechless at the gravity of what he just said. Then Soryang's expression hardens. He clenches his fists tightly, bracing himself for whatever may come next, ready to face any threat head-on. At that moment, a sinister and intense aura begins to radiate from Seol. Her eyes gleam with burning fury and her voice, dripping with hatred, demands that he repeat himself. She wants to hear it again to be absolutely sure she hadn't misheard. Soryang continued staring directly at Seol. Once again, Seol demanded that he repeat what he had just said, if he had the courage to do so. In Soryang's mind, the memory of the gecko with the poisonous chant resurfaced, one that Seol had already killed before. He wondered, filled with indignation, if now she also intended to kill the spider. At that moment, Hwain suddenly shouted, urging Lady Seol to wait before doing anything drastic. She firmly stated that Un was only paralyzed, not dead. Upon hearing those words, Seol froze in shock as the realization struck her that her sister was still alive. To remove all doubt, Hwain assured her again that Un was truly alive. Understanding how Seol felt, she explained that if the host were to be killed and the body's clone were undone, the imitation would simply revert into something else. This process in turn would serve to clear Lady Un's name. Hwain implored Seol to think calmly about her actions before acting on impulse. She questioned whether, by taking the host and exposing it before the entire family, Seol would actually feel that her anger and sorrow had been resolved. Finally, directing the attention of everyone present, Hwain brought the focus back to the essential point. It was Soryang who had discovered and captured the host, and beyond that he was also the one who saved Un's life. Upon hearing everything, Seol appeared visibly embarrassed by the way she had behaved at the beginning. She turned to Soryang and offered an apology, admitting that she had failed to consider his kindness and had acted too hastily in judging him. Soryang, relieved by her words, accepted the apology. Wasting no time, he turned to Hwain and sincerely thanked her for clarifying the entire situation so smoothly and effectively. Seol then turned her gaze back to Soryang and asked what he planned to do with the creature. Excited, he declared that, before anything else, he intended to take it to the Tang clan. Swept up in his enthusiasm, he commented to Seol that he actually thought the creature was cute. Seol, now entirely frustrated, asked in disbelief whether he seriously found that thing cute. As she mulled over the deeper meaning of the word cute, Seol began to panic and, driven by impulse, asked if Soryang didn't already have Lady Hwain. Hwain let out a sigh upon hearing the question and replied that Seol was completely misinterpreting Soryang's words. Annoyed, Soryang clarified that he had referred to the spider as being cute, not in the sense of it being charming like a person, but because it was red, covered in soft fur, and had unique abilities. Seol tried to understand, though she still appeared somewhat skeptical. At that moment, Soryang looked at both of them with curiosity and asked what exactly they had been discussing. Flustered, both women quickly replied that it was nothing important. With the break of dawn, the spider and Lady Un were safely escorted back to the Namgung family. As soon as the Namgung patriarch laid eyes on the creature, he immediately drew his sword, consumed by fury at the thought that the creature had stolen his daughter's appearance and dishonored her in the process. Soryang, realizing the danger, pleaded with him to remain calm. He assured the patriarch that all misunderstandings regarding his daughter would be thoroughly explained. The patriarch let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Like father, like daughter," leaving Soryang momentarily confused by the remark. Soon after, the patriarch turned to him and expressed his gratitude for saving both of his daughters. He emphasized that the Namgung clan would never forget what Soryang had done and that, as a gesture of their gratitude, they would grant him one wish. Without hesitation, Soryang pointed to the spider, declaring that he wished to take it with him. The patriarch, without the slightest objection, granted his request. Before ending the discussion, however, the patriarch brought up something that still bothered him. Curious, Soryang asked what it was. The patriarch referred to his daughter Seol's appearance. She still wore an expression of stiffness, completely unlike her usual demeanor. Concerned, he posed a new question. Just as the creature had stolen the image of his daughter, was it possible for it to do the same with anyone else? Soryang became thoughtful. Although he was now the spider's owner, he didn't exactly possess the image rights of the patriarch's daughter. He began to reflect deeply on what might be done regarding this particular issue. Suddenly, interrupting his train of thought, something drew Soryang's attention. It was a restless crowd of people, completely agitated. Concerned about the commotion, Soryang rushed over to Commander Gu Pei and asked what was happening. The commander replied that it was a group of angry citizens. Many among them were outraged that the creature had stolen the appearance of young Lady Seol. They shouted loudly, questioning why it hadn't simply been killed. These comments infuriated Gu Pei. He sternly declared that the spider was now the property of the clan and that they were being far too bold by insulting it. Alarmed by the commander's fierce reaction, the crowd quickly backed down and retracted their statements. Soryang then declared that the misunderstanding had already been resolved and that everyone who needed to see her had already done so. Concerned about the creature's safety, he stated firmly that no one else should be allowed in. Upon hearing this decision, Gu Pei immediately gave the order to close the entrance. At that very moment, quite unexpectedly, someone appeared. It was an elderly man leaning heavily on his staff. Coughing lightly, he asked if he could just take a quick look. The guard at the entrance, following the orders from above, replied that he could not allow him to pass. The old man insisted, saying it would only take a moment, but the guard repeated that it simply wasn't possible. Soryang stepped in and argued that, given the elder's frail health and the long journey he had clearly undertaken, the least they could do was allow him a brief visit. With permission granted, the old man walked through the entrance and made his way directly toward the creature. With misty eyes, he recognized her in a strange, almost mystical way. She turned to Soryang and asked what her fate would be. With excitement in his voice, he answered that she would live, for she was a precious creature and would be raised within the Tang clan. Still enthusiastic, Soryang emphasized that, despite her unusual appearance, she was simply a spider, nothing more. The old man was visibly moved upon hearing such kind words about the spider for the very first time. Feeling relieved, he stated that he could trust Soryang, though the young man did not quite understand what he meant. Suddenly, the elder began untying the creature, leaving everyone nearby utterly stunned by the sight. Soryang shouted, urging him to wait before doing anything further, warning that the situation could be dangerous. But the old man ignored the warnings, gently placing his hand on the spider's head. As he caressed her, the creature's eyes lit up, and her expression took on a newfound calmness. Soryang remarked that he had felt a familiar energy in the elder from the very beginning. The old man then revealed that the spider's name was Yowa. With a nostalgic gaze, he began to recount the story of how they had met. The encounter had taken place more than 20 years ago, just after he had lost his entire family to a devastating plague. It was during that period of despair that he found Yowa, still very young and small. At the time, while he still had vitality in his body, he had fed her with his own qi-yang. However, as the years passed, his strength waned and he could no longer sustain her. Back in the present, the old man admitted, filled with regret, that Yowa had done terrible things, and he blamed himself for them. Soryang tried to console him, speaking firmly that it had all simply been an accident. The elder then said that Soryang, as a kind-hearted knight, would now care for Yowa in his place, and that he could finally rest in peace, asking that he take good care of her. Without hesitation, Soryang responded immediately, promising that she would be in good hands. With a warm, loving look, the old man told Yowa that he was far too old to continue accompanying her, but he trusted that she would be well cared for. He advised her to follow the knight and live a long and happy life. The old man and the creature embraced in a heartfelt farewell. Soryang observed that, for a spider to understand a human so well, they must have spent a great deal of time together. He imagined that their journey had been one filled with affection and deep companionship. Moved by this sentiment, Soryang invited the old man to come with him to Sichuan, but the elder politely declined, explaining that he no longer had the strength for such a long journey. Understanding, Soryang shifted the topic and asked the elder to share his experience with Yowa, since it would be his first time caring for a creature like her. The old man agreed, assuring him that he would explain everything in detail. Somewhat embarrassed, Soryang posed his first question. How exactly does one feed a creature like Yowa with qi-yang? The old man explained that one must place a finger into the creature's mouth to transfer the qi yang. He then added, with a curious note, that even by sleeping beside her, a transfer of energy could occur. He revealed that, upon receiving qi yang, the creature would begin to transform, shaping itself into whatever form it believed to be most beautiful in the eyes of the one feeding it. As the transformation unfolded, Soryang asked who the young woman before them was. The old man replied that it was his deceased wife and that he was grateful to see her one last time before his own death. Then, turning to Soryang, the old man invited him to try feeding Yowa himself. Soryang took a deep breath and agreed to give it a try. Without delay, he began transferring his qi yang. Almost immediately, the transformation began. Filled with anticipation, Soryang wondered what form Yowa would take. Deep down, he imagined that, naturally, she might transform into Lady Huayin. But when the final form was revealed, Soryang was utterly stunned. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. Those nearby, watching with curiosity, didn't let the moment pass. Without hesitation, they began asking aloud whether that was really his type. Then, the old man explains that he had only seen that particular form once before, long before the creature ever assumed a human shape for the first time. Completely stunned, Gu Pei questions what exactly is happening and why the creature doesn't look anything like Lady Huayin. However, Soryang, visibly confused, admits that he is not entirely sure what is going on. As he reflects, a thought resurfaces in Soryang's mind. Perhaps the creature had maintained Seol's appearance because, in the eyes of the villagers, she was considered the most beautiful woman in the region. But now they were speaking of Huayin, who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in all the Central Plains. Suddenly, overwhelmed by panic, Soryang dashes off, running in desperation, his mind clouded by the fear that the clan might see this as a sign of betrayal. As he races away, a wild thought crosses his mind. Could the creature have believed that he preferred poisons over Huayin? Is that why she had taken on such an unexpected form? Elsewhere, in a quiet room, Un rests peacefully with Soryang keeping her company in silence. But suddenly the door bursts open. Soryang enters abruptly, calling out Huayin's name, startling her completely. Frightened, Huayin immediately asks what happened and why he's so out of breath. Without wasting a second, Soryang blurts out that it's sudden, but he needs a favor. Soryang approaches Huayin and, his voice slightly hesitant, asks if he can hold her in his arms. The unexpected request catches her entirely off guard. Confused and scared, she doesn't understand what's going on. Seeing her reaction, Soryang quickly tries to reassure her, insisting that she shouldn't interpret it the wrong way. But hearing that only throws Huayin into a state of panic. Overcome by anxiety, she exclaims that he must have discovered the truth. She scrambles to explain, saying she never meant to keep anything from him deliberately, she only knew what she knew from reading about it in books. As she speaks, Soryang watches her, completely puzzled, having no idea what she's referring to. With her panic mounting, she finally yells out that the spider is one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Soryang is left speechless. In his mind, an image of the spider flashes and shock floods his thoughts. He cannot believe what Huayin has just revealed, that Yowa is, in fact, that very creature. Huayin swears that she never meant to deceive him, but chose to remain silent until she could be sure, because of a promise she had made. Still frozen in place, Soryang begins to understand. That was why Huayin had been so hesitant. The revelation had taken him completely off guard. Huayin, overcome by emotion, gives in. In an unanticipated move, she throws herself into Soryang's arms. The gesture flusters and embarrasses him entirely. But suddenly, while still holding Huayin, something catches Soryang's attention. Un had woken up. Sitting upright in bed, she silently watches the scene, clearly uncomfortable and embarrassed. Panic overtakes Soryang the moment he realizes that Un is, indeed, awake. Days later, Soryang waves farewell to the Namgung clan. The incident had been resolved, and fortunately, Yowa had assumed the form of Huayin after absorbing Soryang's qi yang. Aboard the boat, Soryang walks over to Yowa to inform her that, once they reach their destination, he will release her from the cage. Shortly after, Gu Pei asks if Soryang has any idea about the next leg of their journey. Soryang explains that after acquiring the ice jade, he plans to head directly for Mount Gonga, home of the fat-tailed geckos. However, he admits that he is uncertain whether he should stop by the Tang clan first, as he doesn't know if Yowa can handle such a long journey. Upon hearing this, Yowa raises a hand towards Soryang, who immediately asks if she's feeling well. She smiles gently, a clear reflection of her recognition of his kind spirit. Soryang understands the gesture and thanks her sincerely, promising that they will get there as quickly as possible. Without further delay, Soryang turns to Gu Pei and informs him that they will head straight to Mount Gonga as originally planned. As they travel toward their destination, Soryang takes the opportunity to quietly enjoy the scenery around him, allowing himself a rare moment of peace amidst the gentle sway of the journey. Suddenly, something captures his attention. He overhears two young men talking nearby, their voices animated. One of them says that the leader of the alliance had personally led the Azure Dragon unit on an expedition, and that captured prisoners from the Blood Cult had begun to reveal crucial information about the locations of other strongholds. Right after that, the boy with yellow hair adds with excitement that there are rumors going around about someone who managed to create a poisonous mist that only affects members of the Blood Cult. Instantly, Soryang turns toward them with enthusiasm written all over his face, realizing that they were talking about something he himself had accomplished. The scene shifts back to the boys and Soryang, now clearly intrigued, asks them who was responsible for creating such a thing. One of the boys replies that the alliance hadn't disclosed the identity of the person involved, but insists that whoever did it was truly a hero. Soryang is left stunned by the praise. As the words sink in, his mind drifts back to his days of uploading videos, and for a brief moment he relishes the feeling of having once again made an impact, albeit from the shadows. Eventually they arrive at Mount Gonga. Soryang admits, somewhat embarrassed, that since he's not particularly skilled in the art of lightness techniques, he won't be able to climb the mountain himself. Because of that, he suggests that Huayin and Gu Pei go instead to retrieve the fat-tailed geckos. However, Gu Pei raises a valid concern. Would the geckos even respond without Soryang present? Huayin agrees with the reasoning, suggesting that it would be best if Soryang could go himself. Then, out of nowhere, something draws their attention. It is Yowa, gracefully ascending the mountain on her own, while Soryang shouts desperately for her to come back down. One of the rocks on the mountain breaks apart, causing Yowa to descend rapidly, but she lands calmly and smoothly on the ground below. Everyone stands in awe at the sight, completely stunned by her ability to fly. Soryang suddenly remembers a phenomenon known as ballooning. He begins to explain with an air of fascination that although few people are aware of it, some spiders are capable of flying by releasing silk threads and surrendering themselves to the wind. He adds that sometimes when walking through the street and brushing against a random web in the air, it's likely the trace of such a flight. Now fully excited, Soryang gives Yowa permission to carry him through the air. As she takes off with him, Gu Pei and Huayin follow close behind. Upon reaching the top, Soryang embraces Yowa warmly and praises her for being such an incredible and versatile creature. Huayin, visibly irritated by the scene, immediately reproaches him, saying that hugging her like that is strange, especially since the form Yowa currently wears is her own. Hearing that, Soryang quickly apologizes, understanding the awkwardness of the situation. Without delay, he begins to explore the area in search of the geckos. After a little while, Soryang spots them in the distance. With joy and great enthusiasm he calls out to them. Instantly, the fat-tailed geckos leap toward him, full of energy and visibly thrilled to be reunited. Soryang is taken aback by how affectionate and healthy the geckos seem, much more so than before. Their condition fills him with a quiet sense of accomplishment. He then shows them the ice jade he brought and assures them that he will take good care of them. He calls them to follow him. As a personal touch, he decides to name them Snow and Ice. After naming them, he gently carries both in his arms. And just like that, they officially become part of the family. A while later, back at the Tang clan during the late hours of the night, the guards are taken aback by what they see in front of them. Their eyes widen with surprise as they question why two young ladies are suddenly standing before them at such an unexpected time. They take a closer look and quickly realize that one of the young women isn't actually human. It's a spider that has taken on the form of Miss Huayin. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Soryang proudly tells the guards to go and spread the news. The honored and confident official son-in-law of the Tang clan has returned with one of the 10 great venomous creatures. The guards are visibly stunned. None of them had imagined they would ever lay eyes on one of the 10 great venomous creatures in person, let alone see one that looked like this. Wasting no time, they send a signal high into the sky, accompanied by the urgent message that Soryang and Huayin have returned, and with them a shocking revelation. The elders immediately rush toward the courtyard, not wanting to miss the commotion and eager to understand what is truly going on. The Grand Patriarch arrives and, with both confusion and curiosity, asks how the young man managed to go out looking for food for the geckos and somehow returned with a spider that has a human face. He demands to know what exactly Soryang was doing during that trip. The in-laws are also left speechless when they see the spider bearing the exact same face as their daughter, Hwain. Soryong answers plainly, saying that he simply encountered the creature while he was staying at the Namgung clan. Everyone in the courtyard starts murmuring among themselves, saying that no one has ever heard of someone randomly finding one of the infamous 10 great venomous creatures. So they press him further, asking how in the world he managed to capture the notorious spider with a human face. The elders comment that Soryong never ceases to amaze and that at this point, they should expect nothing less from him. The in-laws beam with pride, stating that Soryong is now officially their son-in-law for having fulfilled his promise. Soryong, caught off guard, is surprised that his mother-in-law already knew about the arrangement, while Hwain stands beside him, flustered and unsure of how to react. The patriarch declares that what matters most now is that Soryong is, without question, an official member of the Tang clan. The Grand Patriarch then tells Soryong that the next day, he must go to the river and catch a live wild goose. Soryong, confused, asks why. The elder responds that it is the young man's responsibility to prepare the goose for the upcoming ceremony. He adds with a wise tone, that while Soryong is still too young for marriage, it is time for him to hold an engagement ceremony. His father-in-law, with a teasing grin, jokes that after this ceremony, if Hwain still doesn't want to marry him, she won't have any more chances to run away. At that, everyone present bursts into warm laughter and smiles, the mood light and cheerful. Soryong then steps forward, takes the initiative, and calls for everyone's attention. He clasps his fists together in a respectful gesture and in the name of the Tang clan of Sichuan, and now as an official son-in-law, he expresses heartfelt gratitude for all the support and kindness he has received. After the formalities and celebrations, the very first thing he does upon arriving home is to decide where the children will live. Yowa, the spider, chooses a tree near a well as her new residence. As for the geckos, which behave much like loyal puppies, instead of placing them in the creature courtyard, Soryong decides for the time being, to let them stay in his own room. Once everything is set up and organized to a reasonable degree, Soryong gathers them all and asks if they're happy with their new home. He tells Yowa that if she ever feels hungry, she should go straight to her chosen tree. Yowa, pointing at something that resembles a spider sneaker, seems to want to communicate something important. No one quite understands, but what she is trying to say is that if bad people come to that place, she will personally teach them a lesson. Soryong and Hwain pretend to understand what she means. Then, to confirm, Soryong asks her if that's really what she's trying to say. Yowa lights up with joy, thrilled that he understood her message. The geckos also begin trying to express themselves, and Hwain smiles warmly, realizing that they too are attempting to say that they will help protect the place. The new little family begins to settle into their lives, bound by trust, loyalty, and a deepening sense of belonging. Soryong feels genuinely joyful and deeply moved, so without hesitation he runs forward to embrace his children with warmth and affection. With their new home now secured and their small family settled in, the engagement ceremony is held later on, attended by the elders of the Tang clan. It is a simple and modest affair where the couple exchanges heartfelt vows, and only the ceremonial offerings are presented as part of the tradition. However, before all that, a minor confusion arises during the preparation of the offerings. The young warrior is caught completely off guard when Hwain declares that she wants the geckos as her engagement offerings instead of traditional jewels. Soryong stands there stunned. Out of all the discussions surrounding engagement gifts, she wants the geckos? He reflects to himself that for quite some time now, he had noticed how her eyes lingered fondly on the geckos, but never did he imagine she would openly say something like that. He calls her young miss, and trying to remain composed, tells her that what she is asking will be difficult. Stepping closer, he grabs her gently by the arm and explains that traditionally, engagement offerings are meant to symbolize a promise of eternal love. He adds that while the geckos are indeed wonderful and dear, the offering should be something unchanging and enduring, like the ice jade. He continues, emphasizing that once the engagement ceremony concludes, everything he owns will naturally be considered hers as well. Moved by his words and taken aback by the way he held her arms so intimately, Hwain blushes deeply, her cheeks flushed. She softly responds that she understands and agrees to follow his guidance. But just as the moment calms, she calls out to him again and says that there is another matter she must address. She declares that from now on, he must stop referring to her as young miss. Since they are now officially engaged, such a title is no longer appropriate. This request also catches Soryong completely off guard, and now it's his turn to blush. As the geckos snuggle adorably in her arms, he manages to nod and replies with a simple affirmation that he understands. Shortly after, in the patriarch's main hall, the father-in-law greets them and casually asks whether they slept well the previous night. Soryong, however, can only think about why exactly he has been summoned. The father-in-law soon clarifies that the reason for calling him in is to speak about Soryong's great art. Hwayin elaborates, explaining that this great art involves learning a qi cultivation technique unique to the Tang clan, one that involves internalizing poison. Soryong then asks whether they're referring to the ritual of taking the 10 poisons that had previously been mentioned. The Grand Patriarch confirms this and comments that it was fortunate Soryong captured the human-faced spider, as her venom is considered the weakest among the poisons from the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryong then asks whether he should begin immediately, but his father-in-law replies that the time hasn't come just yet. To his surprise, the elder reminds him that he had previously said he would prepare the 10 poisons on his own. However, the patriarch now presents him with a new proposal. He explains that when he observed the creatures Soryong has raised, and those he is still destined to raise, he remembered something long forgotten within the Tang clan's legacy. Then he asks whether Soryong has ever heard of the exact significance of the 5 poisons. Soryong, thinking carefully, asks if he is referring to the art of the returning 5 poisons. The elder confirms, saying yes, and then proceeds to list them: centipede, gecko, scorpion, snake, and toad. These 5 deadly creatures form the foundation of the ancient 5 poison technique. Finally, the patriarch looks directly at him and asks whether Soryong would be interested in attempting to cultivate the divine art known as the returning 5 poisons. He explains that, within the Tang clan, venomous creatures are divided into 2 distinct categories: common beasts and spiritual beasts. The common animals can be found almost anywhere in everyday places, but spiritual beasts are different. They possess mystical powers, higher levels of intelligence, or even internal cores. Soryong, curious and eager to learn more, asks whether the bee, the gecko, the centipede, and the human-faced spider are considered spiritual beasts. His father-in-law affirms that they are indeed spiritual beasts, and precisely because of that, he is going to propose something different. The Grand Patriarch begins to elaborate, explaining that the traditional 5 poisons technique is limited, as it only allows for the absorption of venom from common creatures. However, its true and complete form, the returning 5 poisons divine art, goes far beyond that, granting the ability to absorb venom from spiritual beasts. With the fat-tailed geckos and the centipede already in his care, 2 spiritual beasts are secured. If they can obtain venom from a snake, a scorpion, and a toad, all at the spiritual level, then all the conditions will be met for Soryong to fully master the returning 5 poisons. The elder then looks at him intently and asks whether Soryong would like to begin training in this divine art. Upon hearing this, the first thing Soryong manages to ask is whether the gecko actually possesses venom. The Grand Patriarch calmly responds that he conducted some studies and discovered that the geckos have the ability to bring people to a state of extreme cold. That, in itself, is a form of venomous effect. Then, his father-in-law presents him with 2 paths to choose from. The first path involves absorbing the venom from the centipede and the gecko in order to master the returning 5 poisons divine art. The second path requires absorbing the venom from the human-faced spider, which would initiate the cultivation of the dual-core 10 venoms body. Soryong, still unsure, asks whether he could possibly use the 10 most venomous creatures instead to complete the 10 venoms body. But his father-in-law calmly explains that the gecko is not one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Internally, Soryong begins to realize that if he proceeds by absorbing the venom from lesser beings, such as the blue centipede and the gecko, he will no longer be able to walk the full path of the 10 venoms. Therefore, he now finds himself at a crucial crossroads: either follow the spiritual path of the returning 5 poisons, or begin collecting all 10 of the great venomous creatures to forge the 10 venoms body. He likens this dilemma to choosing a skill tree in a game. Soryong remembers that, in his past life playing RPGs, the skill tree was everything. One wrong choice meant a weak character, the right choice led to god-tier strength. His father-in-law advises him to think carefully, stressing that the returning 5 poisons divine art is already an extraordinary achievement. Without great fortune, one might never find all 10 great venomous creatures, much less manage to tame them. Soryong remains deep in thought, his mind spinning as he contemplates the path ahead. He questions himself inwardly: should he take the simpler, more attainable route with the 5 poisons? Or dare to pursue the punishing path of the 10 venoms, which could ultimately elevate him to unimaginable heights? Still lost in indecision, he walks beside his companion. She calls out to him gently and says that if he's hesitating just because of the promise he made, then there's no need to feel trapped by the 10 venoms body. After all, the returning 5 poisons divine art is already an extraordinary cultivation technique. Huayin offers him words of reassurance, telling him not to decide anything out of haste or pressure. No matter what path he chooses, she emphasizes, he will remain someone special in her eyes. Soryang responds that even the patriarch mentioned how the preparatory process would be exactly the same, and only the final venom to be absorbed would change. He says he'll take more time to reflect before making his final decision. Days pass and Soryang still hasn't reached a conclusion. Lying in bed, he turns toward the geckos and casually asks them what he should do. Suddenly the door bursts open and Huayin calls out his name, shouting. Startled, Soryang jumps up and asks what's going on. She explains that the centipedes are about to molt again. He springs out of bed in a hurry, stunned by the news. The two of them rush together to the area where the centipedes are kept. Soryang gazes at them, his heart filled with awe and emotion. Huayin notes how quickly the centipedes are growing, and she's surprised. They weren't expecting a second molting to happen this soon. She wonders aloud whether their appearance will change again, and Soryang nods, confirming that this time, blue spots will start to appear on their bodies. He recalls their mother and, filled with excitement, wonders aloud whether they might begin to resemble her. Huayin says she's excited too, and Soryang confidently declares that they'll definitely become even cuter. But suddenly in that very moment his expression freezes. Soryang realizes he shouldn't be celebrating just yet. If the centipedes don't properly dry their bodies before the grand technique is performed, it could lead to serious problems. Desperate, he reflects that even ordinary centipedes take an entire day to dry after molting, and considering the timing of the previous molt, this current one is bound to take even longer. Deep down he knows that the gecko's venom is something truly special. It requires a careful preparation process before it can be safely extracted. His dilemma has been whether to use the centipede's venom or the spider's venom for the first dosage. But now, with the molting in progress, he isn't even sure if the centipede's venom will still be viable once the process is complete. Soryang realizes that forcing the extraction of venom at this stage could bring about serious complications. Yet, at the same time he is fully aware that he cannot afford to wait until their bodies have fully recovered and strengthened after the molt. After all this reflection, he silently wonders why on earth he's been torturing himself so much over this decision in the past few days. Several days later, Soryang stands firm in his decision. Inside the Hall of Grand Techniques, the complex and meticulous preparation of the great technique has finally been completed. Though Soryang had considered delaying the ritual for the sake of the centipedes, the intricate nature of the process made postponement virtually impossible. Divided into multiple stages, the preparation begins with hundreds of cauldrons boiling various herbs, each selected to extract a specific medicinal essence. After this, the extracts are cooled down and stored in large ceremonial jars. Inside these containers, various potent venoms and the blood of venomous beasts are combined. Maintaining the right balance among all these volatile substances is no easy task. One delay or a minor error could render the entire mixture useless. That is why Soryang understands he cannot afford to simply sit and wait. So, he makes his decision. He will use the venom of Yowa, the human-faced spider, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. As he gazes into the ceremonial liquid, he notes how dark and ominous its color has become. At that moment, the Grand Patriarch enters and solemnly announces that the time has come to begin the ritual. He instructs Soryang to remove his garments and step into the jar. Without hesitation, Soryang complies and immerses himself. The moment he enters, a sensation washes over him, something almost nostalgic like being in a place that his body somehow remembers. The Grand Patriarch explains that a single drop of Yowa's venom will be added to the liquid, followed by the application of medicinal compounds. This combination will initiate the absorption process, causing Soryang's body to begin merging with the venom. He also mentions that, under normal circumstances, this would be an excruciatingly painful process. But given that the spider's venom is paralyzing by nature, Soryang should only feel a minimal amount of pain. The elder then says he will step out briefly to gather the remaining ingredients, asking Soryang to stay where he is and wait. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Huayin enters excitedly, bringing Yowa, the geckos, and the freshly molted centipedes with her. Soryang compliments how much more beautiful they look now, although he also notes with mild surprise that the changes were not as dramatic as he had anticipated. With a playful smile, he jokes with the centipedes, saying how odd it must be for them to see their father soaking in a giant jar. Soryang warns them that it's dangerous for them to be in the room at this moment, prompting Huayin to call the centipedes back toward her. Just then, something unexpected happens. The ceremonial liquid begins to bubble violently, and a small splash hits one of the centipedes, startling it. Panicked, Soryang shouts out that the centipede's antenna has come into contact with the potion, and it needs to be washed immediately with warm water. Hwayin quickly grabs the centipede to move it away from the danger. But in that chaotic moment, a tiny amount of saliva escapes from the centipede's mouth and falls into the ceremonial jar. A reaction is triggered instantly. Upon seeing this, Hwayin becomes frantic, screaming that venom has entered the potion. Suddenly, an intense wave of pain courses through Soryang's body. Every fiber of his being begins to absorb the venom, while the dark liquid surrounding him bubbles and churns with an almost violent intensity. The reaction is so intense that, while Soryang endures the unbearable pain, Hwayin and the creatures around him struggle to cope with the violent aftermath. Hwayin, overwhelmed and in a state of panic, shouts for Soryang to maintain control with every ounce of strength he has. Amid the agonizing sensations ripping through his body, Soryang says it feels as though his skin is being flayed and his insides are burning from within. In the midst of this chaos, he recalls the critical instruction: do not move during the great technique. But his instincts scream at him to flee to escape the torment. Clenching his teeth, he resists the overwhelming urge, anchoring himself in place, even as his mind insists that it is all too much to endure. Hwayin, stunned by his condition, desperately wonders what she can possibly do to help him. Her heart pounds in helpless fear. Suddenly, his father-in-law and the Grand Patriarch return to the chamber. They both freeze, momentarily paralyzed by the scene before them. As they hurry closer, Hwayin hurriedly explains that the centipede accidentally spilled a small amount of venom into the solution. Right then, Soryang collapses against the edge of the ceremonial jar, his strength failing. With a trembling voice, he pleads for someone to save him. The Grand Patriarch quickly urges Soryang to stay conscious. At the same time, the Patriarch instructs him to calm his breathing and focus his mind, warning that losing consciousness now could be dangerous. Suddenly, Soryang coughs up a thick, dark liquid. His body begins to convulse and he feels his control slipping away. Around him, familiar voices call out his name, desperately trying to pull him back, but everything becomes distorted. His vision blurs, the faces around him twist into indistinct shapes, and the words melt into unintelligible echoes. His awareness drifts into darkness, dragged deep into the recesses of his own subconscious. When he opens his eyes again, Soryang finds himself face to face with the centipede. Unexpectedly, an intense, radiant light bursts forth from the centipede's body, leaving him in a stunned trance. Back in the real world, Hwayin cries out in relief the moment she notices Soryang regaining consciousness. Slowly, Soryang's eyes flutter open. His vision stabilizes, and he sees the Grand Patriarch and Hwayin standing before him, watching intently, visibly filled with anticipation and hope. Without delay, Hwayin asks if he's all right. The Grand Patriarch explains that fortunately he was able to guide Soryang's chi flow in time, and that the great technique appears to have completed successfully. He notes that Soryang's body has now accepted the centipede's venom. Then, with a soft chuckle, he remarks that perhaps the centipede wanted its father to understand the essence of the 5 poisons. Soryang quickly asks if the centipede is okay, visibly concerned that it came into contact with the volatile substance. Hwayin reassures him gently, saying she washed the affected area as quickly as she could. But her expression shifts to a somber one, and she admits she had no idea whether he would survive or not. She turns her head away, unable to look him in the eye. At that moment, Soryang recalls how, after returning from the wedding ceremony, the very first thing he did was rush to check on the centipedes, before even turning to see his bride. He raises a hand to his forehead and lets out a groan. Hwayin immediately asks if the pain is coming back, her worry returning. But with a resolute expression, Soryang looks up and asks again if the centipede is safe, taking both Hwayin and the Grand Patriarch by surprise. Noticing this shift in his behavior, Hwayin comments that it seems like he still hasn't fully recovered his senses. The Grand Patriarch quickly calls for the physicians. Meanwhile, Soryang realizes this moment of confusion was a perfect opportunity to play things to his advantage. Days pass, and only after every drop of medicine in the jar has dried does the great technique finally come to a proper end. The Grand Patriarch once again checks on Soryang, asking if he truly feels well, and suggesting they may still need to examine him in more detail. But Soryang assures them that he feels perfectly fine. The Grand Patriarch declares that Soryang has now officially set foot on the path of the 5 poisons and has begun to cultivate the divine art. For that reason, he says it is time to hand him the appropriate martial arts manual. Startled, Soryang asks what kind of manual. The Grand Patriarch explains that there are 5 manuals in total. Each one corresponds to a venomous creature and a specific technique. The venomous fang claw of the centipede, the venomous snake grasping hand that seizes life itself, the fast-legged scorpion tail technique, the wall-climbing gecko step method, and lastly the exploding toad palm. He adds that each technique governs a different discipline: claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, movement technique, and palm technique respectively. Soryang becomes visibly excited upon hearing that this martial art allows its practitioner to become one with poison, forming a true unity between body and venom. The very idea stirs something deep within him, igniting his curiosity and determination. The Grand Patriarch notices Soryang's reaction and remarks that he seems enthusiastic. Soryang confirms that he is indeed excited, but also admits that he's surprised. It's not exactly the kind of venom-based assassination techniques or deadly arts he had originally imagined. In response, the Grand Patriarch begins to explain the origins of this martial tradition. He reveals that this particular martial art did not originate within the Tang clan itself. The divine art of the returning 5 poisons, along with the 5 venom techniques, actually stemmed from an external lineage, from the now extinct 5 Poisons sect. He recounts a story from 2 centuries ago. Back then there was a second son of the Tang family, known far and wide as a prodigy of his generation. That young man fell in love with the daughter of the lord of the southern barbarian Beast Palace. Despite fierce opposition from both powerful clans, the 2 lovers defied their families and fled together. In exile they founded the 5 Poisons sect. The couple went on to create an entirely new martial art, one that fused the venom arts of the Tang clan with the beastly fist techniques of the Beast Palace. This fusion led to the birth of a unique and powerful martial system. However, because they incorporated forbidden techniques into their new style, they attracted the wrath of the martial world. The sect became a target of persecution and was ultimately annihilated around 100 years ago in the depths of the jungle. The Grand Patriarch concludes by explaining that after the sect's fall, both the Tang clan and the Beast Palace reclaimed fragments of the lost arts. The 5 poisons and the 5 venom techniques were eventually restored. Although tensions still lingered between the clans, the Tang clan managed to retain most of the art. He adds that the masters of the 5 Poisons sect held out against overwhelming force, proving the extraordinary strength of their style. The Grand Patriarch emphasizes that he has always believed this martial path would be a perfect fit for someone like Soryang, someone with a natural inclination and affinity for poisons. In that instant, Soryang realizes this was the Grand Patriarch's plan all along. He expresses his sincere gratitude and assures them that from this moment on, he will commit himself fully to training. The Grand Patriarch nods, stating that as long as he remains dedicated, greatness is destined to follow. And so, with resolve burning in his heart, Soryang takes his very first step onto the path of the divine art of the returning 5 poisons. Elsewhere, he strolls quietly, suddenly noticing how long it has been since he last felt sunlight on his face. Just then, much to his surprise, a centipede comes crawling rapidly in his direction. It's Nova, the same centipede that had spilled the venom into the ceremonial jar. Soryang wonders aloud if she had been waiting for him all this time. He looks at her gently and says he understands everything she went through, urging her not to blame herself. None of what happened was her fault. Moved by his words, the centipede suddenly leaps into his clothes. Startled, Soryang notes that her body is still rough and spiky from shedding her old skin, and he would really prefer if she stayed on top of his clothes rather than pressing directly against his bare skin. She looks at him for a moment and then climbs out of his clothes, leaving him full of assumptions and questions. Soryang grows anxious and wonders what is going on. A strange thought flashes through his mind. Could the centipede actually be reading his thoughts? Trying to shake off the notion, he reassures himself that it's probably just a coincidence. After all, animals that spend a long time together often develop uncanny synchronicities. He holds her gently in his hand, telling himself that he's just an emotional fool without a solid sense of reason. There's no way an ordinary creature from the Venom clan could do something like that. But suddenly, the centipede looks at him with a piercing, serious gaze. Then she radiates a powerful red aura, shocking Soryang to his core. He mentally gives her a command, to go to his head. Instantly, she obeys without hesitation. He then mentally commands her again, to find him. And again she follows the instruction precisely. Soryang stands frozen, stunned. 1 time might be coincidence. 2 could still be chance. But 3 times? That was beyond reason. Eyes wide, he stares at her, overwhelmed and confused, trying to make sense of the impossible. In that surreal moment, a mysterious light begins to form, connecting the two of them. Elsewhere, Huayin was calling out desperately for Nova, her voice filled with urgency as she asked where the centipede had gone. Coming across a few other centipedes, she asked if they had any idea about Nova's whereabouts, knowing that after recently shedding her skin, it would be more difficult to track her down. At that moment, Soryong suddenly appeared, emerging unexpectedly as he ran toward Huayin with Nova resting on his shoulders. Seeing how visibly exhausted he looked, Huayin immediately asked if he was alright, while simultaneously scolding Nova for wandering off so far, a behavior she had explicitly forbidden. Catching his breath, Soryong lifted Nova gently and pointed out something far more important at that moment. Nova now understood human language. Huayin, stunned and momentarily speechless, was taken aback by the statement. She then questioned what he meant, arguing that Nova had always been able to understand spoken words. Soryong explained in more detail, Nova was no longer limited to simply understanding spoken language. She now understood thoughts as well. The shock on Huayin's face was instant. Before she could respond, Soryong bolted off, heading straight for the Grand Patriarch, eager to obtain further answers. Sometime later, they arrived at the Grand Patriarch's hall. Inside, Soryong recounted everything that had happened. Huayin added that, among all the centipedes, only Nova was capable of understanding thoughts. She then asked whether this could be a result of the great art. The Grand Patriarch immediately dismissed the possibility. He stated that the ability had nothing to do with the great art, noting that among all those who had accepted the venom of spirit creatures, there had never been any reports of such a phenomenon. It was the first time he had heard of something like this. Huayin then asked what the cause could be. The Grand Patriarch firmly declared that it was undoubtedly the result of the divine art of the five poisons returning. He explained that the great art was designed for the absorption of venoms, and that only Soryong had successfully absorbed venom from a spirit creature. He continued by saying that what happened to Nova was clearly influenced by the southern barbaric beast palace. Soon after, the Grand Patriarch elaborated further. He explained that the palace treated beasts as part of themselves and that their secret might be connected to the five poisons returning art. He concluded that it was impossible to fully understand why this was happening. Soryong, puzzled by this, asked why it was considered impossible to comprehend. The Grand Patriarch emphasized that there was no reason for the palace to reveal its most guarded secret. He warned that once the palace discovered that the Tang clan had mastered a martial art shaped by their influence, there was no way to predict how they would react. Distressed, Huayin asked whether there was any way to prevent this from escalating. The Grand Patriarch replied that it wouldn't be easy, unless the palace owed them a significant favor. Later on, Soryong walked in silence, feeling disappointed by the entire situation. He thought back to his original hopes of gathering his animals and forming something like the Brementown musicians. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone calling out to him. It was Commander Gyupi, who greeted him warmly, expressing how glad he was to see Soryong in better health. Suspicious, Soryong listened as Gyupi explained that there was an issue in the venomous creature garden and asked if Soryong could accompany him there. Soryong quickly considered that they should deal with the garden issue first and only then think about the palace. He also remembered that he had forgotten to go there after returning. Smiling, Soryong agreed to go with him. Before they left, Gyupi said he wanted to leave someone with Soryong. Hearing that, Soryong was surprised. What did he mean by someone? At that moment, to his amazement, the small Inying came running toward him, full of joy and longing. As they walked together, Gyupi explained that he brought the girl because she wouldn't let go of him, so he decided to bring her to the venomous creature garden. Still skeptical, Soryong asked the real reason Inying was there. Gyupi clarified that she had come for treatment and would be staying with the clan for a while. Interrupting, Inying asked why Soryong hadn't visited her yet. But Soryong only noticed that she was missing a tooth. He apologized, saying he didn't know she had already returned. He guessed she must have been bored being alone, but she denied it. To prove it, she smiled with her toothless grin and raised her click, the creature she had been playing with. Seeing it in her hands, Soryong was surprised. It was a click beetle. Click beetles are known for the snapping sound they make when they flip over. Though considered a crop pest, they're adorable in the eyes of children. Surprised, Gyupi asked if that really was a click beetle. Inying, slightly upset, insisted that it was much more than that. It was click. Soryong recalled that when he was younger he used to call them click insects, and this one was the very first he had ever raised in his past life. Then he asked Inying if she truly liked bugs. She enthusiastically replied that she did, especially the rage bee in the clique. Upon hearing those words, Soryong couldn't help but think that the little girl seemed like a smaller version of himself. The idea crossed his mind to teach her how to handle venomous creatures. He then invited her to explore and learn more about insects, and to his delight, she absolutely loved the idea. However, Gyupi could only think about how he would explain Soryong's decision to Patriarch Peng. Later that day in the Garden of Venomous Creatures, little Inying watched with curiosity as a snake slithered inside a glass container. Meanwhile, Soryong and Gyupi were discussing the colony of rats they were raising, which would soon exceed 1,000 in number. During their conversation, Soryong inquired about the water snakes, having heard there was an issue, and wanted to understand what was going wrong. While the two men talked, Inying remained preoccupied with the surrounding animals. Gyupi explained that while the snake's diet had been stabilized, the number of crickets was falling short, causing some creatures to go hungry. Soryong then reflected that, in truth, no matter how many crickets they had, it would never be enough, and the only real solution was to find an alternative food source. Suddenly, Inying let out a loud scream and burst into tears, drawing both men's attention instantly. Soryong quickly asked what had happened, but before the girl could explain, he noticed an unfamiliar smell. Through her sobs, Inying raised her hand and said she was sensing a strange odor. Soryong immediately realized something and gently asked her to show him what she had inside her bag. As he inspected the contents, he recognized that the little girl had made the exact same mistake he once made as a child. With patience, Soryong invited Inying to come with him and see something different from the click beetles she had collected. He showed her a red flower beetle. In fact, its real name was the tenebrio beetle, and once it reaches adulthood, it releases a foul odor through glands, which was the source of the smell. Because of their similar appearance to click beetles, it was easy to confuse the two. Soryong explained that only click beetles make a sound by snapping their abdomens. Tenebrio beetles do not. Still, he praised the girl for her efforts, saying she had done a good job because, coincidentally, he actually needed those very beetles. Gyupi then asked him why he would need them. With excitement, Soryong said he planned to raise all the beetles Inying had gathered. He explained that, although it might not seem like it, tenebrio beetles were actually one of the most common foods used for feeding both insects and lizards. Confident in his plan, Soryong declared that if they could replace the crickets with tenebrio beetles, their food supply would finally be sufficient. He told Gyupi that, thanks to Inying, they might have just found the solution to their problem, and invited him to accompany him to the cricket breeding area for further inspection. After some time they arrived at the breeding facility. At first glance, Soryong didn't notice anything obviously wrong. He opened one of the containers to investigate more closely and immediately realized that the cricket's legs were falling off. Startled, Soryong concluded that the crickets were turning to cannibalism, which explained why their population wasn't increasing. Hearing this, Gyupi assured him that they had been fed adequately, but Soryong reassured him, mentioning that he had experienced the same issue back on Hainan Island. He added that, sometimes even when food is available, cannibalism among crickets still happens. He admitted that he didn't know much about crickets, and that ignorance was frustrating, especially since the problem was so serious and so far they hadn't been able to identify its cause. Just then someone arrived, politely asking for permission to speak. Awkwardly, the man said that if the issue was about crickets, he knew the right person to consult. Gyupi introduced the man to Soryong, explaining that, aside from him, this man was the only other volunteer in the poison division. Wanting to be honest, the man then admitted that he occasionally visited cricket fight rings for entertainment. Not knowing what a cricket fight ring was, Soryong asked for clarification. The man explained that they were gambling events where crickets fought one another, and bets were placed on the outcomes. He further added that the strongest and largest crickets were sold at high prices, usually raised in the very homes of those who ran the rings. The man then mentioned that there was a woman who raised crickets and lived nearby. He had heard rumors that she knew absolutely everything about them. After some time had passed, during the evening, a crowd of people had begun to gather in a bustling and lively area. Among them were Soryong, Hwayin, Gyupi, and Wangyan. They were heading to the betting house in order to meet the cricket breeder that the man had previously told them about. Soryong had assumed they would use their foot techniques to travel, since the place seemed to be far away. However, they were instructed to dress properly and ride in a carriage, given that the location was part of a gaming district. After a while on the road, Hwayin informed him that they had arrived at the well-known betting house. Gyupi approached a man and informed him that Hwayin, a direct descendant of the Tang clan, was present there with her fiancé. He then asked if the man could guide them to the gaming house. The man was startled upon hearing that members of the Tang clan were there. But he quickly composed himself, respectfully greeted them, and thanked them for visiting the establishment, of which he was the owner. Wang Yan then asked if they could see the crickets. Excitedly, the owner confirmed and informed them that on that particular day, there would be a match between General Crickets. He promptly invited them to come inside. Once inside, Soryang was stunned by the sight. A group of men were gathered around a table, eagerly waiting for the match to begin. They shouted loudly, urging the crickets to fight, while one of them remarked that he had bet everything he had during the last match. On the table, the crickets were already getting into position for the duel. Very quickly they began clashing with each other. The men grew wild with excitement as they watched the intense battle, each one hoping that the cricket they had placed their bets on would emerge victorious. Watching the scene unfold, Soryang was left amazed to witness such a spectacle, while Wang Yan, clearly thrilled, explained that the cricket that turned its back would be considered defeated. On the table, one of the crickets took a hit to the back and was defeated instantly. One of the men confirmed the end of the round. Wang Yan went on to explain that the victorious General Cricket would now go to auction, and it was said that such crickets could be sold for as much as 30 taels of silver. Hearing this, Soryang briefly considered the idea of selling crickets himself. But before he could entertain the thought further, Huayin interrupted him, calling him over to meet the breeder. They then made their way toward the area where she was. The owner mentioned that sometimes guests wanted to meet her, but to him the brat wasn't anything special. Her only roles were feeding and cleaning. He pointed at the girl and said she was useless, which is why she was kept tending to the crickets. He then barked at her to stand up, informing her that important guests were present and she should greet them properly. The girl quickly got to her feet and apologized. Upon seeing her face clearly, Soryang was completely taken aback. She was in fact a woman. The group now stood facing her directly. Still stunned, Soryang introduced himself and explained that they were members of the Sichuan Tang family. He then said he had some questions about how to care for crickets and asked if she could assist them. In response, the breeder simply gave a faint nod of her head. Soryang then explained that he had been raising a large number of crickets in a certain place, but they continued to eat each other. With few words she replied that they were craving meat. She explained further, saying that they were probably only feeding the crickets grass, but crickets are omnivores. They need meat. Otherwise they'll devour each other. Soryang was stunned. Inwardly, he realized that he had completely overlooked the possibility that a lack of protein was causing the cannibalism. Right then, Soryang began to question if this was what a true cricket specialist looked like, and he concluded that he needed to keep a close eye on her. Then, without saying a word, he subtly turned toward Huayin, who immediately understood the signal. She, in turn, asked the owner if it would be possible to buy the breeder. He was confused at first, not understanding why someone would want to purchase her. But without hesitation he agreed, shoving the girl forward and saying they could take her right away. However, to everyone's surprise, the breeder refused. Her reaction irritated the owner, who yelled at her, demanding to know what she thought was so special about herself and if she even understood who she was refusing. Then he orders her to shut her mouth and go, but once again she refuses to obey. Soryang steps in at that moment, interrupting the tense situation, and firmly demands that they stop with that behavior immediately. Following his lead, Huayin walks over and gently says that the girl will be treated well and can even bring her family to live with the Tang family. But the woman responds firmly that she will not go. Once more the owner asks in frustration if he's going to have to fight with her again. Before he can do anything further, Soryang cuts him off, asking him to calm down. Soryang then asks if she is working there on behalf of someone else, but the man shakes his head and denies it. He recalls that 5 years ago she came forward offering to work for free, and so he took her in and gave her the task of feeding the crickets. Soryang, visibly disappointed, wonders why she refuses to leave that place. Meanwhile, Gyupi, deep in thought, asks Soryang for permission to speak. He says that she reminds him of himself, back before he was taken in by the Tang family shelter. Then he turns to the owner and asks if he can take her with them for just one day. The man replies indifferently that he can do whatever he wants with her. So Gyupi gently invites her to come out with them for some fresh air. She hesitates for a moment, clearly lost in her own thoughts, but soon nods her head in agreement. Soryang and Huayin are relieved and happy, even though it's only for a single day. A little later, inside the Tang family guest residence located in the capital city, Soryang and Huayin are seated at a table along with the guest. Soryang comments to Gyupi that he had no idea the Tang family owned a building in the capital. Gyupi explains that this is actually just a branch of the Sichuan Tang family. He adds that in addition to this building there are also inns, pharmacies and restaurants all along this alley, every one of them owned by the Tang family. He emphasizes that later on he will also show them the trading company and the escort agency. Astonished, Soryang asks if the entire alley belongs to the family. In silence he reflects on the patriarch, his father-in-law, who spends his days practicing martial arts. He never quite understood how the family managed to sustain itself, but now, finally, everything makes sense. Then Gyupi asks the caretaker why she refuses to leave and says that if she's going through any kind of hardship, they can help her. But she gives no reply. Soryang leans over and whispers to Hwayin that she's still not saying anything. Hwayin observes that the woman hasn't even touched the food or tea placed in front of her. Gyupi notices that she seems to be harboring some kind of resentment. He kindly tells her not to worry and assures her that she can trust them. In that exact moment and quite suddenly she rises from her seat. She kneels down, bowing her body and lowering her head until it is almost touching the floor. She introduces herself, saying that her name is Song Naok and that she comes from a village called Song. Hwayin is visibly surprised, and Soryang asks her if there is a reason why she refuses to leave the betting house. Instead of answering directly, she reaches up and pulls her hair away from her face. And what they see leaves everyone utterly stunned. Soryang is deeply shaken by the sight. The cricket caretaker's face is covered with the visible scars of severe burns. Outraged and unable to comprehend, Gyupi silently wonders how anyone could have done something so cruel to a woman. At the same time, Soryang asks her directly who was responsible. But she only replies that it was someone, and she declares that she must take revenge no matter what it costs. Through the tears streaming down her face, she firmly states that until she resolves that matter, she will never leave that place. Then she remembers the Song village, the place where she once lived peacefully with her younger sister, Nian. After losing their parents, it was Song Naok who raised her sister with care and devotion, and together they grew up, becoming rather well known in the village for the striking beauty that both of them possessed. One day her younger sister asked if Song Naok could skip work. She answered that she needed to work during the festival but reassured her that she would return quickly, since the neighboring village was not very far away. Nian grew irritated by the reply and cried out, saying that she did not want to be left alone on that particular day. After all, it was her birthday. Trying to soothe her sister, Song Naok apologized and reminded her of the promise she had made to their parents, the promise that she would never let Nian suffer. She suggested that even if the loneliness felt heavy, her younger sister could stay there and pass the time playing with the crickets until she came back. Hearing that, Nian answered sadly that even the cricket fights were better when shared by two people. Yet Song Naok insisted that there was no other choice for her. At that moment she took out a small incense pouch, which was meant to be her birthday gift to Nian. Surprised, the younger sister remarked that such a pouch was expensive, but Song Naok explained that she had received it as a reward for helping during the last festival, and asked her sister to wait for her that day. So she left for work, while Nian thanked her warmly, promising that she would keep the pouch safe until her return. Smiling, she asked her sister to hurry back soon, for she would be waiting eagerly. At her workplace, more guests arrived than had been expected, which forced Song Naok to remain there longer than she had planned. Later, at the end of her shift, a man warned her to be careful because of the darkness outside. She replied that such a thing was not a problem, since her sister must already be hungry, and she needed to rush home quickly. She set off at once, without even carrying a lantern, because her only thought was to celebrate her sister's birthday with the food she had brought from the festival. As she was running, someone suddenly appeared in her path, and unexpectedly they collided. Without hesitation, Naok apologized, but the man scolded her, complaining that she should watch where she was going. Yet in that instant, something caught Song Naok's attention. It was the scent of the incense pouch, coming from him. But she decided to ignore it and hurried on her way home. When she finally arrived, she called out for her sister, announcing that she had returned. The silence unsettled her, and she wondered if Nian had grown tired of waiting and gone to sleep. So she lit a candle. And as she opened the door, she asked softly if her sister was there. To her shock, Nian was lying on the ground, injured, bruised, and covered with wounds. Terrified, she dropped the saucer that held the candle, letting it fall. She ran quickly to her sister's side, crying her name in despair. Dazed and trembling, she asked what had happened, and as she held her in her arms, she failed to notice that behind them the house had begun to catch fire. Outside, two men from the village saw the flames and, worried, began asking each other if that burning house was not Song Naok's. At that very moment, someone stumbled out. It was Naok herself, clutching her sister tightly in her arms despite the fire raging around them. With all her remaining strength, she tried to explain to the men what had happened to her sister, but before she could finish, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Her greatest wish was that everything unfolding before her eyes was nothing more than a nightmare. But the harsh reality lay directly before her, and the flames only grew larger. Back in the present, inside the Tang family's guest residence, Soryang asked whether it was because of that tragic incident that she bore the scar on her face. She answered that, when she finally regained consciousness, more than 2 weeks had already passed. Her body was entirely wrapped in bandages, wounded from head to toe. She explained that she had begged the escort agency to track down the person responsible, but they had failed, admitting that they did not know how they would face young Nim after everything. Just as life slowly fades at the end of autumn, her heart, too, was gradually dimming. The only form of communication she had with the world were the faint groans that escaped her lips whenever she touched the bandages in an attempt to treat her wounds. Time passed quickly and soon spring arrived, bringing with it the awakening of the new crickets. In that moment, the image of her sister surfaced vividly in her mind. Amidst the flames, Nian had begged her desperately to catch that wretched man and put an end to her torment by avenging her pain. That haunting image of her sister left Song Naok utterly desperate and deeply terrified. She emphasized that when the sound of the crickets began to resemble Nian's own voice, echoing in her mind, she managed to regain consciousness. From that moment onward, there remained only one unshakable certainty within her: the burning will to find and kill that vile man. When the man came to know of this powerful motivation, he was alarmed and immediately asked her where she thought she was going. Naok answered with unflinching determination that every single night she was tormented by the agonizing screams of her sister, and as a sister herself, it was her duty to avenge her no matter the cost. The man then questioned how someone like her could possibly take revenge, since she did not even know who the culprit truly was. At the same time, a woman warned her to think first of her own well-being and take care of herself. Naok was even locked away by the two of them, who were trying to prevent her from leaving. Yet in the end she slipped out of the village during the night, unseen by anyone. She carried nothing but her incense pouch with her. Her resolve was absolute. She was determined to go all the way and avenge her sister. Thus she set out for the city, knowing deep inside that the man had also gone there. Amidst the bustling crowd, she did not know his face, but his voice was etched into her memory like an unerasable seal. Naok began speaking to strangers, but many, frightened and unsettled by her face scarred with burns, simply ignored her. 2 long years passed, and again it was the season when the crickets awakened. Seeking shelter from the rain, she entered a cricket fighting pit. When she asked the owner for permission to stay, she was coldly driven away as she was interfering with his business. Without hesitation, a man pushed her toward the exit, throwing her out. Suddenly she froze in her steps, her whole body shivering as she caught a familiar scent buried deep in her memory. The man complained bitterly, saying she was putting him in a bad mood. But inside her heart, she reflected only on one thing: she had never truly forgotten. And on that very day she had finally found the owner of that voice. Back in the present, Huayin is left in shock, and Soryang can only ask what happened after that moment. Naok explains that while she was wandering through the city speaking to strangers, she encountered a beggar who told her that the wretched man often visited the gambling house. Immediately, Soryang understood that this was the reason she had gone to work there. Calmly, she revealed that she wanted to follow him and stab him to death, but the beggar warned her that he was a martial artist, making it an impossible task. So instead she tried to poison his drinks. But she admitted with bitterness that the poison she had bought seemed to be fake and had no effect at all. After that, she began caring for the crickets, yet their constant sound always reminded her of her sister, leaving her restless and unsettled. Now, through tears, Naok cried out with every bit of strength she had that she needed to kill that wretched man and would never leave until she did. Upon hearing this, Soryang understood her situation. Though he was troubled, she needed to tend to the crickets, but the sound of them only left her lost and hopeless. Huayin pointed out that her hatred was what kept her moving forward, and once she avenged herself, everything would be resolved. Helping someone with such a fierce spirit meant that person would never betray the clan. At that moment, Gyupi recalled that before avenging his parents he used to speak alone in the rain, but when the Tang family finally avenged them, everything changed for him. He added that now he finally understood why he had felt such a strong connection with Naok. Then Soryang turned to her. He declared that they would help her resolve that deep resentment and offered her a proposal. Once it was accomplished, she would be able to become part of the clan. Overcome with emotion, Naok asked if they truly intended to help her. She swore that if they did, she would serve the clan with her very life, down to her last breath. With gravity, strength, and unwavering determination, Soryang finally asked her the crucial question. Who was that wretched man? For a brief moment, she hesitated to reveal the truth about who she truly was. But soon after, she confessed that it was none other than the third son of the Great Harmony sect, Jim Dizung. Upon hearing those words, Soryang grew excited, almost eager, as if ready to confront him immediately, while Hwayin was struck with astonishment at such a revelation. Still suspicious, she sought confirmation, and Suk's response once again reinforced the certainty that it was indeed Jim Dizung. Soryang, intrigued and unsettled, could not understand why it should be a problem for him to belong to such a lineage. At that point, Gyupi explained that the Great Harmony sect belonged to the same orthodox faction. In Sichuan, this clan held immense influence, surpassed only by the Tang sect, the Amei sect, and Qingguixiang. The magnitude of such power left Soryang alarmed. Even so, Hwayin clarified that, regardless of the family's weight or prestige, that was not the central issue. She stressed that the true problem lay in the past. The Tang had once promised the Great Harmony sect to forgive a single offense, in return for a favor they had received. This information horrified Soryang, leaving him unable to believe in the burden of such a binding promise. Hwayin then added that, in the Murim world, oaths sworn upon martial arts, the family name, or an inherited title could never be broken. Meanwhile, Suk, who had been watching from behind, asked if there was some kind of problem. Soryang denied it, explaining that he simply had not expected that individual to turn out to be such a significant figure. Hwayin then declared that the wisest course of action would be to begin the fight first, and she advised Suk to rest without worries, assuring her that they would take care of the matter. Soon after, Suk expressed her gratitude for the support she had received. But without warning, her body weakened, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground, fainting before everyone's eyes. Hwayin immediately concluded that the fall was caused by the strain she had endured and decided it would be best to take her to the Tang residence so she could rest properly. Still, Gyupi perceived the seriousness of the situation, and Soryang insisted that they needed to report the matter both to the Patriarch and to the Great Patriarch. Sometime later, in the main hall of the Tang family, everyone was gathered. The Great Patriarch spoke of the prestige of the Great Harmony sect, but he lamented the disgrace brought by the son who now stained its lineage. At the same time, Soryang's father-in-law expressed sorrow for the circumstances, yet he reinforced that the vow once made by their ancestors was deeply tied to the honor of the Tang family. He emphasized that if actions were to be taken out of mere pity, then no one would ever again trust the word or future agreements of their family. For this reason, he decided to forbid the use of poison or the direct lineage of the Tang in helping Suk. This decision left Soryang shocked and desperate. He tried to persuade them otherwise, but his father-in-law remained firm and unshaken. Hwayin quickly held Soryang's hand, urging him to respect the patriarch's will. She explained that as long as neither the Tang poison nor the direct lineage was involved, and as long as the clan itself did not interfere officially, it was still possible to help, since Soryang was not part of the direct line of the family. Then the patriarch questioned him directly, asking if the young warrior would truly give up. At that moment, Soryang finally understood the true meaning of the permission granted. Internally, he reflected that this was now his chance to prove his worth and his skills as a member of the Tang family. He also knew that, within such organizations, it was almost a rule that someone always had to endure physical hardship at the beginning. Later, Gyupi explained that despite the permission granted, the young warrior should never expose the Tang clan and that he himself would discreetly monitor Soryang's steps through the beggar sect. After leaving the hall, Soryang reflected that the first step would be to track Jin Dizung, a task now entrusted to Commander Pei, a former member of the Poison Annihilation Unit. After this discussion, Soryang met with Hwayin and Suk. He asked Suk if she had slept well, to which she replied that she had. Internally, Soryang reflected upon Suk's decision to remain with the Tang family, and he noticed how much more beautiful she looked after arranging herself with care. He then handed her an ointment from the Tang clan, specifically prepared for burn wounds. Immediately after, he asked if he could pose a few questions regarding the crickets. Yet, just as he was about to ask the one question that most intrigued him, Gyupi suddenly appeared, interrupting the moment. He said that he had thought the young warrior was outside, gathering information. And right after that, he announced that he had brought a guest. An imposing figure suddenly appeared at his side, with a stern face and a rigid, unyielding posture. Yet, in the very next moment, in a lighter and almost casual tone, the figure remarked to Huayin that she was like a poisonous flower and that it had been a long time since he had last seen her. That unexpected situation froze the pair in place, paralyzing them for an instant. But Huayin quickly recovered her composure, bowed deeply, and paid her respects to the beggar emperor. Meanwhile, Soryong, visibly confused, struggled to understand who that man was. Huayin then explained, that man was one of the three emperors and also the supreme leader of the Murim alliance. Soryong's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire demeanor reflecting pure surprise. In the presence of such an extraordinary figure, he presented himself with deep respect, still unable to hide his amazement. The leader, however, seemed thoughtful and intrigued, reflecting silently on what kind of person Soryong might be. Ever since the emperor had transferred his martial arts to him, it had always seemed like something unusual, something that set him apart. Suki, for his part, was taken aback when he finally recognized the emperor as the very same beggar from Songdo. Not having realized his true distinction at the time, he felt embarrassed and apologized sincerely for his past rudeness. At that moment, Huayin asked what had brought him to the Tang family. She suspected it might have something to do with the problem involving the Harmony sect. He confirmed that it was precisely about that. Huayin grew uneasy, fearing that he might be there to interfere with the group's work. But he reassured her, stating clearly that he had no such intention. He added that he could not stop them anyway, since he fully understood their circumstances. Even though he could not act openly, he had come to offer whatever help he could. Soryong, still suspicious, questioned how someone could truly help without even taking a single step forward. In response, the beggar lightly pressed his index finger against his forehead and murmured a single word: information. He explained that what truly drove him was his curiosity. He wanted to see how the successor of the first emperor would handle such a difficult situation. He then revealed that he had lost his own team in events that had taken place years earlier. When he mentioned Jim Dizung, he could not hide the disdain in his voice. He described Jim as vile and corrupt, a man shielded by the power of his family, with 2 cases involving the deaths of women tied to his name. Upon hearing these revelations, Soryong concluded that, even for the Great Harmony, Jim was an even greater headache, perhaps an even more disgraceful piece of filth than he had imagined. The emperor then stated that, ever since the incident in Song Village, Jim had kept a low profile and limited his movements, only visiting the gambling house. That was why the emperor had recommended poison to the young woman. Soryong then observed that the only possible way to confront Jim would be within the gambling house itself, though he wondered whether it would be necessary to stage the poisoning, as Suk had once done. Huayin reminded him that they would not be able to use the Tang family's poison this time. Turning to Naoki, he asked her how she was able to identify Jim's food or drink among so many different choices. She explained that Jim always made complicated and highly demanding requests, and the kitchen would receive a special message for each one of his orders. Soryong, curious, pressed further, asking what kind of complicated orders these were. Naoki detailed that he always requested his meals without certain ingredients, specifically crab and shrimp. At that point, the leader remarked that he had heard something unusual happen to Jim's body whenever he consumed such foods. Internally, Soryong immediately realized it was most likely a severe seafood allergy. Sensing a golden opportunity, he wasted no time. He immediately called for Commander Gupai and instructed him to go to the Garden of Venomous Creatures to bring back flower beetles. Gupai, puzzled by the sudden and unusual order, asked why. Soryong then explained calmly, yet with a hint of grim determination, that his plan was to provide Jim with a death that would be both pleasing and delicious. At that moment he named the plan Operation Tasty Death. He carefully explained that Jin Dizung's allergy to seafood came from tropomyosin, a muscle protein. In invertebrates, this protein bore a strong resemblance to the human version, and it was precisely this similarity that triggered such a severe allergic reaction. He went on to emphasize that the crucial element of their strategy was the flower beetle, an insect carrying even higher levels of tropomyosin than shrimp or crab. Following his command, Gupai returned carrying the flower beetle. The young man then gave precise instructions: remove the larvae, boil the beetles, and lightly brown them in a pan. Before long, the preparation was complete, and he urged everyone to taste a piece of the fried beetle. Huayin hesitated at first, her expression betraying uncertainty, but he reassured her, insisting that it was truly delicious. Slowly, Huayin reached for one of the beetles from the plate and tasted it. To her astonishment, the flavor was surprisingly rich, and beside her, even the emperor widened his eyes in admiration. completely taken aback by the recipe's unexpected excellence. Soryong remarked with a faint smile that it was indeed delicious, which was precisely why the beetles had earned the nickname Crazy Larvae. The leader praised the remarkable taste, though he quickly raised the question of how such a delicacy could possibly kill Jin Dizung. Soryong explained patiently that for Jin Dizung, the flower beetle functioned as nothing less than poison, since it contained the same allergenic component as shrimp and crab, just as Ying was dangerously sensitive to bee venom. He then suggested grinding the beetle thoroughly into a fine powder and mixing it into another dish, adding only a faint nut-like flavor, subtle enough that no one would ever suspect a poisoning. Upon hearing this clever stratagem, the emperor laughed heartily and immediately understood why the operation had been given the name Tasty Death. Soryong added that the more powder they used, the more certain the result would be, and he asked directly in which dish it should be placed. Naoki raised her hand and proposed adding the beetle powder into a recipe called ladagum, a delicacy served at the gambling house. She explained that ladagum was made of glutinous rice stuffed with sweet bean paste, then covered with syrup and a coating of bean powder, and that with the addition of beetle powder, no one would ever notice the difference. Soryong reflected inwardly that such a glutinous rice cake, cloaked in beetle powder and syrup, would be the perfect trap, ensuring death through an inevitable choking reaction. Without wasting a moment, Naok demanded that she herself be the one to prepare the recipe, stressing that she would not feel truly free until she had taken her vengeance with her own hands. The leader accepted her determination, convinced that revenge could only hold true meaning when carried out by one's own blade. With the plan set in motion, Soryong arranged to negotiate with the owner of the gambling house. He would bring him a courtesan in exchange for a single day of access to the kitchen. To reinforce the plan, the allies would disperse among the gambling tables, blending in with the crowd and keeping the entire environment under control. In his mind, the scheme was flawless, nothing could possibly go wrong. Several days later, inside the bustling gambling hall, two men entered together. One of them was the very target of Naok's vengeance. The establishment's owner welcomed them with reverence, but the demand of the newly arrived guest was firm: wine, women, and his usual reserved seat. Not long after, the owner returned, visibly uneasy, explaining that the seat had already been taken by other special guests. The young master was utterly taken aback, surprised by what he considered an unforgivable affront. From across the hall, Naok's eyes immediately spotted Soryong and Hwayin seated at one of the tables. The unmistakable presence of the feared venomous flower drew Jin Dizung's attention at once. He approached with confident ease, his voice carrying the tone of someone impressed to find such a distinguished figure in that place. The young woman, however, looked at him with puzzlement, not recognizing right away who he was. He soon introduced himself as the third son of the Great Harmony sect, reminding her that he had visited her once before, though he doubted she would recall. Soryong, sharp-eyed, recognized the plan unfolding step by step, while Hwayin marveled at his composure and resourcefulness. Dizung then turned toward her companion, wondering aloud if the young man at her side was the rumored fiancé she had supposedly chosen. Looking at Soryong, he judged him weak and inexperienced, unworthy of supporting someone of Hwayin's stature. Inwardly, his mind compared the moment to past memories, recalling the girl from Song Village, Naok's sister. He reflected bitterly that, had she not fought with such ferocity, she would not have ended up dead. He regretted deeply that the elder sister, said to be even more beautiful, was not present. Lost in these dark musings, he leaned forward on the table, drawing the attention of the pair, and sat down with boldness. To him, it was an honor to meet the venomous flower face to face, and with daring arrogance, he issued a challenge to Soryong, one that Soryong accepted without hesitation. For him, that moment represented a golden opportunity to transform the confrontation into something truly memorable. Not long after, however, he was thrown into shock when he suddenly heard Hwayin celebrating yet another victory of Soryong. It became clear to him that, in only 2 short hours, he had already lost half of all the money he had brought. Meanwhile, Soryong, visibly satisfied with the outcome, calmly indicated that it was time for him to take his leave. As he watched them departing, the man, the very target of the group's meticulous plan, felt the weight of humiliation crash down on him, burning into a deep anger that he could not contain. Turning to one of his attendants, he ordered him to bring something to eat, since the constant tension of the gambling table had left him overwhelmingly hungry. At that precise moment, his attention was drawn by a conversation at the neighboring table, where guests were praising the ludagam that had been served. Curious, he asked the waiter directly if the dish was truly as remarkable as they claimed. The young man confirmed with confidence, assuring him that, particularly on that very day, it was prepared with exceptional flavor. He then took a piece of the delicacy, lifted it to his lips and began to eat. As he chewed, he openly praised the quality of the dish, remarking that the more he chewed, the more layers of flavor unfolded, growing increasingly rich with each bite. Yet, in a sudden and terrifying shift, the expression of pleasure that had lit his face dissolved into one of sheer desperation. He collapsed to the ground, overtaken by a violent agony, struggling as though he were choking on every breath. Soryong reacted immediately, stepping forward with sharp authority and demanding that everyone stand back at once. He assumed full control of the moment while the man, in panic, clutched at his clothes, begging desperately for help. But Soryong, with an icy composure, reminded him that this was not the result of Ladagam itself, but rather the consequence of the sins he had committed in the village of Song. In his torment, the man gasped inwardly, wondering in disbelief how Soryong could possibly know the truth of what had taken place in that distant village. All around, the crowd stood stunned and silent, unable to comprehend what was unfolding, while Soryong commanded that they hold him down firmly. At once, hands pressed against his body, gripping him with force and refusing to release him. And in those final moments, the persistent taste of walnuts from the Ladagam became the last lingering memory of his life. Elsewhere, the couple who had once cared for Naok during the time when her body was burned approached and pleaded that she continue to be treated with kindness. Soryong reassured them with calm certainty, promising that he himself would protect her, for from now on, she was considered part of the Tang family. Before returning to the Tang residence, they made a necessary stop in the village of Song. The matter of Jin Daesung was resolved swiftly. Since he was a chosen son of a prominent household, any investigation was deliberately avoided so that no scandal would spread beyond control. At her sister's grave, Naok wept with sorrow for all the precious time that had been lost in her pursuit of vengeance. Her trembling hands reflected the depth of her grief as she cried, lamenting that she had not returned home earlier on that fateful day. Watching the scene quietly, Soryong remarked to Hwayin that even the crickets seemed to be weeping in unison with her. The young lady Naok, her voice fragile, said that the sound of the crickets reminded her of the voice of her younger sister. And for a fleeting instant, she wondered to herself what words her sister might be whispering to her at that very moment. Later, in the narrow alleys of the Sintian capital, the leader of the Murim alliance walked with a relaxed demeanor, displaying a faint smile as he savored the lingering taste of the recipe prepared by Soryong. However, amidst this calm, his steps suddenly came to a halt. At once, he sensed a hidden presence and concluded that only a thief would move in such a way. He immediately questioned whether they would not reveal themselves. The concealed observers, realizing they had been discovered, grew uneasy. Nevertheless, it did not take long before they revealed themselves, acknowledging that the sharp perception of the leader remained unshaken. Standing before him was Kang Ji-ho, known as the Divine Thief and one of the 5 emperors, accompanied by his disciple Yang Ryan. He made a remark about being called a thief after such a long time without meeting, while the leader replied that there was no other way to refer to him. Even so, Kang requested some dignity since his disciple was by his side. Yet the emperor merely thought that dealing with Kang alone was already troublesome enough. Now, with a disciple in the mix. Soon after, the leader asked what had brought him to Sichuan. Kang Ji-ho explained that he was searching for the person who knew the most about the secrets of the silkworms. He then revealed his arm, where his sacred item, known as the celestial bristles, had recently been torn. He emphasized that, according to his tradition, the celestial silk was passed down once the disciple completed the training, but at that pace he would never be able to do so. The master then mentioned that he knew someone who could help, reinforcing that among all in the Central Plains, that person was the greatest expert in insects. A few days later, at dawn in the poison garden, Soryong cried out desperately. Behind him, Gu urged him to endure just a little longer while striking him with the whip. Soryong was cultivating the art of the iron box, a unique martial technique based on the venom of the first emperor. Whenever struck, the muscles would recoil, yet the chi would circulate throughout the body, hardening it and making it stronger the more blows he endured. Hwayin carefully observed everything, holding the centipedes, and offered him words of encouragement. One of the centipedes, not understanding anything, became fascinated by the whip in Gu Pei's hand. In an impulsive leap, it hurled itself toward him. But Soryong intervened. He held it in his arms, only to be struck again by another lash on his back. The impact drove him to his knees, yet he still playfully spoke to the centipede about the danger it had nearly faced. Huayin complained that Hyang'a the centipede was so energetic that she could never stay still. Whenever she opened her eyes, she was already causing trouble. She recalled that, on the last occasion, Hyang'a had chased after a butterfly and triggered complete chaos. Soryong reflected that each animal possessed its own personality, and Hyang'a was both curious and spoiled. Since the recent incident caused by Cho, she had maintained the informal title of the resident troublemaker. He also remarked on Cho, the eldest, who kept the younger ones in line and showed sternness whenever necessary. Bin-ah, on the other hand, was usually the quietest and the one who showed the most affection toward him, although she slept a great deal. Despite their similarities, each of the three centipedes had a personality of her own, and Soryong sincerely hoped that they would grow to be strong and beautiful, following the example of their mother, Huayin. At that moment, Gu Pei appeared, looking for Soryong, accompanied by Suk, who carried a jar. He acknowledged the dedication of the pair, admiring how they had been working together since early hours, and then asked Suk what life was like within the Tang clan. Dressed in the uniform of the poison unit, she explained that she was well treated and privileged under the guidance of Gu Pei, who had been teaching her martial arts. Soon after, she revealed that she had brought what Soryong had requested. For a brief moment he did not understand what she meant. Then she presented countless crickets inside the container, all in perfect condition. Gu Pei explained that the quantity was excessive, but this was due to Naoke's meticulous care in tending to the crickets. Upon hearing this, Soryong reflected on how excessive competence in one's work could sometimes become a problem. Yet he immediately announced that new offspring would soon arrive at the poison garden. Gu Pei then asked whether he would finally be going out to capture new venomous creatures. Soryong confirmed, stating that he was planning to bring new species to raise, emphasizing that the best way to feed them was with live animals. At that instant, Huayin called to him, suggesting that, before taking any action, it would be prudent to wait for news from the Martial Alliance. With the expedition requiring official permission and the ongoing situation with the blood cult, leaving would not be simple. She further pointed out that the leader of the alliance had attacked the border of Daewil, but no news had been heard since then. This left Soryong seething with anger. Suddenly someone came running, shouting loudly as he called out to the pair. Huayin, intrigued by the messenger's urgency, questioned what had happened to make him arrive in such haste. The man informed them that the clan chief was summoning them to the hall, claiming that he had something important to reveal to both of them. This left the two of them suspicious and wondering what exactly this matter could be. Shortly afterward, in the hall, the patriarch and the pair sat down at the table together. Soryong noticed that, under normal circumstances, his father-in-law would be far too occupied at this hour, and this only heightened his curiosity, making him increasingly eager to discover the reason for such a summons. The patriarch announced that he was bringing news Soryong had long desired to hear. At once, Soryong grew alert, his attention fixed on what was to come. Finally, the patriarch revealed that he had received reports from the Martial Alliance. The expedition had been a resounding success. This caused both Soryong and Huayin to widen their eyes in pure joy. The father-in-law then went on to explain that the leader of the alliance had invaded a village at the border of Daewil, completely annihilating the base of the blood cult. Half of the cult's followers had been either slain or captured, while the rest had fled deeper into Daewil. Upon hearing this, the realization struck both Soryong and Huayin instantly. The patriarch confirmed that they could now proceed with the capture of venomous creatures, granting them permission to form the long-awaited expedition. The couple celebrated enthusiastically, though in the back of his mind Soryong reflected that, had he known what awaited them, he would have planned their course with greater foresight. The father-in-law, who had remained silent until then, mentioned that there was a place he wished to recommend. He explained that for the first expedition of the Tang clan's poison division, there was truly no location more appropriate. Throughout its territory, countless venomous creatures roamed freely, and even along its roads travelers often encountered fearsome beasts of the Golden Phoenix class. It was a land which, because of its abundance of such dangers, was renowned as a veritable paradise for venomous beasts. Its name was Yunnan. In the far southwest of the Central Plains, below Sichuan, the sound of wild beasts echoes even before the voice of humankind. There stretches the tropical jungle of Yunnan. Within the mountains of Ileo lies a valley known as the Ravine of Poison, where jagged rocks rise like dense forests and strange creatures lurk in every corner. Lying in bed, Oryang reflected on the words of his father-in-law, imagining that place as nothing less than a paradise on earth. His thoughts wandered as he wondered what kind of beings might dwell there, and anticipation surged within him, eager for the moment he would finally behold them. He held a centipede gently in his hand and silently promised that soon he would bring back many new companions. A few days later, a small unit was chosen from the poison division to form the expedition party. The management of the poison garden was entrusted to Lady Naki, now officially appointed as vice-captain of the poison division, so that everyone might receive her direct orders while the group was away. With all preparations completed, the Tang clan's departure approached swiftly. But at the moment of farewell, one centipede clung tightly to Soryang's leg. Not only the centipede but also the lizards and the great spider latched onto his body, desperate for him not to leave. He attempted to calm them, urging them to release their hold. He explained softly that he was only going to bring back more friends, and that during his absence the uncles of the poison division would take care of them, providing both nourishment and energy. Slowly the spider relented, loosening its grip, yet the centipede refused, stubbornly climbing even onto his face in its resistance. Watching the scene, Huayin observed that it seemed as though they did not want to part from him at all. And Soryang added that it almost felt as if they wished to go with him. But then the old patriarch interrupted such an idea. He firmly declared that some might accompany them, but Yowa, the spider, could not. Her enormous body drew too much attention, and it would be impossible to explain her presence as they could with Huayin. Annoyed by what she heard, Huayin lifted her arm, and before everyone's eyes Yowa's arachnid form became transparent. Her body vanished completely from sight. The old patriarch was left in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed, and even Soryang recoiled in disbelief, astonished at the sight. Hurriedly he rushed to touch the surface of Yowa's invisible form, pressing his hand carefully against where her body should be. To his relief, he still felt her softness, the silken and delicate texture of her fur, even though his eyes could no longer perceive her. Soon the old patriarch admitted that Yowa truly could conceal her body. Relieved and heartened, Soryang declared that in this way she would indeed be able to accompany them on the expedition. Huayin agreed, remarking that under such circumstances Yowa could even take care of the others during the journey. Turning toward the centipedes, she addressed their stubbornness, making it clear that their defiance against their father would be better tempered if they learned obedience along the road. With this, Soryang planted his feet firmly on the ground, brimming with confidence. The group finalized their preparations, and thus the first great journey of the poison division began. After some time the group arrived near Mount Amei in the province of Sichuan. A long line stretched out before them, catching Soryang's attention, who asked Gu Pei why so many people were halted there. Gu Pei explained that this was a checkpoint. Since the rise of the blood cult, such inspections had become frequent, even taking place in the middle of busy streets, and many travelers often found themselves barred from continuing further. Soryang reflected that being stopped was not the greatest inconvenience. Rather, it was the wasting of precious time in such an endless line. At that very moment, a woman of the guard recognized the elder Mandong Sinchuan, the old patriarch. Approaching respectfully, she listened as he explained that the group was bound for Yunnan. Without hesitation, the woman granted them immediate passage. Astonished by such ease, Soryang realized just how immense the Tang clan's influence truly was. But then all of a sudden, something drew the woman's attention. Her eyes fell upon Yowa, the spider, yet she could not perceive the creature's true form. With the body rendered invisible, to her it appeared only as though Huayin, Soryang's wife, was floating gracefully in the air. Panic stirred in Soryang as he recognized the confusion. The guard, however, interpreted it differently. She believed she was witnessing a sacred technique, a divine leap into the void, mastered by Huayin herself. Startled and awestruck, she admired the supposed ability, remarking that such prowess was only to be expected from one of the three flowers of the martial world. Cutting short the misunderstanding, Huayin tugged Yowa forcefully back toward her side. And with composed courtesy, the group distanced themselves slightly, offering apologies to the guard before moving along on their way. Huayin insisted that Soryang should clear up the misunderstanding, worried that people might confuse his wife with Yowa. Soryang, however, urged her to remain calm. He reminded her that, to avoid suspicion during their journey, she had been dressed in men's clothing and her face kept veiled. In the Central Plains, superstition painted twins as ignorant beings, akin to demons, and because of that, such precautions were necessary. Amidst small incidents such as these along the road, the group eventually reached their destination in Yunnan safely. Soryang was struck with awe at the sight of the Ileo mountain. The old patriarch remarked that if they advanced a little further, they would soon reach the barrier of poison. Suddenly, Soryang glanced back, his gaze sharp, and noticed something unusual. Gu Pei, curious, asked what he was thinking, and the young man explained that the place was abnormally silent. There was no sound from the cracks of the caverns, no chirping in the trees, no trace of life anywhere. The old patriarch observed that such a feeling was not new to him, recalling the past hunt for the sovereign of the blue venom. Intrigued, Soryang asked who this sovereign was. The grandfather remembered clearly that around the den of the sovereign of the blue venom, even insects had disappeared. They had either fled or been devoured as prey. He warned that he would personally explore the area and instructed the rest of the group to retreat to the meeting point of the Yun and Amuk rivers, where birds could still be seen flying. Soon after he departed. Huayin confirmed that in the area they had crossed, there were still birds and insects present, while Gu Pei commented that it seemed as though something was dividing the territory along the river. Soryang pondered that some powerful creature must be dwelling in the Ileo mountain. Huayin approached, asking what felt so strange to him. Soryang explained that, for a beast to occupy such a vast expanse as its lair, it would have to be enormous, comparable to the sovereign of the blue venom. He reflected further, noting that the absence of all signs of life, save for the river, raised troubling questions. How could such a creature hunt in an environment seemingly incapable of sustaining enough prey? Gu Pei agreed, remarking that now that Soryang had pointed it out, the situation was indeed concerning, and he hoped fervently that the old patriarch would return with answers. Not long after, the elder did return, accompanied by 2 men from the area he had gone to investigate. The grandfather declared that the situation was truly problematic, for even at the entrance of the Ileo mountain they had found nothing at all. Soryang was shaken by this report. The patriarch continued, warning that the ravine of poison was likely in the same state. He emphasized that the sun was nearly setting, and they would do best to stop for the day and resume the search on the following morning. Inwardly, Soryang thought to himself that they could not return empty-handed. Whatever was there, they had to uncover it. As night fell, the group sat around a blazing campfire, while Soryang, positioned a little further back, tended to the beasts. Huayin arrived carrying a dish of food, insisting that he eat, and gently asked the creatures to allow their father to rest. Curious, she asked what Soryang had been working on, and he explained that he had been measuring the extent of the area, convinced that the creature's lair was likely at its center. As he spoke, a centipede settled into his hair, only to suddenly leap at a nearby beetle, catching it in its many legs. The unexpected movement startled the couple, causing Soryang to scold the centipede, complaining that it had frightened him and warning it not to repeat such behavior. Huayin wondered aloud if the centipede had been trying to catch the dragonfly that was hovering in the air, while the young master reasoned that it was likely because they were now close to the river, where dragonflies gathered in great numbers, something they had not seen before. All at once, Soryang rose to his feet, alarm flashing across his face, his thoughts racing about the dragonflies. He quickly called for the old patriarch's attention, urging that they return to the site they had examined earlier and count how many dragonflies were flying now. The patriarch appeared confused, asking what he meant by this. Soryang explained that creatures on the ground could easily hide, but dragonflies flew freely in the air. If something had threatened them, they would have fled for a time, but once the danger had passed, they would return. From this reasoning, he concluded that the reason they had not encountered any living creatures earlier was not because the territory was truly empty, but because something had already swept through the area before their arrival.